opened a convenience store in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, New employees have never been fighting. Uncle, why are you here? Naruto said in surprise. Zioin summoned me here, cough cough, I was just thinking of taking a break. Ugh, Yi Feng rubbed his cheeks while spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. Speechless. It's true, misfortunes never come alone. At this time, Naruto realized something was wrong. Uncle, what's wrong with you? His uncle has been double certified by teachers Kakashi and Guy, and both of them said that they are no match for Yi Feng. Although Naruto doesn't know how strong Yi Feng is, he thinks he is not that bad. Excluding the time when he was ambushed by teacher Kakashi, Naruto had never seen Yi Feng in such a miserable state because he often basks in the sun in front of the store. Yi Feng always wears thin clothes, basically a short-sleeved top, shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. This also made Naruto notice Yi Feng's abnormality as soon as possible. After getting over the initial surprise, the exposed skin was covered in bruises, blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, one of his eyes was swollen, and not only that, there was a deep fist mark on his chest. Let's talk about it later. I'll help you solve the current trouble first. Yi Feng waved his hand indifferently. He could still hold on for a while, but Sasuke seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. Naruto and the others didn't know who they were fighting with, but Yi Feng recognized him at the first sight. It was hard for him to forget that iconic tongue. Uncle, are you okay like this? Naruto said worriedly. Why don't we call for backup? Before entering the examination room, each of them was given a signal gun. After using the signal gun, the invigilator responsible for patrolling the examination room will quickly arrive and take you out of the examination room. However, this also means that you have lost your qualification to take the exam and will miss this Chunin exam. The original intention of the signal gun was to protect those weak ninjas. Although the selection of ninjas is relatively cruel, we are now in a relatively peaceful era, and the conditions are not as strict as during the war. I give you a chance. If you can pass it, pass it. If you can't, wait for the next time. I allow you to give up halfway. Any ninja who has a little ambition and confidence in his own strength will not use a flare gun. Being eliminated is a small matter, but being embarrassed is a big matter. You have to know that they are ninjas. If the news gets out, how can they take missions in the future? They are people who care about their reputation and would rather die than choose to use a flare gun. Naruto thought so before, or rather, if he hadn't seen Yi Feng's miserable appearance, he would never have thought of the signal gun in his little hut. However, for Yi Feng, Naruto didn't care whether to eliminate him or not. If something really happened to Yi Feng in front of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. Even though the two of them always quarrel and bully each other, in Naruto's heart, he has long regarded Yi Feng as his own relative, not to mention being eliminated. Even if I don't want to be a ninja, that's impossible. I want to be the Hokage, Naruto thought. At worst, I can just wait until next time. Anyway, his age is there, and Naruto doesn't believe that with his own strength, he will not be able to pass a small Chunin exam. I always feel like you're thinking about something irrelevant. After hitting Naruto's head, Yi Feng couldn't help coughing a few times. The punch on his chest broke his ribs, causing him to feel extremely painful every time he took a breath. He endured the pain and said, "It's useless even if support comes. There are not many people in the village who can deal with him." Uncle, do you know who he is? Naruto asked as he supported Yi Feng and walked out from his hiding place. Yes, I know. Orochimaru is one of the three ninjas. Among the three, his strength may not be the strongest, but he is definitely the most difficult to deal with. Killing him is easy, but the difficult part is how to kill him completely. What do you mean? Naruto didn't understand. What do you mean it's easy to kill but difficult to kill completely? What it means is that if you keep talking too much, your Sasuke will fall in love with someone else. It was obvious that Orochimaru was going to get serious. He held back before only to test Sasuke's current limit. Even if Sasuke had a 3 Magatama Sharingan, he was no match for Orochimaru. Haha, Sasuke-kun, are you still not going to give up? Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, who was fighting hard with interest, and persuaded him, you should realize the gap between you and me. There is no point in fighting any further. The sunglasses fell aside and Sasuke didn't bother to pick them up. His 3 Magatama Sharingan had already been seen by Orochimaru, so there was no need to cover it up anymore. Panting and half kneeling on the ground, Sasuke recognized who the person was and snorted coldly, it's meaningless. Why are you stopping us? I don't believe you would be so kind to help me. Thanks to Yi Feng's previous popular science, Sasuke knew that the person who came was Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. A long time ago, because of his enthusiasm for doing taboo experiments, he was discovered and betrayed Konoha and became a rebel ninja. They have all done taboo experiments. Sasuke doesn't believe that Orochimaru has never been interested in the Sharingan. He asked him to follow him just to get his own Sharingan. Maybe he could gain the strength to take revenge, but Sasuke couldn't guarantee that he would still be himself at that time. You don't know me, how do you know I don't mean well? Orochimaru didn't care about Sasuke's attitude, he only cared about Sasuke's eyes. In his eyes, the three Magatama Sharingan was so beautiful that it fascinated him. What a pity, it's still a little short. Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Having witnessed the true power of the Sharingan, he naturally knew that three Magatama was not the end of the Sharingan. Although the three Magatama Sharingan is powerful, he still does not take it seriously. If he didn't know how to advance the Sharingan, he wouldn't have said so much to Sasuke. Okay. Suddenly, he frowned. He could not sense the poisonous snake he summoned. A ball of energy formed by chakra was thrown into the air by Yi Feng after spinning in the air and staying for a moment. The energy ball suddenly exploded and scattered into tiny rays of energy just like a navigation system. The energy beam hit each poisonous snake accurately. Do you know what this move is called? It's called Rain of Pear Blossoms. Yi Feng sat against a big tree. Facing the admiration of several people, he finally regained some confidence and said proudly, "Uncle, I want to learn this move." Naruto, who was just wondering whether he should give up and call for support, was now full of excitement. Jumping and swaying in front of Yi Feng, Sakura was still confused. "Uncle, why did you go to Naruto?" Seeing Yi Feng covered in wounds, Xiaoying was also shocked. If Yi Feng hadn't repeatedly said that he was fine, Xiaoying would have taken out her signal gun to call for support. "When you summoned me, I was fighting with others and was distracted." When Yi Feng thought of this, he felt pain in his face, chest, and body. Bai, who was originally basking in the sun at the door of the store, turned out to be practicing ninjutsu in the storage room and rarely came out. Suddenly, he ran downstairs and told him that the door of the storage room was opened and a strange boy with a tail walked out. Yi Feng could no longer sit still. He had opened the door of the storage room out of curiosity, but there was only fog inside. He did not dare to go in, for fear that he would not be able to get out, and he did not know what was inside. Is it just fog, or is there something through the fog? He knows nothing. He never paid attention to it again afterwards. I didn't expect that the door, which had been silent for a long time, opened by itself, and someone walked out. As the owner of a convenience store, how come I didn't notice anything? Oh, I forgot. I'm not in the store. That's okay. He hurried upstairs and found himself in the living room, where Zabuza and the boy with a tail were sitting on either side of the sofa, staring at each other. However, the boy obviously lacked concentration and stared at the snacks on the coffee table longer than at Zabuza. The moment he saw the young man, Yi Feng was stunned and blurted out, "Fuck." That iconic hair and the tail swinging back and forth behind him undoubtedly indicate the boy's identity. With a hint of uncertainty, Yi Feng asked carefully, "Sun Wukong." "Huh, uncle, do you know me?" Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach, a little confused. "I'm hungry, and a voice told me that there is delicious food if I open the door in front of me, so I opened it." "Uncle, do you have anything to eat?" Wukong, who was practicing in the Temple of Heaven, was extremely hungry and was about to go find something to eat when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind and startled him. Then a door appeared in front of him. The voice told him that there was food behind the door. Then he opened the door and walked in, and met Haku and Zabuza, who were resting during their training. Yi Feng was full of excitement as he imagined what had happened. He didn't know if it was right or not. He took out the employee contract and said, "Yes, of course I have. I lack everything except food." "But," Yi Feng said with difficulty, "do you have money?" "Money? I have no money." Sun Wukong shook his head in disappointment. He knew that he didn't cost money, but he had no money. Of course Yi Feng knew that Sun Wukong had no money. Sun Wukong grew up with his grandfather. When he was a child, his grandfather prepared food for him. Later, when his grandfather was gone, he caught animals in the mountains to eat by himself. Later, I met Bulma, and when they were searching for the Dragon Balls, Bulma was the one preparing food most of the time. After meeting Master Roshi, he prepared food for him. Whether it was Karin Tower or the Temple of the Gods, wherever Sun Wukong went, he had no shortage of food. As a result, Sun Wukong had no idea about money at all. In fact, Yi Feng was already surprised that Sun Wukong knew about money. "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. Just sign your name here and you will have food," Yi Feng said. pointing to the place where employees sign on the employee contract Sun Wukong can recognize and write. Although he doesn't recognize many words, he has no problem writing his own name crookedly. Sun Wukong looked puzzled. Is this alright? He didn't understand why he could get something to eat just by writing his name, but it didn't matter. Having something to eat made him very happy. The two things that made him happiest were competing with masters and eating originally. Feng took out the employee contract just to give it a try. In this world, he had used up all 5 employee vacancies. But when he thought that Sun Wukong was not from this world, although he was in this world, he was an outsider after all, so he should be able to sign an employee contract. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to work. This made Feng very happy. Haha, let's see who can hurt me now. Mwah. After kissing the contract like a treasure, Feng put it away and put it together with other employee contracts. He happily took Sun Wukong's hand and ran downstairs. Come on, I'll take you to eat ramen. Bai and Zabuza were left there alone, confused and not understanding why Feng was so happy. Seeing that nothing was wrong, they returned to the storage room and continued to develop ninjutsu according to the ideas Feng provided them. After losing a day's sales, Ichiraku was exhausted and his hands were cramping from pulling noodles. After eating and drinking his fill, Sun Wukong wanted to return to the Temple of the Gods to continue his training. Feng's guess was correct. After indirect inquiries, he learned that Sun Wukong had just defeated the great demon King Piccolo and was practicing in the Temple of the Gods. Feng accompanied Sun Wukong to the storage room, intending to see how Sun Wukong passed through the fog. Suddenly, he had an idea and wanted to try whether he could defeat Sun Wukong without borrowing Sun Wukong's power, but only relying on the chakra he cultivated himself. Facts proved that Feng was overthinking it. He was beaten very badly. Even though Sun Wukong showed mercy, he didn't use much strength while fighting. Feng received a call from Sakura and immediately left the battlefield. He was afraid that he would die if he continued to fight. Sun Wukong was obviously getting too excited and the strength in his hands was getting stronger and stronger. He should have appeared directly next to Sakura, but he was distracted by a punch in the chest, and ran to Naruto's side with a trembling hand. Back to the topic. After easily dealing with a poisonous snake summoned by Orochimaru, the other 12 little strong men also freed up their hands and gathered around Feng. Orochimaru intentionally widened the battle line, and while everyone was preoccupied with the poisonous snakes, he and Sasuke fought further and further away, almost out of everyone's sight. Hurry for me and ask Sasuke to come over. Feng, who was in pain in his chest and dared not speak loudly, asked Sakura to call Sasuke over. Since he was here, there was no need for Sasuke to continue carrying the burden. Just as Sakura was about to speak, Sasuke flashed to Feng's side and asked with an unpleasant expression, "What's going on?" The injuries on Feng's body made Sasuke think of bad things. "Nothing, I had a fight with a kid, but I lost," Feng said nonchalantly. "We'll talk about it later, let's solve the problem at hand first. How did you do it?" Orochimaru walked over and looked Feng up and down. He didn't feel any chakra fluctuations from Feng, but the poisonous snake he summoned was indeed dealt with by Feng, which made him a little puzzled. "Do you have any money? Lend me a coin." Without answering Orochimaru's question, Feng abruptly made this request, which confused Orochimaru. "Interesting. But why should I lend it to you?" Orochimaru stopped and stood not far from the crowd, laughing and saying, "It seems that we are in a hostile state now." Chapter 127, The Eternal Survival of the Railgun. Hey, that's not right. We have no grudges against each other, so how could we be in a hostile state? On the contrary, I admire you very much. Even though he was seriously injured, he still couldn't stop Feng from talking nonsense. He kept chattering and asking Orochimaru for coins. "It's a pity that you were born in the wrong era and the wrong place. If it were during the Warring States period, you and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, would have become very good friends. You two, one is good at developing various ninjutsu, and the other is good at human body modification. It's human body modification, right? I don't know much about things involving genes. You targeted Sasuke simply because you wanted his Sharingan. Otherwise, how could you say you were born in the wrong era? If this was during the Warring States period, would the Sharingan be a thing? Tobirama was in charge of killing, and you were in charge of research. If you two were given some time, who knows what the current situation of the ninja world would be like. By the way, when you first worked with Danzo, why didn't you think of asking for a few Sharingans? The Senju cells in his body were transplanted by you, uncle. Blood is gushing out of your mouth." Sakura used inferior medical ninjutsu to try to heal Feng's injuries. Unfortunately, she had only been self-studying medical ninjutsu for a short time, so the effect was somewhat effective. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and his long tongue dangled at the corner of his mouth. Whenever he was excited or his emotions were fluctuating greatly, he would involuntarily stick out his tongue, just like a snake's tongue. You know a lot. In fact, the reason why he defected from Konoha was a secret in the village. The villagers only knew that he defected, but they didn't know that he had to leave Konoha because he conducted human experiments on Konoha villagers and refused to repent after being discovered. Not many people know the inside story, but obviously, Feng, an outsider, should not know it. But Feng knew that this made Orochimaru very interested. In addition, Feng's words that he could become friends with his second-generation Hokage also made him feel that Feng was an interesting person. It was the first time he heard such a statement. Many people are afraid of him. Feng smiled calmly, ignoring the blood spurting out of his mouth, raised his eyebrows, and said frankly, I do know a lot, much more than you think. I didn't tell you before because the more I knew, the faster I would die. I was too lazy to tell you in order to save my life. Then why now? Orochimaru was a little confused about Feng's thoughts. He kept silent because he valued his life, but now he is talking about Danzo. Does he feel that he doesn't have much time left and it doesn't matter anymore? Even the third Hokage only knew that he had cooperated with Danzo, but Orochimaru didn't think the third Hokage would know the specific content of the cooperation. Speaking of this, Orochimaru felt a little regretful. The Sharingan on Danzo's arm was transplanted by him. He didn't know the power of the Sharingan before, so he didn't take it seriously. It was too late to find out. Danzo would never hand over the Sharingan, and he could never find a suitable opportunity to snatch it by force. Danzo was a cautious person. Before he got the Sharingan, he lived in seclusion and seldom showed up. After he got the Sharingan, he became even more elusive. All matters were left to his subordinates to handle, and he would not leave the village if possible, which made Danzo helpless. Why am I talking about Danzo now in front of so many people? Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then tremblingly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Hiss, cough, cough, because I'm invincible now. You know what? I'm invincible. Feng gets excited when talking about this. That's Sun Wukong, Kakarot, the Super Saiyan. Even when he was young, with his strength, it was enough for Feng to walk sideways or backwards in the ninja world. Whatever way he wanted. The motherland means nothing. He is now the ancestor. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. Feng laughed wildly, even wilder than the four laughing Uchiha heroes. Uncle, you weren't beaten stupid, were you? Naruto touched Feng's forehead worriedly. Orochimaru was speechless. Damn, you met a lunatic who looked like this, and you still say you are invincible. Orochimaru often conducts human experiments and has good medical skills. He could tell at a glance how serious Feng's injuries were. The sunken fist mark on his chest must have broken Feng's ribs and injured his heart. Not to mention an ordinary ninja, even he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he suffered such serious injuries. Of course, he would not die, but the body he was currently possessing would be scrapped. Go play somewhere else. You know nothing. Feng slapped Naruto's hand away and said in an excited state, do you know how awesome the new employee is? Not to mention his future achievements. Right now, he is younger than you and he is invincible in the ninja world. What, first and second generation? It's just a slap in the face. Forget about the legendary sage of six paths. Even if his mother came, it wouldn't work. Feng was too excited and was not afraid of blowing his own trumpet. Little Wukong was indeed very powerful, but it was not that easy to deal with the first and second generations. It's okay if you don't know the opponent's background. After you know it, ninjutsu, especially illusion techniques, will be very restraining to Goku. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are not so many fancy moves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before Naruto could speak, Orochimaru could no longer sit still and flatly denied Feng's statement. He had never seen the demeanor of the first Hokage, who was called the god of the ninja world. The second Hokage left behind many forbidden techniques, which benefited him a lot. The legendary six-path sage is said to be a legend, and it is even more impossible for him to have seen it. The six-path sage is a legend, and his mother is a legend among legends. He has never even heard of it, but it doesn't matter. He has seen the true power of the Sharingan, and he still remembers it clearly. One of its moves almost killed him in an instant. This also allowed him to understand from the side that the strength of Shura of the ninja world, who was almost as famous as the first generation Hokage, was worthy of being the person who changed the landscape of the ninja world. Even such a person doesn't dare to call himself invincible. How could a kid younger than Naruto have the strength to be invincible in the ninja world? He wouldn't believe anything you said unless he could see it with his own eyes. Suck it. The movement of his tongue showed Orochimaru's excitement. Impossible what? It's impossible. You have long hair but little knowledge. Feng was a little unhappy. Among all the anime characters, his favorite was the Saiyan Son Goku. If it weren't for the fact that he had only recently obtained Son Goku's power, he would have to let Orochimaru see what it means to when Son Goku transforms. All the anime pales in comparison. You won't understand what I'm talking about now. I'll show you someday when I have the chance. Feng planned to take a tour of the Dragon Ball world after returning. Putting aside other things for now, he had been coveting the universal capsule for a long time. Uncle, shouldn't we pay attention to the occasion? Although he didn't want to speak, Shikamaru couldn't help but remind him, we are in the examination room now. The noise just now might attract the patrolling invigilators. Now is not the time for you to chat. It's really troublesome. I should not have taken the exam if I had known. Shikamaru sighed in his heart. He had just entered the examination room not long ago when he met Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas. If he walked further in, would there be other ninjas waiting for them? Really? Is this an exam or a level up to kill monsters? Unable to tell whether it was a real cough or a cover-up for embarrassment, Feng said sheepishly, Sorry, I forgot. I was a little excited to know that I am invincible. Let's get back to the topic. Orochimaru, lend me a coin, and I will let you see some of my strength, so that you can compare whether you want to fight me or continue to stop Sasuke and the others. Are you confident? Orochimaru took out a coin and tossed it up and down. I can lend you the money, but I must get Sasuke. Taking the coin thrown by Orochimaru, Feng smacked his lips and said, Change your target. Sasuke is my employee now. You have no chance. If you want the Sharingan, wait until I kill Danzo. The Sharingan on his body can be given to you to study. Sasuke, who had been silent all the time, remained silent. He didn't intend to object. There were only two things he wanted to do most now, become Hokage, and after improving his strength, find his brother Itachi to ask questions. Although he could learn the truth about the night of genocide from Feng, he wanted to hear it from Itachi himself. As for the rest, he doesn't care. Without waiting for Orochimaru to answer, Feng clenched his palm slightly, with his thumb between his index and middle fingers, and placed a coin on his thumb. He looked around, determined a direction where no one was, turned his head and said to Sasuke, I remember that your chakra attributes include lightning attributes, right? You should watch out for the next move. I was planning to teach it to you after your Chunin exam, but now I'll let you feel its power first. As his thought turned, Feng borrowed Sasuke's lightning attribute chakra. Zzzz, the sound of electric current rang out, and visible lightning appeared around Feng's body. A huge amount of chakra airflow swirled around Feng, who exhaling lightly. Feng said solemnly, the lightning dancing on your fingertips is my everlasting faith in this life. Only my railgun will last forever. Boom. With an unstoppable momentum, the thrown coin turned into a stream of light, surrounded by lightning, destroying everything in its path in the peaceful death forest. Huge waves were rising and rumbling sounds continued to be heard. Many candidates and patrolling teachers looked at the direction where the sound came from in horror. Wow, what a huge amount of chakra. Someone swallowed hard. The chakra he felt alone made him feel desperate. This is still a bullshit exam. Many people have planned to withdraw from the competition. Obviously, something unexpected happened in the examination room. For the sake of their own lives, they decided to withdraw from the competition. Whoever wants to participate in this crappy exam can do so. How about it? This move is pretty good, but the place is too small and I can't use it. Feng felt a little regretful. This was not all his strength. He had secretly experimented in his room once. Sasuke's lightning chakra, combined with his own huge amount of chakra, could be much more powerful in one move if this were to be combined with Sun Wukong's ki. Feng couldn't even imagine how powerful it would be. This, Orochimaru was dumbfounded, looking at the direction where the coin disappeared. Speechless. In the forest with lush and thick trees, there appeared a wide road several meters wide, stretching as far as the eye could see. Orochimaru felt that he couldn't do it even with all his strength. Wow, that's awesome. Sakura opened her mouth wide and murmured unconsciously. Sasuke was so surprised that he couldn't believe it. Uncle, are you really going to give this move to me? That's what I said. If I don't give it to you, I'll show you something. But what? Sasuke asked anxiously. He wanted to learn this move so much. As if he had thought of something, Sasuke said excitedly, Money, I can give you all my money. If it's not enough, I'll go earn more. Well, Sasuke, who has never been interested in money, said he wanted to make money. It can be seen how much shock Yi Feng's move brought to Sasuke. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He hadn't thought about the money at first, but since Sasuke had taken the initiative to ask, it was difficult for him to refuse. You said this on your own initiative. I didn't force you to do it. No, I took the initiative. Sasuke shook his head frantically, not looking at all cold and aloof as usual. Okay, I'll give you the money and the goods. When you give me the money, I'll give you this move. But let me make it clear in advance. Yi Feng also explained what needed to be explained clearly in advance. Using this move consumes a lot of chakra. With your current strength, the power will be much smaller when you use it. Besides, this trick also has flaws. I'll tell you later. Orochimaru, who was planning to eavesdrop, was disappointed. Me. Naruto jumped up and down to express his envy. He was obviously the first to come here, and he also wanted to learn this trick. Forget about it. You don't have the lightning attribute, so this move is not suitable for you. Naruto lowered his head in disappointment, but unexpectedly Yi Feng's change of tone made him happy again. You have a lot of chakra. I have another move that is very suitable for you, but I have to think about it when I go back. Yi Feng stroked his chin. Thoughtfully he planned to teach Kamehameha to Naruto, but he didn't know whether Kamehameha could be performed with chakra. He would have to try and study it when he returned now. Let's deal with Orochimaru first. How about it, Orochimaru? This move should be able to prove my strength to you, right? That's awesome. Although Orochimaru was curious why Yi Feng didn't use this trick against him, he could also see that Yi Feng had no ill will towards him. Otherwise, if this trick had hide him, he would have entered the resurrection process. There's no way I'll give up on Sasuke. You'd better make sure he's by your side at all times. After saying these harsh words, Orochimaru prepared to leave. Since his attempt to abduct Sasuke failed, there was no point for him to stay here. Chapter 128, Endless Entanglement. Don't leave in such a hurry. Let's find a place to talk. Yi Feng spoke and stopped Orochimaru, who wanted to leave. He turned to the 12 and said, you guys go ahead and continue your exams. I'll talk to Orochimaru for a while, but uncle, the injuries on your body. Sakura was very worried. She regretted that she was always lazy on weekdays. I'm sorry, uncle. If I hadn't been distracted while learning medical ninjutsu and kept secretly looking at Sasuke, I wouldn't have failed to heal your injuries. Sakura kept her hands on Yi Feng's shoulders, trying to use medical ninjutsu to heal Yi Feng's injuries. Even when Yi Feng launched the super electromagnetic cannon, he never left. If Yi Feng hadn't intentionally let the chakra energy avoid Sakura, Sakura would have been electrocuted and her whole body would have been burnt black, making her unable to move. However, it must be said that Sakura is talented in learning medical ninjutsu. Even without anyone teaching her, she can learn it quite well just by self-study. At least Yi Feng felt less pain in his body. It seems that Sakura was not accepted by Tsunade through backdoor, as people say on the internet. If Sakura did not have the talent for medical ninjutsu, Tsunade probably would not have accepted her. Pondering secretly, Yi Feng said with a relaxed expression, it's okay. This little injury is nothing. I won't die. If there's really something wrong, I won't be summoned by you. You guys go first. Yi Feng just finished speaking, then he remembered something and patted his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Niji, you say? Niji was very respectful, which made Hinata, who knew his character, very uncomfortable. Don't forget what I said before. Please help me look after that person, Yi Feng said worriedly in Naruto. If Yi Feng were to say who he felt the most distressed about, it would definitely be Karin, a little girl who doesn't even know her own life experience has been used as a medical kit since she was a child. Anyone who gets injured has to bite her and then throw her away after use. Not only does she not have the slightest gratitude, she also thinks Karin is a waste and a burden. When he thought of those people's hateful faces, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of brutality in his heart, and he wished he could tear those people to pieces. You have to know that the Uzumaki clan, to which Karin belongs, is famous in the ninja world for its sealing techniques, and has huge chakra and vigorous vitality that is not inferior to that of the Senju clan. These characteristics are not reflected in Karin at all. The only thing that is related may be vitality. It was like this when I was a child, and it is still like this when I grow up. I am always treated as a mobile medical kit. What a waste of her talent. Speaking of which, Sasuke's daughter looks a lot like Karin. Is it because Sasuke absorbed too much of Karin's blood, causing his own genes to change, so she looks like Karin? What is this? It's clearly a matter of two people, but it's the effort of three people. Yi Feng's mind wandered off topic as he was thinking. He didn't know where his thoughts were drifting to. He didn't even know when Niji and the others left. Despite her strong curiosity, Sakura kept asking who that someone was, and covered Naruto's mouth, half pulling, half dragging Naruto away. Naruto was also very cooperative. Although he seemed to be struggling, he was actually enjoying it very much. It was obvious that he learned bad things from number one. Wow, Sakura smells so good, so fragrant. He, squinting his eyes comfortably, Naruto waved his arms and legs, and walked away gradually. Naruto-kun, hinted his face was red, and it was unclear whether she was worried about Naruto or she was thinking of something. Orochimaru did not leave. He was very interested in Yi Feng's private conversation with him, and did not stop the 12 warriors from leaving. Yi Feng looked at, well, Yi Feng was in a daze. What do you want to talk to me about? Orochimaru asked while licking the corner of his mouth, while obsessively stroking the trees on both sides of the passage that was blasted by the railgun. Its heart throb. The bad look can't be avoided. Yi Feng came to his senses and was almost led astray by Orochimaru again, shaking his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. Yi Feng stood up with difficulty and said, why don't you come over to my place and have a chat? As if afraid that Orochimaru would think it was a trap, Yi Feng added, don't worry, I run a convenience store. It's very safe there, and you must be very interested in it. Faced with Yi Feng's invitation, Orochimaru unexpectedly agreed readily. Do I have the right to refuse? I can't beat you, look at what you said. Fighting and killing are so bad. I am a peace-loving person. Orochimaru snorted speechlessly. The man who had just laughed and said that he was invincible now said that he loved peace. Do you think I believe it or not? I guess you don't believe it. Sigh. No one believes me if I tell the truth. Yi Feng shrugged helplessly. I am invincible and I love peace, so there is no conflict. If I really want to be a native of my motherland, I would not be here now. I would have traveled around the world and attacked other ninja villages. Why would I lie to you? If I really wanted to kill you, there's no need to trick you to another place to kill you. Right, actually I just wanted to have a quick chat with you. I made a deal with someone before. After your plan started, I saved Sarutobi Hiruzen's life. The price was that person had to find out what Danzo was hiding from me. You know my plan. Orochimaru's heart was filled with disbelief. He always thought his plan was very thorough, but someone already knew about it before it even started. Well, I know something. Yi Feng lit another cigarette and said nonchalantly, I don't care what your purpose is to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, but change the plan. You have seen my strength. You are not my opponent. I want to save Sarutobi Hiruzen, and you can't stop me. How will you know if you don't try? It was impossible to make Orochimaru give up his plan with just one sentence, and Yi Feng knew that, but he was annoyed by Kakashi so much that he agreed. However, Yi Feng still has a solution. You can continue to implement your plan, just change the target. How about these two consultants, Midamanen and Utane Kahuru? I've been annoyed with them for a long time. I've been serving as their advisor since the third Hokage took office. They've been in office for so many years, but they haven't made any achievements. They always like to hold Danzo back. They've been so close to Danzo that they've long forgotten their responsibilities. If you occupy the toilet but don't poop, you are like a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. At least half of the troubles in the village were caused by these two. It's not really a case of throwing mud. Yi Feng just exaggerated the facts. Two people with old-fashioned ideas who refuse to change, occupying the position of consultants, will only hinder the development of the village and affect the judgment of the Hokage. It's just that Yi Feng was too lazy to take action. After all, these two people had never offended him. Danzo is different. He would kill Yi Feng regardless of whether he offended him or not. Damn, he has been eyeing the position right under the Hokage all day long and would do anything for the position of Hokage. It's fine if you're spying on others, but now you want to spy on me too. Yi Feng thought angrily. Recently he noticed that there were many unknown people, some disguised as tourists, some as stall owners, who were not shopping or doing business properly, but would occasionally cast their eyes towards the young lady outside their store, who was transformed by Naruto using multiple shadow clones. When Naruto was in the store, that gaze would be fixed on Naruto again. It goes without saying that the person who dares to monitor Naruto so openly must be Danzo's man. This made Yi Feng very unhappy. How dare you think about my people? You are really tired of living. It was for this reason that Yi Feng agreed to Kakashi's deal, otherwise he would be too lazy to move. If he had the time, wouldn't it be nice to lie at the door and bask in the sun? Why should I agree to you? Orochimaru smiled, not knowing Yi Feng's background. So he was very frugal with his words. It's not in vain that I let you do this. Yi Feng put forward his own bargaining chips. Don't you like doing research? Don't you like immortality? I can't give you any of these. Are you kidding me? Orochimaru's face changed. I can't give you anything. What the hell is that? Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Why are you so anxious? You people are always so anxious and don't listen to others finish speaking. You should know that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It will burn your mouth. By the way, you also know medical ninjutsu. You should know that eating very hot food frequently can easily affect your health. Not only is it bad for your stomach, it can also easily burn organs such as the esophagus and tongue. So, don't eat food that's just out of the pot, just like you can't drink water that's just boiled. Hey, why are you leaving? Don't go. I haven't finished talking yet. Wait for me. Orochimaru disappeared in a flash. He couldn't listen anymore. He kept talking on and on, but he didn't get to the point after a long time. Do I care about hot food? Orochimaru, who is well-mannered, couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had never met such a talkative person. No matter how much Yi Feng knows or how powerful he is, Orochimaru is not going to pay any attention to Yi Feng. If he can't beat him, he can just avoid him. Okay, I don't want Sasuke anymore. Plan? Bullshit plan. I won't implement it. Whatever happens, do as you like. If you don't have any patience at all, how can you achieve anything great in the future? Orochimaru is fast, but Yi Feng is even faster than him. Yi Feng left his chakra on Orochimaru as a positioning tool. He doesn't know any ninjutsu like the body flickering technique or the flying thunder god technique. He easily catches up with Orochimaru with just his speed. Holding a cigarette in one hand, he put the other hand very naturally on Orochimaru's shoulder, smiling playfully and without any seriousness. Has anyone ever told you that you're nagging and that you deserve a beating? With Yi Feng's arm around his shoulders, Orochimaru had to slow down and said helplessly, yes. Yi Feng nodded and said disapprovingly, many people have said it, and many people want to beat me up, but those who have said it are the ones who can't beat me, and those who want to beat me are the ones who can't beat me. I have been very restrained. There are people who are weaker than me and whose strength is even weaker. Many people have said things about him, but I have never seen him break down. Maybe he's hiding in the quilt crying in the middle of the night, Orochimaru guessed maliciously. He really hoped that the person hiding in the quilt crying was Yi Feng. Possible, Yi Feng also agreed. There are many people who appear strong on the outside but are sensitive on the inside. They will not expose their emotions in front of outsiders and prefer to hide in an empty corner and lick their wounded hearts alone. But to be honest, I really admire you. I can't give you what I just said, but I can give you a chance. After going around in circles, Yi Feng finally got back to the point. You like research, don't you? You can do it yourself. I don't know if you can figure out Chang Shen, but as far as I know, some people have lived longer than you can imagine. Moreover, their human body modification technology is very advanced, and there are many successful cases. If you can study it thoroughly, you will find how ridiculous your current pursuit is. The big promises Yi Feng made Orochimaru fascinated, but also made him firmly believe that Yi Feng was just bragging in terms of strength. He didn't dare to say how great he was. He knew that the ninja world was a complicated place and there was an invisible big hand stirring up the situation in the ninja world. Many people could defeat him. However, when it comes to human body modification technology, he is not convinced. Even if the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is resurrected and stands in front of him, he dares to say so in terms of human body modification. If he claims to be second to none, who in the ninja world dares to claim to be number one? As soon as Yi Feng saw Orochimaru's lack of interest, he knew that he didn't believe it. But it didn't matter. In order to increase his persuasiveness, he decided to let Orochimaru broaden his horizons. Hey, Orochimaru, do you know how the moon in the sky was formed? Do you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Do you know that the universe is so big that intelligent life is not only found on the ninja world? You'll find out soon enough. Orochimaru was confused again. What was going on? Orochimaru, who hadn't figured out the situation yet, suddenly found that he had an extra layer of chakra code on his body. Although it was very thin, the energy contained in it made him astonished. This layer of chakra code alone exceeds his own chakra content. The preparations have been completed. Let's set off next. Rubbing his hands, Yi Feng was also a little excited. He put out the cigarette butt and threw it on the ground. In the forest, Yi Feng still had a strong awareness of fire prevention. Chakra energy began to gather downwards. Feeling the lightness under his feet, Yi Feng smiled and flew into the sky with Orochimaru. There is no energy tail this time. Although the energy tail wing is cool, it is too eye-catching. So Yi Feng removed it. After some research, the two flying people did not attract the attention of others. The attention of everyone in the Death Forest was attracted by the super electromagnetic cannon that Yi Feng had just fired. The timid candidates withdrew from the competition, and the brave candidates carefully approached the channel created by the electromagnetic cannon, and the invigilators had already arrived at the place where Yi Feng and others were before. Awesome! Yi Feng, who was rising rapidly, couldn't help but yell out to vent his excitement. Orochimaru was shocked again. Looking at the object under his feet getting smaller and smaller, his heart, which was keen on research, was beating fast. Everything in front of him passed by so fast that Orochimaru could not see clearly. He could only feel that the speed was getting faster and faster, until... If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. The world is big and stealing people. Everything went dark before his eyes, and just when Orochimaru was thinking that something was not going well, it was as if a thin film had been penetrated, and his vision, which had gone dark, became bright again. How is it? It's beautiful, right? This is my first time here too. Yi Feng was fascinated by the scene before him, and his mind was a little intoxicated. The same is true for Orochimaru. Just like the first time humans landed on the moon, it was a small step for a man, but a big step for mankind. The various feelings in my heart cannot be explained to outsiders. Orochimaru came back to his senses after a long time. He couldn't help but look down. The blue planet seemed so small under his feet compared with the vast universe and starry sky. It is not even as big as a grain of sand in the desert. People say that the universe is cold and dark, but Yi Feng doesn't think so. The sun emits scorching light, illuminating the earth, dispelling the darkness in the universe and bringing warmth. There are many planets like the sun that emit light and heat in the universe. We can only say that darkness is the basic tone of the universe, but it is not the only one. Yes, it's beautiful, Orochimaru muttered to himself. He believed Yi Feng's words a little. Invincible? Maybe. Even if not, Yi Feng was the first person he knew who could do this. In order to conduct experiments better, Orochimaru had consulted a large number of ancient books and knew many secrets of the ninja world. However, after searching through the memories stored in his mind, Orochimaru could not find any description of the universe. Is it an illusion? Orochimaru guessed, but then he rejected the idea, because even if it was an illusion, the degree of realism would depend on one's imagination. To put it simply, illusion is a means of deceiving people by confusing your five senses and causing you to have cognitive errors. This cognition is multifaceted. Both the caster and the castee must know something. Only under this premise can the illusion work. If the caster knows and the person being cast does not, then what's the point of confusing the latter's five senses? He doesn't even know what you are doing, so how can he feel emotions like fear or terror? The latter had no emotions at all, so how could he fall into the illusion? To put it simply, illusion is a competition of willpower between two parties and consumes the mental strength of both parties. If your willpower and mental strength are strong, you can be immune to illusion unless the other person's willpower and mental strength far exceeds yours. Orochimaru has a clear understanding of himself. He knows that his mental strength may be a little weak. Due to the human body transformation, his soul has been divided into many parts, and his mental strength has also decreased a lot. But Orochimaru is still very confident in his willpower. If he doesn't even have this little confidence, what's the point of talking about human body transformation? He might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes since it's not an illusion. Then what I see is real. Orochimaru's eyes became blurry again. Seeing Orochimaru's lifeless eyes, Yi Feng smiled secretly. No one could remain calm when seeing the starry sky for the first time. The same was true for Yi Feng. He was also fascinated at first sight. The reason why he woke up faster than Orochimaru was because Yi Feng knew that what was more beautiful than the universe and the starry sky were the different worlds. Different developments have evolved into different cultures, and different cultures have created different civilizations. Different civilizations became the focus of Yi Feng's wild thoughts and his off-topic thinking. Patting his face and forcing himself to restart, Yi Feng finally remembered the important matter. There's a more beautiful scene than this. Do you want to see it? What? Orochimaru, who was lamenting the vastness of the universe and the smallness of the ninja world, did not hear clearly what Yi Feng said. I say. There is a scene more beautiful than this. Do you want to see it? Yi Feng shouted loudly while lying next to Orochimaru's ear, rubbing his buzzing ears. Orochimaru said speechlessly, I'm not deaf. You don't have to be so loud. Yi Feng's chakra energy cult wrapped the two of them very well. Through the connection of chakra, the two of them could speak and move in the universe. He is not so powerful that he can survive in the universe with just his physical body. If he didn't have this layer of chakra energy coat, do you think Yi Feng would still say that the universe is warm? I'm afraid that as soon as I leave the planet, I will be frozen into an ice cube. Patting Orochimaru's shoulder, Yi Feng pointed and said, Orochimaru, what did you see? I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head. He didn't know how to describe the concept of the universe and the starry sky, just like the planet under our feet. Yi Feng said, it is the world we depend on for survival, the ninja world. We have now left the ninja realm and are in space outside the planet. The universe is so vast that every glowing point you see could be a planet. The environment of each planet is different. Do you think there is a planet more suitable for human survival than the ninja world? You mean? Orochimaru understood immediately. Besides us, there are other lives in the universe. Is it strange that there are other lives? Yi Feng asked back. Why do you think that we humans are the only ones? Hey, sighing, Yi Feng continued, the ninja world is actually very small, and the world is very big. If you always focus on this small piece of land in the ninja world, what good will it do even if you are very strong? If you can't break through the limitations of the ninja world, your life will be like this. Orochimaru remained silent. Who could have thought of this before entering the universe? Yi Feng was right. In this small ninja world, there are dozens of countries, large and small, countless forces, and numerous ninja villages. In the struggle for survival, the 5 most powerful ninja villages check and balance each other. Today either this country is destroyed, and tomorrow that force disappears. The poor have no choice and can only live one day at a time. Even in today's relatively peaceful times compared to the more cruel and chaotic past, life now seems to be much better, but in fact, not much has changed. War still exists and is happening all the time. Isn't it because I have seen the cruelty of war and the fragility of life that I have become what I am now? I work so hard on experiments and do all kinds of tests because I'm afraid of death, and I'm even more afraid of dying without knowing the reason. To be honest, I don't care what the ninja world has become. As long as I don't see it, I don't want to meddle in it. If you're interested, that's another matter. Yi Feng added in his mind, looking at the silent and gorgeous starry sky, then looking at the silent Orochimaru, and said distressedly, it seems that I have deviated from the topic again. What exactly do I want to say? Oh, right. What I want to say is, don't touch the person I like. You can do whatever you want in the ninja world. I still don't like him, okay? I promise you, the plan can be changed. I can help you kill the 2 advisors. In fact, at this point, Orochimaru no longer cares whether it is a plan or not. Not only because he cannot beat Yi Feng, but also because Yi Feng brought him outside the ninja world, to the universe. He saw more and thought more. He just wanted to rush back to his laboratory, take his equipment, and let Yi Feng take him to the universe again. Of course, more trips would be fine so that he could collect data one day. He will be able to travel through the starry universe with his own strength without relying on the help of others. He has this confidence. Orochimaru wanted to see if there were really other intelligent life forms in the universe. Seeing that Orochimaru agreed, Yi Feng also put forward his own bargaining chips. Don't worry, my previous promise is still valid. I said I would take you to other worlds, and I will definitely take you to other worlds. But not now. I have to explore the way first. That world is too dangerous and you are too weak. My strength is weak. Orochimaru was about to refute. He was one of the 3 ninjas and was well known throughout the ninja world. But he suddenly remembered that it was Yi Feng who said this, and he was relevant. Compared to you, I am very weak. However, when Orochimaru thought of Yi Feng saying that he would take him to see other worlds, he became excited again. Is it a different world from the ninja world? Is the power system different? I am full of anticipation and excitement. Killing 2 people can get me such an opportunity. It's worth it, now, let alone killing 2 advisors, even if it was the legendary 6th-path sage. If Yi Feng asked him to kill him, Orochimaru would dare to give it a try. Although Orochimaru is not an impulsive person, the pie that Yi Feng drew is so delicious and big that it is difficult for him to refuse. Okay, since you agreed to my deal, we are allies for now. I will take you to see the world. Having already decided to explore other worlds, Yi Feng felt that he had to find an insurance policy in case any accidents occurred during the time he was away from the ninja world. The best insurances, is this the moon? Orochimaru asked in horror. In just 1 hour, he didn't know how many times he had been shocked. Well, this is the moon, Feng nodded. The insurance he was looking for was here. However, Feng always felt that the moon in Naruto was a little small. It was indeed an artificial moon. It could not be compared with a real moon. In terms of size alone, the latter could far surpass the former. Orochimaru was puzzled and asked again, "Why are we coming to the moon? On the way here just now, I took a quick glance and it seemed that there was a building." Orochimaru thought he was seeing things and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he was full of questions like, why did Feng bring him to the moon? Find a safety measure to prevent any accidents from happening when I'm not around. Feng replied casually. He deliberately avoided places with buildings because he didn't want the people living inside to know the entire artificial moon is actually a huge cage, and the people outside are guards. Although Feng doubts whether the guards still remember their responsibilities, but what worries Feng is how to enter the cage. The person he was looking for was in the very center of the moon, and he had to pass through a thick layer of soil. This is not an ordinary soil layer. It is a very solid soil layer that has been squeezed. In addition, after being in the vacuum environment of the universe for a long time, the soil layer has undoubtedly become even solider, and there are also stones and other things mixed in it. The entire soil layer is harder than metal, and an ordinary shovel won't even leave a mark after digging it out if violent means are used. Feng has plenty of ways to do it, but he cannot use it now. Feng does not want to conflict with the guards. It would be great if I could burrow underground, Feng thought absent-mindedly. Escape to the earth. Escape to the earth. Earth escape. Earth escape. Grass. Feng, who was too lazy to learn ninjutsu, cried because of his own stupidity. He just borrowed Sasuke's lightning attribute. Why did he forget it now? Doesn't Kakashi know how to use earth escape? Musing silently in his mind and borrowing Kakashi's earth escape attribute and experience, Feng took Orochimaru and slowly sank into the mud. Relying on the huge chakra, Feng does not need to make hand seals when performing ninjutsu. This is the advantage. When he uses ninjutsu, the chakra fluctuation is very small, and it cannot be detected unless you are close. As my entire body sank into the mud, my eyes became almost useless, and I could only rely on perception. They dived all the way down like swimming underwater. After closing their eyes, they felt that time passed very slowly. After an unidentified moment, they felt that their feet were empty, and they came to a narrow circular cave. The empty space is not big, it is just right for one person. It is too crowded for 2 people, and if there are 3 people, you have to stick close to each other. Fortunately, Feng had been maintaining his earth escape technique. After adjusting the direction, half of their bodies were still in the soil, while the other half were sticking out of the soil. In the space, there is a glowing sphere, vaguely visible, with a figure curled up inside, motionless, like a sleeping beauty, quiet and peaceful. This is the only thing in the entire space sticking to the sphere. Feng squinted his eyes and looked carefully. After confirming that he was not in the wrong place, he smiled and reached out to knock on the outer shell of the light ball. Hello, time to get up. Perhaps because he had slept for too long, the figure lying in the ball of light did not respond at all. Adding a little more strength to his hands, Feng knocked again. Wake up, it's time to check out. The figure still did not respond. Clap clap clap. This is the sound made by hitting the light ball. Knocking on the door doesn't work, so he just hits it. Feng doesn't believe that the person inside will not wake up. Hey, get up quickly, I have something to talk to you about. Bang bang bang. This was hit by a hammer, and the ball of light is solid and doesn't move at all. Sister, wake up. I'm in trouble. Bang, bang, bang. Hammer with both hands. Ancestor, I call you ancestor, can you please stand up? Orochimaru wanted to laugh. Feng, who had said he was invincible not long ago, was now helpless against a ball of light. The contrast was quite big. Humph, if you didn't want to make too much noise, could this ball of light stop me? Feng could tell what Orochimaru was thinking at a glance, and snorted coldly, I can split the entire moon with one hand. Do you believe it? I believe it. Orochimaru held back his laughter and did not refute. He knew that Feng had the ability to do so, just because Feng was able to bring him to the universe. Just wait, I'll have to show you a demonstration in a moment. After saying these harsh words, Feng turned around and continued to deal with the light ball. What he didn't notice was that the figure in the light ball moved. Chapter 130, Unsealing Curiosity. The entire moon is a super large sealing technique called earth-shattering star. The solid layer of soil mixed with rocks is just a shell. The ball of light in front of Feng is the core of Otsutsuki Haguramo, known as the Sage of Six Paths, is the founder of ninjutsu, Then his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, is the well-deserved ancestor of chakra. It is because of the arrival of Kaguya Otsutsuki that this planet called Ninja World has the extraordinary power, chakra of course. This doesn't mean that there was no extraordinary power in the ninja world before Kaguya Otsutsuki came. There were, but they were not suitable for human practice. The history of today's summoning beasts is much longer than people imagine. They existed before Kaguya Otsutsuki came. However, most of their abilities at that time were innate, and they themselves only had a vague understanding of them. They were simply unable to pass them on to humans, nor could they practice them. They could only grow with the passage of time. After Kaguya Otsutsuki came, she gave people the opportunity to practice, and her son Otsutsuki Hagoromo carried forward this opportunity. Everyone knows about the Sage of Six Paths, but no one remembers the originator of chakra because Otsutsuki Hagoromo deliberately erased the existence of his mother. As for why this happened, I can only say that there is more than a little misunderstanding here. One did not explain, the other did not understand, which led to the current consequences. Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed in this ball of light. This is something that Feng, a third party, knows. As for the truth of the matter, Feng doesn't care. He might have been a little timid in the past, but now, he is so inflated that he says he is invincible. What's more, there is a new world appearing. Since Son Goku can come here, there is no reason why I can't go there myself. Compared with the Dragon Ball world, what is the Naruto world? Feng had no intention of belittling the Naruto world, it was just that the Dragon Ball world was too tempting. Whether in terms of power level or world structure, it was bigger than the Naruto world. If Feng didn't have something to explain, he would have rushed over there impatiently. After trying many methods, no matter knocking or patting, the light ball still didn't move, which made Feng feel a little impatient. Does violence really have to be used? But I don't want to come into contact with the guards yet. The seal of Kaguya Otsutsuki is guarded by someone. The person's identity is Kaguya Otsutsuki's other son, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's younger brother, and the descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki. What is his name? If I remember correctly, his name seems to be Otsutsuki Tonari. If we only talk about bloodline, Otsutsuki Tonari's bloodline should be the purest in the entire ninja world and the closest to Otsutsuki Kaguya, who made the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura live on the moon for generation after generation, and rarely communicate with people on the ground. People on the ground don't even know that there are still people living on the moon. Sharon's fate seems to be very tragic as well. Feng sighed as his thoughts drifted away. Tonari was born without eyes and could only perceive the outside world through special methods. He lived alone on the moon, obeying the distorted ancestral teachings, waiting for the opportunity to destroy the ninja world. He's a very good helper. If he hadn't figured out how to fool him, Kaguya would definitely not be Feng's first choice compared to Tonari. Kaguya Otsutsuki is much easier to fool, of course. It would be best if both of them could fool people successfully. When Feng thought that he had an Otsutsuki on his left and on his right, and that he would have no worries in the ninja world while wandering in other worlds, his impatience was swept away and he laughed happily. Orochimaru was confused and didn't understand why Feng was so happy. He clearly had no way to deal with the ball of light in front of him, yet he was still smiling. He was even a little worried that he would be infected by Feng after staying with him for too long. He doesn't want to smile foolishly all the time. He still needs to keep his brain for research. After laughing alone for a while, Feng finally thought of a solution. Isn't it just a ball? A balloon is also a ball. It will burst if you poke it with a needle. A light ball is also hollow. As long as you take a needle that is harder than the light ball and poke it, I don't believe it won't burst. Do it as soon as you think of it. Chakra energy extends from Feng's right index finger. After compression, it slowly forms the shape of a needle. Don't underestimate it because it is small. It is very powerful. If Orochimaru had not dodged it with just one finger, he would have died on the spot. There is simply too much chakra contained in it. Feng poked the light ball with the needle tip and felt the resistance, so he frowned. Not enough. The needle tip was not hard enough, but sharp enough. Feng could clearly see that he had poked a small dot on the light ball, but the resistance is a bit great. If Feng pokes hard, the chakra needle will break into two pieces. Since it's not enough, just add some more. Feng has plenty of chakra anyway. The chakra needles kept changing at Feng's fingertips, sometimes getting bigger and sometimes getting smaller. That was Feng constantly compressing the chakra. He didn't dare to input too much chakra at once, as it would be noticed by Sharon. Feng could only use multiple batches, inputting and compressing repeatedly. Feng did not stop until he had input all of his chakra into the chakra needle. except for the chakra coat that maintained Orochimaru, and his own Yi Feng was breathing heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and cursing, "Damn it, this is not a job for humans. This is just me. If it were someone else, they would have died long ago." No ninja dares to concentrate all chakra at one point. Chakra itself is very unstable and needs to be coordinated with mental strength to exert its power and release various magical ninjutsu. If the mental strength is low, so low that it cannot suppress the chakra in the body, there will be only two results. Either the body explodes and dies, or one becomes a puppet of the chakra, with all the strength but unable to exert the full power of the chakra because of poor control. Only this guy Yi Feng, who has strong mental power, and who borrowed the mental power of all his employees, was able to complete this step. Almost all of his chakra was used up in one go, and Yi Feng felt as if his body was hollowed out, but there is no time to lose. The borrowed mental power will continue to be consumed and cannot be replenished. Yi Feng cannot guarantee that he can control the chakra needles on his fingers with his own mental power. The energy of the chakra needle scared Yi Feng himself. If an accident occurred and an explosion occurred, not only would the entire moon be blown to pieces, but even its neighbor, the Earth, would be affected. It is not impossible for a mass extinction of species to occur following the small spot that was poked before. He used the chakra needle as a drill and turned it left and right. There were no fancy special effects or sound effects. With just a pop sound, a very, very tiny hole was poked in the light ball. If you can break the surface with a single point, the rest will be easy. Yi Feng's fingers quickly moved along the hole, and with a sound of pop pop pop, he poked a row of small holes one after another. After removing the barriers between the small holes, a gap was formed. Although the gap was inconspicuous, it was a prelude to success, changing the shape of the needle into a chakra knife that covered Yi Feng's right hand. The speed at which his mental energy was consumed exceeded Yi Feng's imagination. It was like a flood that burst from a floodgate. It didn't flow, it gushed out. At this rate, all the mental power will be exhausted in less than a minute, including Yi Feng's own mental power. Yi Feng had to expand the scope of the gap as quickly as possible before the borrowed mental power was exhausted. Yi Feng suddenly inserted the chakra knife into the gap and felt a greater resistance than when using a needle. He thought to himself that it was not good and he had miscalculated. The needle was just a point, while the knife was a surface. The contact area became larger, and the resistance also became relatively larger. The speed of consuming mental energy became faster. At this rate, I won't be able to last even 30 seconds, let alone a minute without time to think more. Yi Feng held the wrist of his right hand with his left hand and pressed down hard, and the gap gradually widened. With a ferocious face, he finally drew a line connecting the beginning and the end around the entire light ball. Before his mental energy was exhausted, the connection was lost and the ball of light fell to both sides. Before Yi Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a pair of white eyes and a striking blood-red eye on his forehead, a total of 3 eyes. Staring at him straight, Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he was so frightened that his heart almost stopped for a beat. "You opened the seal." Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at Yi Feng in a daze. She woke up very early, just when Yi Feng was knocking on the door, but she didn't know Yi Feng's purpose, so she didn't move. It was not until later, when Yi Feng used the needle to open a gap in the seal, that Kaguya began to understand. The gap grew larger and larger, and the seal became looser and looser, until the seal was completely opened. "Yes, it's me." Yi Feng came back to his senses and nodded. Yi Feng felt uneasy just being stared at by Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakuya eyes. The feeling was different from being stared at by Niji and Hinata's Byakuya eyes. Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakuya eyes gave him an invisible sense of oppression, especially when Kaguya Otsutsuki frowned. Why? Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't understand why Yi Feng wanted to open the seal. Since he knew where he was sealed, he should know who he was. After knowing who he was, Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't understand why Yi Feng did this. Kaguya Otsutsuki knew that she had a bad reputation. Even her 2 sons betrayed her, let alone people from the outside world. "Can we go outside and talk about it?" Yi Feng pointed above his head. The light ball that broke into 2 halves quickly lost its luster, and the entire space was now pitch black, making Yi Feng very uncomfortable. Kaguya didn't say anything after hearing this. She just raised her hand and was about to blast away the layer of soil. Feeling the chakra fluctuations, Yi Feng hurriedly spoke out to stop them. "No, no, no, don't use your strength. We came in secretly, and the people outside don't know." Kaguya Otsutsuki tilted her head in confusion. She had previously sensed a huge amount of energy from Yi Feng, almost as much as her own. But now it was very weak and was gradually recovering at a very fast speed. not inferior to her own with such enormous energy. Why should he be afraid of others? Doesn't he think that he can defeat people from outside? After the chakra recovered a little, Feng immediately gathered the chakra in his eyes so that he could see clearly in the darkness. Kaguya Otsutsuki tilted her head, which made Feng call her adorable, and he also gave an answer. I'm very optimistic about him and I'm planning to trick him into becoming my follower, but I haven't found a way to trick him yet, so I don't want to meet him for the time being. You want to fool me too? Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had been betrayed before, hated to hear the word fool the most, because these two words often represent deception, and deception can easily turn into betrayal in the end. There was some anger in her voice, and the blood vessels around her eyes became hideously bulging, which was obviously a prelude to fight. Feng, who has a trump card, is not afraid to fight with Kaguya Otsutsuki, because he has not borrowed the power of Sun Wukong yet as for Orochimaru. Just ignore him. From the moment Kaguya Otsutsuki woke up, he wished he could become transparent. For some reason, facing Kaguya Otsutsuki, he could hardly muster the thought of resisting. The crazy warning in his heart was telling him that if he dared to take action, he would definitely be the one to die. He had never felt that invisible sense of oppression on Feng, that's for sure, because Feng is very easygoing. How can he be compared to the expressionless Kaguya Otsutsuki? So there is naturally no sense of oppression. But when Kaguya Otsutsuki showed the iconic Byakugan of the ninja world, Orochimaru, who was extremely frightened, suddenly felt a little curious. As far as he knew, in the entire ninja world, only a guy named Nao accidentally obtained a Byakugan. And the rest of the people with Byakugan were all in the Hyuga clan in Konoha village. Due to the Hyuga clan's special family rules, it is impossible for people from outside to obtain the Byakugan. Orochimaru dared to covet the Sharingan because he could really get it, but he really couldn't get the Byakugan. So Orochimaru's curiosity about the origin of Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakugan almost overwhelmed his fear. How could he know that the Otsutsuki Kaguya standing in front of him was the source of the Byakugan in the ninja world? How could you fool me? Although I think so, I certainly won't say it. Feng straightened his mind and pretended to be unhappy and said, "You underestimate me. I never fool others." "Ah, yes, yes. You are good at making promises." Orochimaru, who was eavesdropping on the side, couldn't help but nod in his heart. "Let's be reasonable. Since I can open your seal, it means that I am very powerful and I have no ambitions. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to rescue you and create another opponent for myself." I tricked him, the kid outside, because I felt sorry for him. He was so young, but he had no parents and no one in his clan. He was the only one left in their branch, and he was a blind man. Just imagine, a blind teenager living alone on the moon. Oh, the moon is the shell that seals your space. There are people on the moon? Is the building I saw earlier real? Orochimaru accidentally heard important information again, and his curiosity completely overwhelmed his fear. Chapter 131 Exchangeability Demonstration. What to eat, what to drink, where to live, how is your living standard guaranteed? Most importantly, how did that person survive in such an environment? Without this layer of chakra code on his body, Orochimaru couldn't guarantee how long he could survive in space. This is the result of his self-transformation. His vitality is quite strong. If it were any other ninja, they would probably die the moment their bodies were exposed to space. Moreover, it seems that there were not just one person on the moon before, but many people. How did so many people die? Why was he the one who stayed in the end and not someone else? Just by Feng's few short words, Orochimaru's curiosity was completely aroused. What is the truth was the only thing on his mind. After listening to Feng's explanation, Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't say whether she believed it or not. She just took Feng and Orochimaru and left. Feng only felt the fluctuation of chakra, and his eyes went dark. After quickly adapting, he saw Kaguya Otsutsuki and the other two coming out of a black space gate. Looking at the space gate that had disappeared, Feng couldn't help but blurt out, "Yakun Barasaka, you know." Kaguya Otsutsuki was a little surprised. Not many people had seen her abilities, and many of her moves were sealed before she could even use them. It was beyond her expectation that Feng could know this. "I know a little." Feng nodded excitedly. He hadn't finished watching Naruto, but he had seen Kaguya Otsutsuki's appearance on the internet before and knew some of her abilities, but those were all statistics from netizens. Feng didn't know whether Kaguya Otsutsuki had only shown any abilities or not. Coincidentally, Yomi Hirasaka is one of the abilities displayed by Kaguya Otsutsuki after her appearance. Yomi Hirasaka is a space ninjutsu. Strictly speaking, it cannot be called a ninjutsu, Before the Six Paths Sage founded the ninja sect and spread the concept of jutsu, there was no such thing as ninjutsu in the ninja world. Later, after development and continuous improvement, the term ninjutsu gradually came into being. Using Yomi Hirasaka, one can travel through space freely without any restrictions. The only drawback may be that it consumes too much chakra. Even if someone has learned this ninjutsu, it is almost impossible to use it. It is more convenient than Flying Thunder God and does not require a sorcerer to be engraved. It is also more advanced than Kamui and has no cooling time. As long as your chakra is sufficient, you can use it all the time. This made Yi Feng very envious. He did not envy other ninjutsu, but this one, he really hoped he could learn it. After learning it, he no longer had to walk or fly. He could go wherever he wanted with just a thought. If it was simply the point that it consumes a lot of chakra, Yi Feng would not worry. He had enough chakra, and if it was not enough, he could borrow some. What he was worried about, he couldn't activate using chakra. Yi Feng vaguely remembered that the concept of chakra was proposed by the Six Paths Sage. As an outsider, Kaguya Otsutsuki did not know what the energy she used was called. If energy is also divided into levels, chakra would be 2 levels lower than the energy used by Kaguya Otsutsuki. The natural energy used in Sage mode is higher in level than chakra, but slightly lower than the energy used by Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, the native people of the ninja world cannot learn the energy used by outsiders like Kaguya Otsutsuki. The Six Paths Sage and his brother know it, but it is only because of their mother's help. In order to enable the native people of the ninja world to use extraordinary powers, the Six Paths Sage found an alternative method, which led to the concept of chakra. Of course, all of the above are Yi Feng's own speculations based on the information he saw on the internet. Whether this is true or not will have to wait until he learns Yomi Hirasaka. So, Yi Feng asked with a flattering face, "Sister Wei, can you teach me this move? Don't worry, I won't learn it in vain. I will also teach you a move that is very powerful. I guarantee that you will be even more powerful after learning it. My name is Kaguya Otsutsuki." Kaguya Otsutsuki was very dissatisfied with Yi Feng's address. Although she didn't know how long she had been sealed, it must have been a long time if she didn't know Yi Feng's background and that Yi Feng's power was no less than her own. Kaguya Otsutsuki would have dealt with him long ago. Then how should I address you, Sister Wei? Should I call you ancestor? Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. Given Kaguya Otsutsuki's age, it would be okay for him to call her ancestor, but he was afraid that if he called out, Kaguya Otsutsuki would be angry. After all, just looking at her appearance, who could tell that Kaguya Otsutsuki was an ancient person who had lived for at least 1,000 years? People would believe if they said she was a girl in her 20s or a young woman. It's up to you, Kaguya Otsutsuki said lightly. No woman would not care about her age. Not even Kaguya Otsutsuki is an exception compared to the title of ancestor. She is more accepting of the title of Sister Wei. Okay, Sister Wei, Yi Feng followed up and asked again, "Sister Wei, what do you think of my suggestion? Please teach me." Kaguya Otsutsuki did not answer this question, but instead asked, "Aren't you afraid of me? She doesn't have a good reputation in the outside world. Everyone is afraid of her, even her son." Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Putting aside his own strength, Yi Feng would not be afraid of Kaguya Otsutsuki based on what he knew from the internet. He immediately patted his chest and said, "Only people who don't understand Sister Wei will be afraid of you. I understand you, so I'm not afraid. You understand me?" Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had always been expressionless, showed some expression for the first time. She snorted coldly and said, "Even my son doesn't understand me. How can you understand me?" His tone was full of sarcasm. His own son actually didn't trust his mother and even sealed her away. Now an outsider said he understood him. How ironic. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Yi Feng is the first person to smoke in space. Exhaling smoke, Yi Feng slowly said, "I know a lot of things, so I can understand you, but your two sons, due to their limited vision, can't see things as clearly as I, an outsider. Speaking of which, Sister Wei, why don't you explain it clearly to your son? Most misunderstandings are caused by lack of communication." From Kaguya Otsutsuki's perspective, she did nothing wrong. Perhaps the only thing she did wrong was that she was too soft-hearted and did not take real action against her sons. Otherwise, Yi Feng didn't think that the two brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura, could defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya stared into the distance quietly without saying anything. It was unknown what she was thinking. After a long time, she said, "It's useless. She was an outsider, and her original purpose of coming to the ninja world was not pure, but later she fell in love with this place and decided to leave the past behind. But the person who came with her didn't have such an idea. That man was very powerful. She was no match for him before and could only kill him by sneak attack. She thought she had killed someone, but in fact that person was not dead. He was just seriously injured and hid until Kaguya escaped. After more than 1,000 years, that person's strength still has not recovered. Feng knew this, but Kaguya didn't. Kaguya Otsutsuki was worried about something else. Every once in a while, they need to report to the headquarters, which is the place where they came from, whether it is news or going back in person. In short, if there is no news from them for a long time, the headquarters will send someone to check. She can defeat 1 or 2, but not 3 or 4. Only when she becomes strong will she not be afraid of subsequent troubles. In order to improve her own strength, her actions caused her sons to misunderstand, and they mistakenly believed that their mother wanted to destroy the world, so they joined forces to seal their mother. Their behavior is also a betrayal to their mother. Knowing that she was betrayed, Kaguya couldn't bear to kill her sons. In despair, she left a backup plan and was sealed up according to her son's wishes. After being sealed, she fell into deep sleep until she was awakened by Feng. Feng scratched his head, not knowing what to say. After all, it was a family matter, so he didn't say much. I just smiled and changed the subject. What's past is past. Don't think too much about it, Sister Wei. Who knows how long it will take for the thing you're worried about to happen. Besides, don't you still have me? I trust you very much. If they dare to come, I will kill them together with you. If it doesn't work, here's another person. Even though he's weak now, he's very talented and smart. Give him some time, and he can be considered a good helper. Thank you so much for mentioning me at this time. Orochimaru, who was acting as a transparent person, secretly complained in his heart. Well, I thought Feng was scary enough, but now it seems that someone even scarier has come. Not only can he move freely in the universe with his physical body, his strength is also unfathomable. It was on the moon just now, but in the blink of an eye, it appeared somewhere far away beyond the moon. In Orochimaru's eyes, the moon was almost an invisible dot. If Feng hadn't looked calm and not at all panicked, Orochimaru would have doubted that he would not be able to find the way back by himself. Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't even look at Orochimaru. She could see Orochimaru's strength at a glance. The person who could be killed with ease did not attract her attention at all. However, Feng's words made her look a little complicated. Someone once said something similar to her, but in the end, that person also betrayed her. She didn't know whether she should believe Feng. But after thinking about it, she realized that she was no longer the same person she was before. So Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded and said coldly, okay. Feng was a little confused. How come it was fine, Sister Wei? Please explain clearly. I can teach you Yomi Hirasaka. Thank you, Sister Wei. Thank you, Sister Wei. Feng was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and quickly assured, don't worry, Sister Wei. After a while, you don't even need to do anything. I can deal with them myself. After dealing with Kaguya Otsutsuki, he can go to the Dragon Ball world and travel around. By then, he won't have to worry about not having the opportunity to improve his strength. Feng took out his cell phone, clicked a few times, and handed it to Orochimaru. He was still very excited. Orochimaru, hold your phone and don't move. Record my entire demonstration. Feng had already switched the phone to the shooting page. After giving some instructions, Feng flew forward for a distance. Since Kaguya Otsutsuki has agreed to teach him Yomi Hirasaka, Feng is not stingy and will demonstrate it immediately. The moves he exchanges with Kaguya Otsutsuki are also the moves he intends to pass on to Naruto. Don't bother two people for the same task. The saying may be used incorrectly, but the meaning is exactly that. Feng didn't want to demonstrate it a second time. This move is very powerful. Feng is worried that if he uses it in the ninja world, it will directly destroy the ninja world. Fortunately, outer space is vast and suitable for practicing moves. Compared with a convenient storeroom, the transformed space can also better demonstrate its power with a simple movement of his hands and feet. Feng borrowed Sun Wukong's abilities in a thought. He took a slight horse stance, put his hands together and placed them on the right side of his waist. He held his breath and concentrated. A stream of energy began to gather between his slightly open hands and soon condensed into a small azure energy ball. His aura has changed. Orochimaru frowned, somewhat confused. Everyone's aura is unique. It is related to the properties of chakra, personality, living habits, and all aspects, just like snowflakes. Note two are exactly alike. It is impossible for a person to have two auras. The momentum here does not refer to the anger when you are angry, the joy when you are happy, or the authority of a person in a high position. It is more like a taste, for a moment, or Orochimaru didn't know how to describe it. In short, he felt that Feng had changed. His appearance hadn't changed, but he seemed like a different person inside. No, the momentum hasn't changed, it's the energy he uses that has changed. Kaguya Otsutsuki revealed the truth in one sentence. She rolled her eyes and stared at Feng all the time. She was also very curious about what moves Feng would demonstrate to her, so she rolled her eyes through her white eyes. She saw the flow of energy in Feng's body, which was now gathering between Feng's hands, but this energy was different from the energy she had felt in the sealed space before. It became smoother and softer. Yes, that's it, Orochimaru suddenly realized. He finally knew where the problem lay, but with it came a new question. How is it possible to have different energies in the ninja world? Could it be natural energy? No, that's not right. He denied this idea. He had also come into contact with natural energy. By obtaining natural energy, he could practice the sage mode. He learned this in the Raichi cave, one of the 3 holy places for summoning beasts. However, if natural energy is not properly controlled, there will be very serious side effects. This is why he has not practiced the sage mode for so many years, but in his perception, the energy used by Feng was very gentle, which meant it was not natural energy. It's not chakra, nor is it natural energy. Could it be? Chapter 132, Successfully Giving Up the Room. Could it be that? Feng himself was very surprised. The borrowed energy was not at the same level as the chakra he cultivated in the ninja world. When using ki, he can command it as if by his own arm. He doesn't have to worry about the proportions or mixing issues. He can use it whenever he wants. It's just a matter of thought. When using chakra, it seemed to outsiders that he was using it very skillfully and he made full use of chakra. But only Feng himself knew the actual situation. He also needs to follow the steps and mix mental energy and physical energy in a certain proportion before he can use chakra. It's just that his mixing process was extremely fast, so fast that he didn't even need to make hand seals to use ninjutsu. It sounds like there is no difference, but it is like a car with both manual and automatic transmission. Both can be driven, but the automatic transmission without a clutch will be smoother to operate than the manual transmission and will bring more comfort. The energy ball gathered in Feng's open palm and continued to expand. When it expanded to a certain extent, it stopped, but Feng did not stop and continued to supply air into it, perhaps in order to show himself in front of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Feng gathered all the borrowed energy into the energy ball in one breath. Hami Hamibo, accompanied by Feng's roar, his arms stretched forward, and the energy ball seemed to take off, and it rushed out with a whoosh. Orochimaru was stunned, forgetting his image, and opened his mouth so wide that a light bulb could be easily stuffed in without stopping the movement of his hands. He turned his body slightly, and the camera in his hand steadily captured the energy ball. Wherever the energy ball flew, it left behind long energy traces. The traces were so deep that even without using the eyes, one could feel the power contained in them just by feeling, not to mention a head-on attack. Orochimaru felt that he couldn't withstand just the traces of energy. Orochimaru suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. He was fortunate that Feng did not use this trick when he demonstrated it before, but instead used a railgun. If he had used this trick, it would not be a question of whether he could withstand it, but rather he would have to consider his own cenotaph and where would be the most suitable place for burial. He was also glad that this trick was not used on himself, otherwise he really didn't know whether Feng, who knew a lot, would find out all his backups. Facing Feng, he would have no room for resistance, not to mention him. Even Kaguya Otsutsuki was surprised when she sensed the change in the energy in Feng's body. She discovered that Feng's energy had surpassed hers now. While the energy in Feng's body is gathered in a small energy ball, if an accident happened and the energy ball did not get shot out but exploded in her hand, Kaguya Otsutsuki felt that she would definitely be the second person to die. The first to be hit was Orochimaru, since he was the weakest among the 3. If it weren't for her special abilities, which made her difficult to kill, or impossible to kill, she would be the second person to die. Only Feng himself was very excited. Well, he had only watched it through the screen before, but today not only was he there in person, but he was also able to push the energy ball out with his own hands. The feeling was so great keeping the forward movement. The energy ball flew a certain distance and hit a planet with no signs of life, which Feng had sensed in advance. The planet is a circle larger than the Earth where the ninja realm is located. Its surface is full of potholes, and magma erupts from the Earth's crust from time to time. It looks like even if Feng didn't take action today, this planet would be destroyed in the near future. What Feng did could at most shorten the time. The moment the energy ball hit the planet, the huge energy contained in the energy ball suddenly exploded, and in just a moment, the planet was shattered into pieces. But that's it. Before the magma inside the planet could cause a chain reaction due to the explosion, it was submerged in energy even more violent than its own. In the universe dominated by darkness, a beautiful firework appeared and a planet disappeared without any turbulence or sound. Oh, I forgot. There is no sound propagation in the universe, which is a pity for Feng, as he was just watching a dumb firework. After quietly appreciating his own work, Feng clapped his hands as if he had finished a job. He was not out of breath. He had only consumed borrowed energy, and his own chakra was not depleted much. Floating slowly back to the side of Kaguya Otsutsuki and the others, Feng said nonchalantly, "How about it, Sister Wei? Is this trick okay?" The corners of Orochimaru's mouth twitched a little. "Is it okay? It's really too good. If he has this kind of strength, the god of ninja world is nothing. He is the real god of ninja world." Even if the legendary six-path sage was in front of him, he dared to say that he did not eat beef. It's just that Orochimaru's knowledge is still limited. The six-path sage is nothing in front of Kaguya Otsutsuki. If they fight alone, Kaguya will let him use one hand. Ask the six-path sage himself, is he sure he can win? If the two brothers hadn't joined forces and Kaguya Otsutsuki hadn't taken it seriously, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened later. After the initial shock, Kaguya Otsutsuki regained her indifference and said calmly, "It's okay." Feng didn't think much about it after hearing that. She just thought that there were more powerful masters in Kaguya Otsutsuki's clan, and she had seen them before. So she asked, "Sister Wei, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to stay with me for a while?" After getting rid of the seal and regaining her freedom, Kaguya Otsutsuki felt sad when she thought of her two rebellious sons. So many years have passed, and her two sons have been dead for a long time. They are not like me. They have the power of God by chance, but they do not have the corresponding status. In the final analysis, they are just ordinary humans with powerful strength. Even if their lifespan is longer, it is still limited. While Feng was demonstrating his moves, Orochimaru did not stand there idle. Although he was surprised at Feng's strength, the researcher's soul was burning in his heart, making him eager to know the origins of Kaguya Otsutsuki. He didn't dare ask directly, but through indirect inference, he found out that the legendary sage of six paths was actually the son of the person in front of him. It was also at this time that Kaguya Otsutsuki found out that she had been sealed for more than 1,000 years and her son had long since become history and a legendary figure. She was a little confused for a moment. After more than 1,000 years, the ninja world had changed a lot. The people and things she was familiar with became part of the long river of history. As time passed, Feng asked her what her plans were. No, she couldn't go back to her clan's land, nor did she dare to go back. She knew the clan's rules well and knew that she would have no good ending if she went back. The clan does not keep idle people, so she will not be imprisoned, and since she has a criminal record, she will not be allowed to do her previous job. Death is her only destination. So, when faced with Feng's invitation, Kaguya Otsutsuki agreed without thinking. Coincidentally, she could also take this opportunity to hand over her Yomi Harabin to Feng. Nodding, Kaguya Otsutsuki said okay, and prepared to take Feng and Orochimaru back to the ninja world. A black space gate appeared in front of the three people. Its blackness was even darker than the basic color of the universe. It was like a black hole, absorbing the surrounding light. So Feng saw it at a glance, and hurriedly stopped it and said, "No, no, no, Sister Wei, you can't go back like this." Kaguya Otsutsuki stopped taking a step forward and looked at Feng with some confusion. "Why?" Feng quickly explained, "Sister Wei, the situation in the ninja world is a bit complicated now. You are too conspicuous like this. The Byakugan and the Sharingan, these two iconic eyes, once they appear in the ninja world, will attract other people's attention, especially the latter, the 9 Magatama Samsara Sharingan, although it has only appeared once in the ninja world, and that was more than 1,000 years ago. But its strange appearance makes it look more advanced than the Sharingan. The former is not so bad. As for the Byakugan, as long as Kaguya herself and Orochimaru don't tell it, and Kaguya herself doesn't use the ability of the Byakugan, who would know that it is the Byakugan? So what if it looks like the white of the eye? Can't it be cataracts? Of course, if some blind person offends Kaguya Otsutsuki and her Byakugan is exposed, It doesn't matter. She has the power and this is the time to use it. After a brief explanation, Kaguya Otsutsuki's appearance changed. The horns on her head were hidden and the rinnegan was closed. After it was closed, there was no sign of anything abnormal. Now she looks like a cool beauty with no eyebrows, long flowing white hair, and wearing a jade robe. Feng's heart skipped a beat again. Is this okay? Kaguya Otsutsuki said with a frown. This was her previous appearance. She hadn't changed back for a long time. She was a little uncomfortable with changing back suddenly. She felt that her strength had dropped a lot, even though it hadn't. Okay. Feng nodded hurriedly. The three of them crossed a black space gate and appeared again, having crossed a long distance and appeared above the ninja world. White clouds are floating above my head, there is a blue sea under my feet, and in the distance, there is still the sea in the distance, and I can't see where the land is at all, or a chimaru. Look at which direction we should go. Feng was a little at a loss. This was why he only flew in places he was familiar with. Damn, it would be easy to get lost if he flew too high. Or a chimaru subconsciously looked into the distance, then reacted, oh, you really think highly of me, how the hell should I know where to go? This is a vast ocean, with nothing but water and fish. How about I go find some fish and ask for directions? Or a chimaru complained in his heart, aren't you very powerful? Why don't you sense it? Feng scratched his face awkwardly. He knew he had asked the wrong person. He turned around and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki expectantly. Sister Kaguya, use your Byakugan to sense it. Didn't you just say that you wouldn't let me use my abilities easily? Kaguya Otsutsuki raised the corners of her mouth slightly, as if she was laughing at Feng. Feng quickly apologized. I was wrong, Sister Wei. Before, I just thought that the six-path sage was not dead yet, so I thought that once Kaguya Otsutsuki took action, it would attract the attention of the six-path sage. So I said this. I forgot that even if the six-path sage noticed it, he couldn't get out in his current state, so it didn't matter. What do you mean? Asked Kaguya Otsutsuki. She had no problem using the Byakugan, but she also had to have a target. Look at the place with the most white eyes. That's our final destination. With Kaguya Otsutsuki's ability, Feng had no doubt that if she wanted, her Byakugan could sense anyone in the ninja world. As for which place in the ninja world has the largest number of Byakugan, it is undoubtedly the Hyuga family in Konoha village. Bagan? Descendants of Hamura, Kaguya Otsutsuki murmured in a low voice. Her two sons each inherited a part of her eye technique. Her elder brother, Haguramo, had the Sharingan, which eventually evolved into the Rinnegan, while her younger brother, Hamura, inherited a Byakugan, and anyone who has the Byakugan can obviously be a descendant of Hamura. The opening of the Byakugan was silent. As the ancestor of chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki naturally did not need to form any hand seals. The huge amount of chakra spread out, and before it covered the entire ninja world, Kaguya Otsutsuki found her target. A black space door then opened, and the three figures disappeared from the spot together, and this chakra also attracted someone's attention. It's still comfortable at home, as if he had no bones. Feng collapsed on the sofa, his whole body limp, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at everything quietly. Many things seemed new to her as they did not exist in her era. After looking for a while, Kaguya Otsutsuki asked, where do I live? There are 3 rooms in total, 2 of which have signs hanging on their doors. One sign says storage room, and one sign has many people's names written on it. The door of the remaining room is clean, and it is obvious that Feng lives there. Feng snapped his fingers and said, the room without a name is yours. In his own convenience store, he is almost a god. He can do whatever he wants. Moving things in the room is easy for him in the blink of an eye. Everything in the room was moved to the storage room, and there was nothing in his room now. We'll go buy the things that are missing from the room later. As he was speaking, he was suddenly interrupted. What are you doing? Why are there so many extra things in the storage room? Zabuza opened the door of the storage room and asked angrily. He and Bai were experimenting with new ninjutsu in the storage room when they were startled by something that suddenly appeared and almost died. Experimenting with new ninjutsu is extremely dangerous. If there was no safe place provided by Feng, they would not conduct experiments so easily. But no matter how safe it is, you still have to say hello. Even if this is your territory, don't you know that scaring others can be fatal? There was no intention of launching an attack to hold him accountable. Zabuza looked ferocious to begin with, and without the bandages on his face, no matter what he said, it would scare people. Chapter 133. No need to change. There were suddenly a lot of things in the storage room. It went without saying that it was Feng's work. After placing an order, the goods would only appear in a fixed location in the storage room. When testing ninjutsu, Zabuza and Haku would deliberately avoid that area. In addition, the storage room has the same function as the bedroom, and the space can be expanded infinitely. Therefore, during the time they have lived here, Zabuza and Shiro have never encountered a situation where they were almost hit. It just happened today that Feng laughed and said some insincere apologies. Sorry, I forgot. I'll pay attention next time." When Zabuza heard this, he knew there was no hope. Feng would not change. If he could really change, Naruto's money would not always disappear for no reason. But at this time, he noticed the other people in the living room. "Do you have guests? Do you need my help?" Zabuza asked tactfully. He felt an inexplicable pressure from the two people in the living room. Although he didn't want to admit it, he thought that he was no match for either of them. He knew that Feng was very powerful, but he didn't know what Feng's upper limit was. If Feng couldn't handle it, he could try his best to hold back an enemy. It is said that people will change, and Zabuza is no exception. After opening his heart to Haku, he became less depressed and sometimes even joked with Naruto and the others. If it were in the past, he would never have said such words. Feng waved his hand and said, "It's okay, it's all done." Kaguya Otsutsuki was a helper he specially found. Even if there was no Orochimaru incident, he planned to find time to go to the moon in the near future. It was just that Sakura happened to call her, so she simply took Orochimaru with her. It was both a deterrent and a warning. Warn Orochimaru that even if you are no longer in the ninja world, there are still people who can deal with you. Orochimaru heard the implied meaning of the two people very clearly. As the person with the highest IQ in the convenience store, how could Orochimaru not understand it? He doesn't care about Zabuza. He is no match for him. Feng. Even if Feng had not shown his strength to me, based on those intelligence, he would have controlled me tightly before the truth was confirmed. There was nothing I could do. Who told me that I just like this? Orochimaru didn't say anything and had no intention of leaving. Before the plan started, he planned to live here and would not leave until Kaguya Otsutsuki left. Feng was right, his vision was still too narrow. If he had known that the ancestor of chakra was still alive, he would never have thought about the Sharingan. Seeing that Feng didn't need his help, Zabuza retreated back into the storage room. Only Feng and the other two were left in the living room, staring at each other, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of the two people. Feng pointed the finger at Orochimaru. "Sister Wei has been looking at me, so forget it." "But why are you looking at me all the time? If I don't look at you, who should I look at?" "Should I look at Lady Kaguya?" Orochimaru said unhappily. Feng could call Otsutsuki Kaguya's sister, but he, who had self-knowledge, would not dare to do so. Feng sat up straight and said helplessly, "Your plan goals have changed. Don't you need to replan it?" "No need," Orochimaru said disdainfully. "Two useless consultants, not worth my attention." If Feng hadn't mentioned these two consultants, Orochimaru would not have remembered them. It's not that Orochimaru didn't know the two of them, but the only ones who could command him before were the third Hokage and Danzo, with whom he had worked. Even when the fourth Hokage was in office, if you wanted him to do anything, you had to discuss it with him. Orochimaru really didn't take the two consultants who had no sense of existence seriously. Just carry out the original plan. The two advisors will be present anyway, and dealing with them will be much easier than dealing with the third Hokage. "What are you talking about?" Kaguya Otsutsuki frowned and asked coldly. Being in an unfamiliar environment, she was already feeling lonely. She found that the only two people she knew were saying things to her that she couldn't understand. It would have been fine if they were saying it behind her back, but saying it to her face made her feel betrayed. Orochimaru looked at Feng, asking with his eyes whether he wanted to say it or not, thinking there was nothing to hide. Feng just said it directly. Orochimaru originally planned to take down someone during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Konoha is the village we are in now. The Chunin exams, you can think of it as an activity to evaluate whether certain people are qualified for promotion. Promotion, you know, Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded. She knew what promotion meant. She just lived in an era long ago, but that didn't mean she didn't understand anything. "Since you already know this, Sister Wei, I won't explain it. I met Orochimaru later. I just felt annoyed with some people, so I wanted to take this opportunity to kill them, so I reached a cooperation with Orochimaru." "With your strength?" Kaguya Otsutsuki asked in confusion. "Who can stop you, even without the energy ball that could blow up a planet?" Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could be Feng's opponent. Not her, and not even her two sons could it be. Otsutsuki Kaguya thought of a possibility. Her expression turned a little ugly. and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. The saying that eyes are the windows to the soul does not apply to Kaguya Otsutsuki, who possesses the Byakugan. Although Feng cannot see what Kaguya Otsutsuki is thinking through her eyes, he can guess something from her expression, comforting her. Don't worry, Sister Wei, they won't be here for a while. This matter has nothing to do with them. Then I have to consider my personal reputation. Feng smiled embarrassedly and said, I opened a store in the village. The two people I have to deal with are not doing anything practical, but they have a high status. If I take action, it will affect the business of my store. Orochimaru is different. He has a bad reputation in the village. Even if he does something bad, it won't affect him. The other person doesn't matter. He lives in a remote place. If I kill him, no one will know it was me. Besides, I can also put the blame of his death on Orochimaru. It's not a good idea to let me take the blame for you, right? Orochimaru said sinisterly. Too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry. Although I don't mind, you should at least be cautious and don't say it in front of me. Well, you can't say that. It's not that I haven't paid you. Although you haven't received it yet, don't worry, it's definitely worth it. I'm afraid that even if I ask you to come back at that time, you may not be willing to come back, Feng said mysteriously. There are many scientists in the Dragon Ball world. Those on Earth alone are enough for Orochimaru to study, not to mention the vast universe and other universes outside the universe. This is something no scientist can refuse. Otherwise, why do people say that Orochimaru was born in the wrong place? If he was in the Dragon Ball world, the achievements he would have made would definitely not be low. The premise is that Orochimaru is still the current Orochimaru. Otherwise, different experiences will lead to different results. Orochimaru was very much looking forward to Feng's verbal promise and fell into fantasy alone. During this period, Feng gave Kaguya Otsutsuki a brief introduction to the current situation of the ninja world and the concept of ninja. In the era when Kaguya Otsutsuki lived, there were no ninjas and no complete training system. These were gradually developed and improved by later generations based on what was passed down by the Sixth Path Sage. There is still no peace in the world after all. Kaguya Otsutsuki was a little worried, and couldn't help but wonder, if her original plan had succeeded, would the current situation in the ninja world be different? Impossible. Kaguya's thoughts were so easy to guess that Feng saw through them at a glance. This is the general trend of the world. Even if you can use tough means to forcibly unify the ninja world, as long as there is one person with selfish motives, the ninja world will sooner or later fall into chaos. Humans are very complex animals. Basically, everything you see in other species, you can see in humans. Even if your infinite moon reading drags everyone into a fake world, fake is always fake. Is there no way at all? Kaguya Otsutsuki asked unwillingly. I don't know. Feng didn't know either. Everyone has a different understanding of peace. How can we judge whether a world is peaceful? What is the basis for judgment? It depends on your personal definition. Faced with Kaguya Otsutsuki's question, Feng was unable to give an accurate answer. Forget it. Kaguya Otsutsuki was a little bored. Since Sister Wei has no more questions, let's go out for a walk. My room is vacant now, and I need to buy some furniture or something. You lived in the empty room before. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was unaware that Feng had magical powers in the convenience store, asked in surprise. No, we just moved out. The room has many functions. I'll leave this for you to study slowly in the future, Sister Wei. Feng stood up and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Let's go, Orochimaru. Where? Let's go shopping. The Konoha village was very lively during the Chunin exams, and soon the three people, carrying large and small bags of things, returned to the convenience store after directing the workers to place the furniture in the appropriate places. The room that originally belonged to Feng now belongs to Kaguya Otsutsuki. Since Kaguya Otsutsuki was not an employee of the convenience store and could not enjoy the accommodation benefits for employees, there were naturally no exclusive rooms for employees, so Feng could only give up his own room. We can't let Kaguya Otsutsuki live in the storage room, right? The storage room was already very crowded, with Zabuza, Haku, Feng, and Orochimaru, who was shamelessly insisting on staying. So, this is why you let me pay the bill, Orochimaru said with a smile. It's not that he felt sorry for the money. He still didn't care about a lot of money. All he needs is an attitude, Feng said confidently. Yes, is there a problem? Our previous cooperation did not include this. Just think of it as paying rent. I can understand paying the rent. Orochimaru pointed to the pile of food in the living room and asked, does buying so much food have anything to do with the rent? He had heard of paying rent and money, but he had never heard of paying food as well. You run a convenience store yourself, why are you buying so much food? No, the same. With a snap of his fingers, the mountains of food in the living room disappeared and were put into the storage room by Yi Feng. This time he paid attention and didn't disturb Zabuza and Haku. The food was automatically categorized and neatly arranged on the shelves. A cigarette after the fact is better than being a living god, Yi Feng explained. Most of the things I sell in my store are snacks. They are okay to eat occasionally, but not as a main meal. Did you see the food I bought? It can be used to cook dishes or as a staple food. What about the fruit? Eat it after meals. What about the extra bedding? Are you stupid? I bought it for you. Why are you going to just lie on the floor? Orochimaru was speechless. Yi Feng's look like a fool almost broke his defense. He was Orochimaru, one of the 3 great ninjas. When had he ever been looked at in such a way? In the past, he always looked at others in this way. Can you cook? Yi Feng asked abruptly. It's time. He is hungry. The meal he had with Sun Wukong had been finished long ago. It shouldn't have been consumed so quickly. When he came back from outer space, he didn't feel hungry at all. He never expected that after going out to buy some things, such a simple thing, he would actually get hungry. If Yi Feng hadn't found an excuse, Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was in high spirits while shopping, would have had no intention of coming back at all. All I can say is that women who like shopping are not to be messed with. Yi Feng feels that whether they buy things or not is secondary. The main thing is to enjoy the shopping process. What do you think? Orochimaru gave him a puzzled look. He could, but at this moment, he didn't want to say that he could. Then, Yi Feng looked at Orochimaru and said carefully, how about going out to eat? Your treat? Forget it then. Seeing that Orochimaru was not fooled, Yi Feng had to change the subject. But you can't eat what I made? Why can't I eat it? Orochimaru became interested. Could it be dark cuisine? That's not the case. Yi Feng shook his head and said, my cooking skills are still quite good, but I've been cursed. Only I can eat the food I cook. If others eat it, there will be very terrible consequences. Really, I don't believe it. Orochimaru had heard of and seen curses, but he had never heard of a curse with this kind of effect. He pretended to be suspicious and said, could it be that you said this on purpose because you don't want to treat us to a meal? Tisk, if you have this plan, why don't you just say it? I've already bought so many things, and I still owe you money for a meal. This sarcastic way of speaking, this method of provocation, if it were normal times, Yi Feng would not react at all. Number 1 has used this trick many times, but in front of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Yi Feng could not stand it. He immediately slammed the table, pointed at Orochimaru and said, Chapter 134, Another Recruitment. You said so yourself. Don't blame me if you have any problems with your diet. Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves and ran straight to the kitchen, hit the oil in a wok, and the sound of cutting vegetables can be heard. Looking at his skilled appearance, Orochimaru knew that Yi Feng had cooked a lot. Most people couldn't pretend to have this feeling. Orochimaru was not idle either. He turned on the TV and invited Kaguya Otsutsuki to watch a movie together. The content of the movie is not important. What is important is to satisfy Kaguya Otsutsuki's curiosity. Orochimaru is not in a hurry to get something from Kaguya Otsutsuki. We have to get the relationship right before there will be any possibility for the next step. Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't refuse. She was indeed very curious. She was interested not only in TV and movies, but also in everything about convenience stores. In the era when she lived, there were no such things and everything was relatively primitive. The prosperity of the village exceeded her imagination. People looked very happy, and everyone's face was filled with a smile from the heart. It looked beautiful and very much in line with the world she had once imagined. If Yi Feng hadn't asked her to come back, she really wanted to take another look and walk around. How could she know that for civilians, Konoha village is indeed a good place? Here, you don't have to worry about dying for no apparent reason one day, and you don't have to worry about not having enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear. It's a busy place, and you can buy almost anything you want. Konoha village may not be the most developed place in the ninja world, but it is definitely the safest place, at least compared to other places. They don't understand or care about the twists and turns of the upper class. As long as they can live a good life, they don't care about those things. Only after leaving Konoha village can you enter the real ninja world. Just like more than 1,000 years ago, the lives of civilians have not changed much. New technologies and ninjutsu that change your life class, is it related to them? That's why Yi Feng said that there can be no true peace in the ninja world. Even with the use of tough measures over the long years, people have become accustomed to having people who are superior to them, or rather, They have no choice but to accept it after all. Chakra is an insurmountable gap. Not everyone can extract chakra. If you can't extract chakra, you can't practice various ninjutsu. If you don't know ninjutsu, you are just an ordinary person, and a ninja, no matter how useless he is not someone that an ordinary person can deal with. Those powerful ninjas cannot be defeated by numbers alone. No matter how many people come, they are just a few random ninjutsu of the enemy. Even if some people have developed methods to deal with ninjas, professions like samurai, which have existed since ancient times, cannot be popularized because they are too difficult and time-consuming to practice, not to mention their upper limit, which is not as high as chakra's upper limit. So there is no question of resistance. As long as the restriction that not everyone can extract chakra is not lifted, there will be no peace in the ninja world. However, it is too difficult to cancel this restriction, and Yi Feng cannot do it. At least he can't do it at the moment, so he is too lazy to care about those messy things. Peace or not is not important to him. The most important thing is to protect his own piece of land. Who told him not to have such big ambitions? The same thing. If he saw it, he can do something about it. If he didn't see it, it's up to him to do whatever he wants. After Master Yu worked hard for an hour or so, the meal was finally ready. Come and serve the food, Yi Feng shouted from the kitchen. Orochimaru would naturally not let Kaguya Otsutsuki do things like serving dishes standing up and going to the kitchen. Orochimaru looked puzzled. Why do you need to use your hands to do something that you can just snap your fingers? Life needs a sense of ritual. Do you understand? Yi Feng snorted. You have so many subordinates. Why do you have to eat by yourself? Why don't you let them feed you? They feed me. Thinking of his subordinates, each carrying food and spoons, waiting for him to open his mouth while sitting at the table, so that they could pass the spoon into his mouth and then hold his chin up. Thinking of such a scene, Orochimaru couldn't help but shudder and felt disgusted by himself. When the food was served, Yi Feng made a gesture of invitation and said, 4 dishes and 1 soup, please. Kaguya Otsutsuki did not pick up her chopsticks. She was so absorbed in watching the TV series that she could not extricate herself. Besides, with her physical condition, she did not need to eat. Orochimaru did not hesitate. He was watching Yi Feng's cooking process and did not see any small movements, so he picked up the chopsticks and started to pick up the dishes. Yi Feng grabbed Orochimaru's chopsticks with his chopsticks. I'll give you one last chance. It's not too late to regret now. If you eat it, even just one bite, the consequences will be slapping Yi Feng's chopsticks away. Orochimaru said in disbelief, I will bear any consequences myself. The food on the table is delicious and tasty. Just looking at its appearance can make people salivate. Orochimaru didn't have to eat it. He was just curious because it seemed to be fine. He would not worry even if there was a real problem. Having lived with snakes for many years, he had a high resistance to poison. As long as the poison was not extremely unsolvable, he was confident that he could resolve it. He took a bite of the dish and tasted it. He didn't feel anything wrong, but the taste was good. Orochimaru praised it and said, it tastes good. With your cooking skills, you are more than qualified to be a chef in a restaurant. This was his sincere compliment. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, in Orochimaru's opinion, the taste was as good as that in a restaurant. Still, being a chef, the restaurant owner will lose a lot of money. The first day of opening, the second day will be closed. Yi Feng thought, speechlessly sighing. He said, the toilet is over there. There's paper in there. It should be enough for you. Don't talk about this while we're eating. Orochimaru frowned, a little displeased. He hadn't had a proper meal for a long time. In the past, he was either doing research, thinking about research ideas, or using various means to find suitable subordinates. As for eating, he just eats casually. He is not particular about it. As long as it can meet his body's needs, it is enough. It's a rare opportunity to have a meal, so I don't want to ruin my appetite with dirty food. You are such a person. I am kindly reminding you. He had reminded Orochimaru several times, but he didn't listen. Yi Feng didn't care anymore and joined in the meal. Just as we were enjoying our meal, we heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Uncle, what delicious food did you buy? I can already smell the fragrance. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. This carefree voice is obviously Naruto's. Looking at Naruto, who appeared at the stairs, Yi Feng was a little confused. Aren't you still taking the exam? Why are you back? Did you get eliminated? He remembered that the second round of the Chunin exam would last for several days. No, there were some unexpected events, and we all passed, Sasuke explained, and then asked, Uncle, how are your injuries? Am I injured? Yi Feng looked down at himself. His clothes were intact and his body was normal. He didn't understand why Sasuke asked this. It was not until Sakura, who was following closely behind Sasuke, said, "Uncle, where's the kid you said defeated you?" That year Feng remembered that he had been beaten black and blue before. He slapped his forehead in annoyance and said, "If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. I always felt like it happened several days ago and the injury has healed. That kid's name is Sun Wukong. He has already gone back. But if he suddenly shows up in the store one day, don't worry. We are all family. If he has any requests, try to meet them. If you can't meet them, let me know." Sakura was very sensitive. She was always smart except when it came to Sasuke. "Uncle, are you leaving? Otherwise why would you say that?" "Okay," Yi Feng nodded and said, "I may be away for a while in a few days, and then I will leave the store to you." "When are you leaving?" Sasuke asked coldly. He suddenly felt reluctant. He followed Yi Feng in the past in pursuit of power, but during the time he stayed in the store, although he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that he felt at home every day. Naruto is always the first one to get up, and he makes so much noise that wakes everyone up. Even though Yi Feng has told him many times, he still doesn't change except when he woke up early on duty. Kakashi was always the last one to get up. He always avoided them when washing up. Even though he knew they were curious, he still never locked the door. Xiaoying is the same. Although she doesn't live in the store, she spends more time in the store than at home. She even has the key to the downstairs, which is the only one besides Yi Feng. Every day when I open the door, I can see her happy smiling face, as if she has no worries. There is also number 1, who is a shadow clone and is more lively than the original body. He competes with Yi Feng in wits and courage every day. Precisely because he is a shadow clone, he does not need to practice and even has plenty of time to go shopping. He is more familiar with the streets and alleys of Konoha than he is himself. There are many, many things that form beautiful scenes, turn into memories, and are remembered in Sasuke's heart. He didn't want to lose these, nor did he want to experience the pain again. Yi Feng hadn't decided when to leave. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's wait until you finish your exams. There are so many things to do during the Chunin exams, one of which is cooperation with Orochimaru. As mentioned before, Itachi will also appear, and he needs to help Sasuke. And, that's all, just these 2 things, but they are both big things." Yi Feng is afraid that if he goes to the Dragon Ball world, something will delay him and he won't be able to come back for a while. Then he'll be doomed without his suppression. Orochimaru would be fine, but I'm afraid that Kaguya Otsutsuki will come up with some world peace plan again. At this time, no one can stop her. There was the sound of flushing water and the sound of the door lock opening with a click, and Orochimaru walked out with unsteady steps, holding on to the wall. In an instant, the other 12 ninjas who had returned with Naruto and the others, unaware of the truth, took an alert stance. This does not include Ninji and his friends. Ninji and his friends have been to the convenience store many times. They more or less know a little about the magic of the convenience store, and they also know that Yi Feng's strength is ridiculously strong. Since Orochimaru appeared here and Yi Feng could still sit there and eat peacefully, it meant that nothing happened and Orochimaru was no longer a threat. Only Naruto reacted the most. He jumped up with a cry, and his hands holding the bowl and chopsticks were trembling. He said in disbelief, Uncle, did you cook a meal?" "It's obvious." Yi Feng looked up at Orochimaru and said to Naruto, "Didn't I tell you not to cook?" Naruto felt like crying but had no tears. Having been beaten before, he naturally knew how powerful Yi Feng's food was, so he forbade Yi Feng to cook when there were people at home. Even if he did, he had to make it clear in advance, "I didn't expect it. No matter how careful I was, I still got tricked." He just swallowed several mouthfuls of it in one gulp. "Blame me." Yi Feng refused to admit that it was his fault. "Who knew you guys would come back so early? Who knew you would come up and eat without asking? Why don't you give me a chance to talk?" Gilulu Naruto's face changed, and he quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, covered his stomach and ran to the toilet, saying as he ran, "Uncle, did you add more ingredients? Why is it faster than last time?" Last time he at least finished eating and it took him a while to have any reaction. This time, after just a few bites, it took less than a minute for him to feel the pain, with his stomach churning and hurting. "Is there?" Yi Feng picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and savored it carefully, recalling the previous cooking steps. Yi Feng was puzzled. "There's no difference. I just added a few more seasonings." "Is that the reason?" "The last time when cooking, it was Naruto who paid, and on the premise of saving as much as possible, Yi Feng didn't buy many seasonings. This time it was Orochimaru who paid, So Feng didn't hesitate and bought whatever was available with the addition of seasoning. The taste is even more delicious than last time, but Feng really didn't know. How could he know that seasoning could shorten the time? No wonder Orochimaru hurried into the toilet after eating just a few bites. You can make whatever you want to eat. Everything is ready, Feng said to Sasuke. After dinner, go to your room and I will teach you. He looked at Neji again and asked, how is it? Have you found the person? Found it? Ningxi naturally knew who Feng was asking about. He took a step to the side, revealing the girl hiding behind him. The girl had red hair and lowered her head timidly, not daring to look Feng in the eye. She was filled with fear and didn't know why Feng specifically called her out. Seeing Nisi dodge away, she also dodged and hid behind Hinata. Only the kind and gentle Hinata can give her a sense of security. Originally, Neji could have done it, but his dodging steps made the girl mistakenly think that she had done something wrong, and she didn't dare to hide behind Neji anymore. Do I look scary? Feng touched his face. He felt that he was quite approachable. Why was Uzumaki Karin so afraid of him? He knew that Karin was timid, but he didn't expect Karin to be so timid. It's not scary originally, but it becomes scary when paired with your meal. Sasuke pursed his lips and motioned Feng to look at the toilet door. Knowing that Feng would not leave for the time being, he had the leisure to watch the fun. Chapter 135, Serious Consequences at Your Own Risk. Uncle, you just came out, can you let me go first? Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. The feeling in his stomach became stronger and stronger, making Naruto involuntarily clamp his legs together. You can go to other toilets. I'll take care of this one today. Orochimaru was guarding the door of the toilet and refused to move. If it were normal, he would have given way to the toilet. By the way, who would occupy the toilet for no reason? You are not born in the year of the dog, and there is no food in the toilet, but today, he has occupied this toilet. Even if the six-path sage comes, it won't work. Orochimaru said so. He really didn't expect that what Feng said was actually true, and his meal was really cursed. There was obviously no mistake in any steps, and no extra things were added. They were all normal ingredients, and he paid for all these ingredients, but something went wrong. What's the problem? Orochimaru couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, and in reality it wasn't his turn to solve the mystery. After taking the first few bites of the food, Orochimaru felt that Feng's cooking skills were very good, and he was even in the mood to praise him, but the few farts that followed made him realize the seriousness of the problem. What kind of physique did he have? How come he couldn't even control his own farts? The smell spread, and Kaguya Otsutsuki left the living room with a frown and returned to the room that originally belonged to Feng and now belonged to her. Orochimaru felt that he would never forget the look in her eyes when she left Taisha's dead. He wanted to put down his bowl and chopsticks and leave, but the surging waves in his stomach came so suddenly that he was completely unprepared, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably from his head. Knowing very well that he couldn't believe any of his farts or run or jump too much when he had diarrhea, Orochimaru restrained his sphincter with a sullen face, and moved step by step, following the direction of Feng's finger, and moved to the toilet with difficulty until the moment I squatted down. It was like a flood that had been released, flowing endlessly, or like a waterfall with a huge drop, rushing thousands of miles. In short, in one word, cool. He had never felt so good before. Even when he learned his first ninjutsu, it was not as good as the feeling he had now. He had a good poop and thought it would be over. Unexpectedly, he had just opened the toilet door and hadn't taken a few steps when the feeling came back, but it's too late. Naruto was about to cry. He wanted to go to another toilet, but it was difficult for him to move, let alone run. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of the door and would pee in his pants. There are more than a dozen people in the living room. If Naruto were to poop in his pants at this time, he couldn't even imagine how he would have the face to compete for the position of Hokage. Naruto felt a darkness before his eyes when he thought about the possibility of being called the Hokage who pooped in his pants, or the Hokage who couldn't control his own peeing and feces. Oh no, I feel a little dizzy. I held my breath too hard and I'm a little short of oxygen. I know it's too late, so I ask you to go find another toilet. Orochimaru no longer had the strength to say the rest of the words. His face was already pale, and now there was no trace of blood in it. He ate more than Naruto. And Naruto could hardly hold it in, let alone him. If he hadn't had the last bit of rationality, if he hadn't seen so many people in the living room, he would have really wanted to ignore everything and eat in the living room. Boy, it's better for you to poop in your pants than for me to poop in my pants. I'm already that old. Say sorry in your heart? Impossible. Orochimaru would not feel any guilt. If anyone else came, He probably would not give up his position under Naruto's desperate eyes, or Orochimaru closed the toilet door. There was a click sound, which was the sound of locking the door, and it also cut off the possibility of him proposing sharing the toilet. A tear slid down from the corner of his eye. Naruto's eyes were blank and he leaned weakly against the toilet door, muttering words like "it's over, hey, Naruto-kun." Hinata looked at Naruto worriedly, wanting to help but not knowing how. Sasuke's face twitched a little. It was the first time he saw Naruto lose his composure like this. "Uncle, Naruto is not stupid, right?" "What a different kind of concern. Naruto's current state is like a time bomb. Anyone who touches him has to think twice. The risk of being hit makes no one dare to approach him. Only Feng, and only in the convenience store, would dare to act as a bomb disposal expert at this time." Several of the 12 little strongmen also figured out the key to the problem and immediately cast their hopeful eyes on Feng. There were also a few people who were not worried at all, like Shikamaru, who had already occupied the most comfortable position on the sofa, waiting for dinner. Inuzuka Kiba was holding a camera and looking at the somewhat delirious Naruto, who was grinning foolishly. He also grinned foolishly. Choji was crunching potato chips, not having time to take care of anything else. He had been through several battles today, and although the damage he had inflicted was not high, he had also put in a lot of effort, and had consumed a lot of chakra, which he was replenishing now. Originally, he also wanted to try Feng's cooking skills, but he was a step too slow. After Naruto was hit, he dared not attack again. Niji was cooking, and Shikamaru was waiting for him. Don't expect Niji to cook seriously. Before coming to Feng's shop, most of his daily life was spent practicing ninjutsu. After arriving at Feng's store, he learned how to cook hot pot. After all, it's the easiest. These people are all smart. They all know that Feng, who has the best relationship with Naruto, would never watch Naruto get into trouble. Look, Feng, who had seen enough of the excitement, snapped his fingers. Don't worry, he won't get stupid. He will be full of energy and vitality in a while. Oh, I think. What do you mean by should? Sakura put down her hand that was covering her nose. She had been on guard, fearing that Naruto would lose control and launch a surprise attack. He ate less this time. It shouldn't be like last time, Feng said uncertainly. Although Naruto ate less this time, judging from the reactions of him and Orochimaru, the quality was obviously improved despite the quantity. Therefore, Feng was not sure how long Naruto could stay there this time. "Why don't you let me have some peace and quiet for a while?" Kaguya Otsutsuki sighed. It is true that she is immortal and does not need to eat or drink, but that does not mean that she does not understand how human excretion works in the living room. She felt that Orochimaru was not in a good condition, as if he had a stomach upset, so she deliberately hid in the room. As a result, after just a moment of silence, she sensed that there was another person in the room, and his condition was exactly the same as Orochimaru. Crackle, sizzle, Naruto had no idea that there was someone else in Feng's room. After being teleported to the toilet by Feng with a snap of his fingers, he felt a familiar feeling under his butt and he could no longer control himself. It couldn't even be said that he was pulling it out, it was simply oozing out, just lightning, sizzling, very impactful. Fortunately, Feng had the foresight to take off his pants when he was teleported. Otherwise, when he was sitting on the toilet, it would be a big deal whether he could remember to take off his pants or not. There is a separate toilet in Feng's room. Once the door is closed, no one can come in, so he has no habit of closing the toilet door. This was too much for Kaguya Otsutsuki to bear. She could block her perception, but not her memory. The crackling sounds automatically created images in her mind that she could not forget even if she wanted to. Not in the mood to watch TV in the bedroom anymore, Kaguya Otsutsuki opened the door and walked out. The figure that flashed by made Naruto, who was sitting on the toilet, couldn't help but blurt out Feng's catchphrase "fuck." Jayulama is trembling. "Hey, Sister Wei, why don't you continue watching TV?" Seeing Kaguya Otsutsuki coming out, Feng raised his hand and greeted her. Kaguya Otsutsuki glanced at Feng without saying anything. She went to the balcony by herself, closed the sliding door to form an independent space, then lay on Feng's recliner and rocked slowly. Feng didn't mind and smiled awkwardly. He forgot that the bedroom was not his and also remembered that he was used to not closing the door when going to the toilet, but Naruto had already fallen straight down, and it was not easy for him to pull Naruto out. "Uncle, who is she?" Niji looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki's back without blinking. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the aura of the person in front of him made him feel very kind, very warm, and very incredible. He felt like they were from the same clan, But he couldn't tell what was different. Hiccup. Feng burped and lit a cigarette. All the food was finally eaten by him. No one else dared to eat it, and Orochimaru and Naruto didn't eat much, but he was very full while puffing out smoke. Feng said nonchalantly, "She is your ancestor." His tone was relaxed and nonchalant, but it scared the others and they dropped bowls and chopsticks to the ground with a bang. What? Niji couldn't believe it. What the hell? It means exactly what it says, Feng said with an unhappy look on his face. "I'm telling you, wash the dishes yourselves, don't expect me to snap my fingers, and the floor, you have to clean it up yourselves afterwards." The hot pot seasoning in the bowl was all spilled on the ground. "This stuff is the hardest to clean, it's sticky and slippery when it comes to treating himself. Feng can be lazy and just snap his fingers, but how about treating others? Others don't have the same abilities as you." A bunch of guys who ate without paying and wanted him to snap his fingers. It was just a dream. No, this is a trivial matter. Her ancestor. Shikamaru was dumbfounded and could hardly believe his ears. What did he hear? Niji's ancestors. Is it Niji's own ancestor, or the ancestor of the Hyuga clan? If it is the latter, then it will be a big problem. It may even change the situation of Konoha. My ancestors, how long will this person live? If it is the former, Niji's ancestors are equivalent to Hinata's ancestors, because Niji is Hinata's cousin, and Niji's father and Hinata's father are brothers. In other words, he is also the ancestor of Hinata's father. Hinata's father is the main family, and his ancestors are also the ancestors of the main family. The ancestor of the main family? Isn't the ancestor of the main family equivalent to the ancestor of the Hyuga clan? No. Shikamaru patted his head. As smart as he was, it wasn't that he couldn't think straight, but he just couldn't understand why an ancestor suddenly appeared in the Hyuga clan. Which generation of ancestors is it? How many years did it live? Why didn't it appear before? And he was so curious that his brain was working fast and he became full of energy. "I really love this place," Shikamaru thought excitedly. If Feng hadn't said that the quota was full, he would have wanted to come here to work. Not only was the work easy, but there was also endless gossip to listen to. Ouch, my shoulders are a little sore, get off. Pushing aside I know who wanted to listen to the story, Nisi flashed to Feng's side and gently massaged Feng's shoulders. He doesn't care about his ancestors or not. He only cares whether his ancestor can free the bird from the cage. No one doubted that Feng's words, "She is your ancestor," were an insult. Obviously, Feng's usual nagging had left a deep impression on them. They all knew that Feng knew a lot of things, so they believed what he said without a doubt. At this time, none of them had time to eat, even Shikamaru, who loved eating the most. They were all concentrating and waiting for Feng's next words. The new member, Karin, felt a little embarrassed and at a loss. She found that no one seemed to care about her existence here. She had clearly prepared herself mentally to live the same life as before. After being kidnapped, seeing that no one else was eating, she didn't dare to eat anymore. She sat on a small stool, curled up, waiting for an unknown fate. Yes, that's the strength. Feng squinted his eyes comfortably. When a person with the ability to roll his eyes goes for a massage, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on the massage industry. Once the eyes are rolled up, they can show you clearly inside and out. They know your physical condition better than you know yourself, and massage your body in a targeted manner. What a comfortable and elegant person. The sofa was ill-shaped. Because the 12 little strongmen were eating just now, Feng gave up the middle seat and half lay in the corner to rest with his legs stretched out on the sofa. Enjoying Ningxi's massage, Feng asked slowly, "Do you all want to hear a story?" Everyone nodded in unison. "Well, I'll tell you guys about it, but first let me make it clear that the old rules apply. You can't tell anyone else about this, and you can't tell your family members either." Since they were deliberately found helpers, Feng had no intention of hiding anything. Kaguya Otsutsuki's origins would be exposed sooner or later and it could not be concealed. So he simply told them in advance so that they would have an idea. Cough cough, Feng cleared his throat and said slowly, "That was a long time ago. Can one of you call Naruto to see if he has finished pooping? I don't want to wait for him to come out and tell the story again." "Uncle," Sakura yelled madly, "don't bother with that idiot. Just talk about your own thing." Faced with a shocking gossip, Sakura no longer cared about maintaining her ladylike image in front of Sasuke. Okay, Yingni, don't be so irritable. I'll continue. A long time ago, my legs felt a little uncomfortable. Who can give me a massage? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136. The serial tone is shocking. Uncle. Several people roared in unison to express their dissatisfaction. Sakura's sticky sketch of a little man was almost stuck to Yifeng's face. Uncle, are you going to tell me or not? If not, let's just eat. Xianshan rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. During the days of training together, Xianshan and Yifeng had already become familiar with each other. It can be said that Xianshan and Yifeng have the best relationship among all members of Ningji's team, even though Ningji has been running to Yifeng's store almost every now and then since the training began. He is still not as good as Tenten, who has a special filter. There was no way. Xianshan's dress made Yifeng feel very friendly as soon as he saw her, and he unconsciously wanted to take care of her. Ah, you guys want to eat? Yifeng pretended not to know. If you want to eat, then eat first. You can listen to the story anytime. The food won't taste good if it gets cold. Why don't you listen to what you are saying? Why don't you look at what we are eating? We are eating hot pot. There is not much food. How can it be cold? The speechlessness in the hearts of the few people was almost reaching the sky. They knew that Yifeng was playing tricks on them, but they could do nothing about it at this moment. They had no mind to eat. They felt they would not be able to sleep tonight if they did not hear the whole story or miss a word. Seeing that Yifeng didn't say anything and just shook his legs, I know, whose IQ surpassed Shikamaru's at this time, immediately understood what he meant. Uncle, is this strength okay? I know. Gently tapped Yifeng's calf and gave a flattering smile. When it comes to listening to stories, she is the most active and one of the few whose IQ can instantly soar during this period, becoming comparable to or even surpassing Shikamaru. This is similar to the saying, once your feet are off the ground, your IQ is on high ground. Doesn't Shikamaru understand what Yifeng means? He does, but isn't this just too slow? Retracting his outstretched hand, Shikamaru looked around somewhat awkwardly, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, not bad. Yifeng flicked the ash in his hand, and the ash fell accurately into the ashtray. Hey, Shino, I knew it was you. This guy, whose presence would decrease if he didn't speak, sat next to Yifeng with an ashtray in his hand, ready to catch any falling ashes at any time. I don't know how many men envy Shino's ability, but that guy with fluffy white hair and the word oil written on his forehead protector can't learn it. Otherwise, why would he hide outside and peek? He could just walk in and stand in a corner. As long as he doesn't speak, no one will notice him. Despite this ability, Shino sometimes feels distressed. His friends always forget to call him when they get together, and when he goes on a mission, if he hadn't been careful, he would have been left behind countless times. But sometimes, Shino was very glad. Well, everyone treated him as if he didn't exist and didn't shy away from him about anything. He was picky and heard a lot of private matters. Yifeng had been envious before, but later he thought that since he was already so capable, it wouldn't make much difference whether he had the ability or not, so he gave up the idea of letting Shino be a clerk. The clerks are not hired for life. They have a certain number of years of service. Once the time is up, unless Yifeng wants to, or the clerks themselves want to quit, they can become free agents again. Otherwise, the time will be extended. Of course, as the store owner, Yifeng still has some authority. He can fire the clerks in advance and replace them with new ones. There are only a few vacancies anyway, and he can do whatever he wants as long as the number of vacancies is not exceeded, even if he is the first employee selected by the convenience store on its own initiative. Uncle Xiaoying held Yifeng's shoulders and rocked him back and forth. What happened? Yifeng came back to his senses and asked in confusion. Sakura's current appearance is really scary, with her hair flying and her claws and fangs bared. Uncle Xiaoying gritted her teeth and said, it's fine if you like to go off topic when talking, but why are you in a daze now? Her patience was almost exhausted. It was a story that had been going on over and over again, with only a title, but it had been going on for such a long time, and there was not even a beginning. What kind of story is this? It's so suspenseful. Tell me. I'll tell you now. Stop shaking, Yifeng begged for mercy. If we don't say anything now, it will arouse public anger. It was a long time ago. Get to the point. Sakura clenched her fists and almost squeezed out these words from between her teeth. The point is, Sister Wei is indeed the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. This is indisputable. That's it. Everyone was disappointed. Tisk, that's boring. Let's go and eat. If we don't eat now, the food will get cold. Sakura had completely lost her patience. She waved her hand and told everyone to eat quickly so that they could go home. Shino, don't go, let me flick the ash. Uncle, take it yourself. Shino placed the ashtray in a place where Feng could reach it as long as he stood up. I know, you're leaving too. Feng didn't want to stand up. It was just flicking ash. Who said that ashes must be flicked into the ashtray? I know stopped pounding her hands, sat on her small stool, and said without turning her head, don't be silly, uncle. It's getting late. I have to go home quickly after dinner. Ningxi, I knew you were the best. Feng looked at Ningxi, the only one who did not leave. With tears in his eyes, Ningxi paused while massaging, stretched out one hand and stuck it in front of Feng, and said in front of Feng's unbelievable eyes, give me money. Feng took a breath and said, Ningxi, you have become a bad person. Then he sneered and said, you should be the one to pay. I never said that this meal was for you. Ningxi said indifferently, I don't mind, I'll pay you, but if you don't tell me, everyone will leave soon, and no one will listen to your story anymore. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I haven't obtained the permission yet. I just asked about it, and now I can tell you. Feng shrugged. Just now I spoke too much without thinking and blurted out the words your ancestors. Although it was true, the person involved was here after all. Feng would not say anything without Kaguya Otsutsuki's consent. Who knows what Kaguya Otsutsuki is thinking, whether she wants to hide her identity and live an ordinary life, or she doesn't care and just says it. Whether you can conceal it or not is one thing, but exposing it voluntarily is another. Feng had told many secrets before, but since the person involved was not around, no one would refute him no matter what he said. Through a method similar to telepathy, after communicating with Kaguya Otsutsuki, Feng was able to speak out what he knew without any scruples. In fact, Kaguya Otsutsuki was also very curious. Although her eyes were not looking this way, her attention was always on this side. The aura of the people in the living room made her feel very familiar and had a sense of intimacy, especially Niji and Hinata, with their iconic Byakugan. You can tell at a glance that they are the descendants of her son Hamura. So, she also wanted to know what was going on. After obtaining Kaguya Otsutsuki's consent, Feng took a deep breath of cigarette, exhaled and said slowly, believe in the legend of the six-path sage. You have heard of it, but it doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. I will tell you now that it is not a legend, it is true, but it happened a long time ago. Perhaps ordinary ninjas only regard the deeds of the six-path sage as a topic for after-dinner tea. They don't care whether it is true or not. After all, it happened too long ago, and no one can confirm whether it is true or not. But in the big families with good backgrounds, the fragmentary records made them believe that the Sage of Six Paths was not just a legend, but a real person. The long-standing Hyuga clan has more detailed records about the six-path sage. Niji got a little excited and started massaging even harder. Everyone knows about the Sage of Six Paths, but few know that he has a younger brother. His brother's eyes are Byakugan, inherited from his mother and also passed on to his descendants. That is, your Hyuga clan is one of the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of the Six Paths, Otsutsuki Haguramo, one of them. Niji asked hurriedly, could it be that the ancestor has other descendants? Where are they now? Ahem, my throat is a little dry. Uncle, have some water. Hinata brought a glass of water and handed it to Feng. Hinata, you should take this. Tenten took out a cup of coke from somewhere, still steaming. Here, uncle, the one who knows me is Xianshan. Taking the coke, Feng took a sip and said to Ningxi, forget about them. They have different ideas from you. Once they meet, they will fight until one of them dies. Of course, if you have absolute strength, you can also try to fight them. To be precise, it's him. For some reason, only one of them died, and that person is about your age. To reason with him, you need to have the strength to defeat him. Judging from your current state, there is no possibility of catching up with him. Why? Is he very strong? Niji was a little unwilling. He practiced the family's physical skills desperately just to prove his strength to his family. He was afraid because of the limitations of a bird in a cage. He was afraid that one day he would die in obscurity. Therefore, he had to prove to the family that he was very strong and useful, and that you could not deprive me of my life and death at will. Now, Feng told him that there was a commoner who was about the same age as him, and whose strength was so strong that he could not even dream of reaching it. Doesn't this mean that he is useless? He is no longer the special one in the family. It also means that his future, no, he no longer has a future. Ningxi, who was lost in thought, suddenly realized that something was wrong. Before he could speak, he heard Hinata ask, Uncle. Why did he fight with us? Aren't we one family? Hinata's weak appearance made Yifeng want to rub her head, but when he thought of Hinata's personality, he was afraid that she would faint on the spot, so Yifeng gave up the idea. Just then the bedroom door opened and Naruto walked out weakly, leaning against the wall. Before he could finish his curious question, "What are you guys doing together?" Yifeng snapped his fingers and teleported him to his side. After rubbing Naruto's head hard, Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief amid Naruto's discontented grumbles, and explained to Hinata, he intends to challenge the entire ninja world alone after being fully prepared, and you are an indispensable part of his preparation, so, whether you want to fight him or not, he will attack you. You will understand what I am saying, Niji, right? That kid is planning to challenge the ninja world alone. If he doesn't have the strength, how can he have the confidence to say that? What's more, he's not just going to talk about it, he's really going to try it. Do you think you have the ability to do this? Or do you think you have the confidence to do this? Niji opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He was about to figure out what was wrong, but Yifeng interrupted him. Uncle, what are you talking about? Naruto muttered curiously. He had just come out of the bathroom and was very curious about what so many people were doing surrounding Yifeng. There was no one to help him answer his questions. Oh, talking about the ancestors of Ningxi and Hinata, Yifeng replied casually. What? Naruto was disappointed. What's there to say? It happened so long ago. Dad's dad is grandpa, and grandpa's dad is. Naruto doesn't know what that is. He didn't even know who his own father was, let alone his grandfather's father, and that ancestor sounded very high level and sounded like he had been dead for a long time. Please forgive Naruto for not understanding the concept of ancestors at this time, and he doesn't think there's anything wrong with saying this. What? Naruto shifted his attention away from Yifeng, who was surrounded, and let out a cry of surprise. What a beautiful big sister. Who is this big sister, uncle? Why is her fist clenched all the time? With a clenched fist, Yifeng frowned. Is there an enemy? Fine. Just as Yifeng was about to get up and check, a cold voice came into his ears. His face couldn't help but wrinkle. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Yifeng felt that there seemed to be some anger in Kaguya Otsutsuki's tone. The one who transmitted the message was Kaguya Otsutsuki. After Yifeng used it once, she remembered this little trick. Yifeng was not wrong in hearing this. Kaguya Otsutsuki was indeed a little angry, and her clenched fists represented her mood. She had never met such a long-winded person. Instead of talking about her business, she had been mentally prepared for a long time, but Yifeng never got to the point and the topic went off topic. But the group of little guys surrounding him were listening with great interest and didn't notice anything wrong at all. This is what Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't understand. The 12 little strongmen knew that the topic had gone off track, but they were used to it. Every time the topic went off track, Yifeng would always bring it back in an unexpected way. Just after Kaguya Otsutsuki said it's okay, Yifeng said another explosive news that made Naruto shudder and everyone in the living room shudder. Oh, she is Sister Wei, and she will live in the store from now on, Yifeng continued. Also, you can't call her sister. According to seniority, she is your ancestor, a relative. What? Chapter 137, Ninja World Secrets 1. Naruto jumped onto Yifeng, grabbed Yifeng's shoulders and started shaking him. Hey, uncle, can you explain clearly what this means? Naruto, who didn't even know who his parents were, suddenly learned that he had an ancestor. This made him more excited than knowing his own life story. After all, parents are a matter of the previous generation. Even if he doesn't know, someone will always know. And not much time has passed, so it won't erase all the events. But this thing about ancestors is different. It's a completely different concept. The time is too long ago. Yifeng felt like vomiting. He had just eaten a full meal, and it was okay after Sakura shook him, so he didn't feel much. But after Naruto shook him like that, he suddenly felt a little nauseous. You're using me as a rattle. Yifeng broke free from Naruto's hands and touched his chest with his hands. Only then did he feel better. Uncle, just tell me. Naruto put his hands together and made a gesture of asking. That coquettish tone gave Yifeng goosebumps. Don't do this to me. After lifting Naruto off his body, Yifeng shook his legs. All the master's IQs came online. The masters were in place instantly, some massaging legs, some massaging shoulders. Those who had not yet started stood aside, waiting with drinks and snacks. The ashtray was also returned to someone's hand. What I'm going to tell you next is one of the biggest secrets in the ninja world. You all listen carefully and are not allowed to spread it to anyone else. Yifeng warned. Everyone nodded and promised not to tell anyone. This is just a joke. Who dares to talk nonsense outside? The more you know, the faster you die. They understand this principle even if I tell them in the store or outside, they don't dare to listen. They are taught knowledge like confidentiality in school. Karen sat on the stool, not daring to move. She didn't know whether to leave or not, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Is this something I can listen to? I was extremely scared, fearing that I would be murdered. To silence me, after picking up the drink and taking a sip, Xianshan immediately took it, cleared his throat, and pretended to be calm. Feng then continued, just now I talked about the descendants of Yukin, now let's talk about the descendants of Yui. Unlike his brother Hamura, who left for another country, Haguramo remained on Earth and founded the shinobi clan, spreading the concept of peace. The chakra that you all know and use today was created by him, but as time passed and he passed away, the ideals of the ninja clan were gradually forgotten by the world. After the ninja world fell into chaos, many recorded things were lost or damaged. It was not until a few decades ago when the ninja village was established that the ninja world became relatively peaceful. People's rest and recuperation have brought about the development of science and technology. Now, ahem, uncle, have you gone off topic again? Shikamaru felt helpless. Wasn't he talking about the descendants of the Six Paths Sage? How did he turn the topic into technological development? No one doesn't know what technology means. Even though they are all ninjas, they are also human beings and they cannot live without eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Almost everything they eat and use in their daily lives has a touch of technology. It's just that ninjas care more about improving their own strength, and few people study these things. However, not studying does not mean they don't understand. Look at me. Naruto showed a wicked smile, punched Feng in the stomach, and then shouted at the top of his voice, Uncle, come back to your senses. Although he knew that Feng liked to deviate from the topic, and although he knew that Feng would make things right in the end, if it were normal times, he would just listen to it, but not now. Naruto couldn't wait to know what the ancestor was all about. Feng didn't know whether others could withstand this punch, but he almost couldn't. In the convenience store, he was used to experiencing life with the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Otherwise, with his current body, Naruto's punch would not hurt at all and Feng would not feel anything, covering his mouth and almost vomiting. Feng reached out and knocked Naruto on the head, saying unhappily, why are you coming back to your senses? I wasn't distracted. Why should I come back to my senses? Didn't I tell you that you are the descendant of Haguramo, the sage of six paths? When did you say that? Naruto covered his head, feeling a little aggrieved. Why didn't he hear it? I said it at the beginning. Feng snorted, giving Naruto another slap on the face. The sage of six paths has two sons, Indra and Ashura. My elder brother Indra inherited the power of his father's eyes, and my younger brother Ashura inherited his father's sage body. People with sage bodies have much more chakra and vitality than ordinary ninjas. You are the descendant of my younger brother Ashura, so it's totally fine for you to call Sister Wei your ancestor. Do you understand what I mean? A little. I don't understand. Naruto's eyes were confused. Obviously he didn't understand, but he still asked a key question, which was also the question that made Niji think about it for a long time and forget it. What does this have to do with Sister Wei? Yes, Niji paused, and he said he forgot something, and only remembered it after hearing what Naruto said. Niji had no doubt about the truth of the fact that he was the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage and a descendant of Hamura. After all, Feng had said so, but what does this have to do with Sister Wei? No, with my own ancestors. Besides, isn't he his own ancestor? How come he became Naruto's ancestor? Niji received too much information today, all of which were subversive and made him unable to get around it for a while. The same was true for everyone else, except Shikamaru, who had the fastest brain and came up with a bold idea called to be. Sure enough, Feng's next words confirmed his guess, making him gasp, idiot. I've made it so clear, Hamura and Yui, the source of their abilities is their mother. Sister Wei is their mother. Sigh. Everyone gasped. This was too unexpected. They thought that the ancestor Feng was talking about was just a person of the grandfather's generation, at most one generation older than grandfather. In that case, there was absolutely no problem in calling him ancestor. After all, although the average lifespan of ninjas is relatively short, there are also some who live long lives, and they get married early, so it is not impossible for them to become grandfathers at a young age. But they never expected that the ancestor of Sister Wei mentioned by Feng was actually the mother of the Six Paths Sage. She was really a real ancestor. Impossible. Sasuke was the first to question it. He didn't believe that anyone could live that long. The six-path sage has become a legend. His strength is so strong, and his brother's strength is probably not much worse. Both of them are so strong, but they have become historical legends. How could their mother still be alive? It's sealed, Feng said with his hands spread out, but what he didn't say was that even if she wasn't sealed, Kaguya Otsutsuki could have lived for so long. Kaguya Otsutsuki is not a native of the ninja world, but a visitor from the outside world. She is so long that even she herself does not know it. The same goes for her people. According to their records, no one has ever died of natural causes unless they were killed. That's even more impossible. Shikamaru frowned, confused. The six-path sage is so powerful. How could he watch his mother being sealed? If Feng hadn't told him, Shikamaru wouldn't have known that the six-path sage had a younger brother. Regardless of how powerful his younger brother was, it was impossible for the six-path sage himself to watch his mother being sealed and remain indifferent. Could it be that this is an opponent that even the six-path sage cannot defeat? Then why is there no record of the enemy at all? How did the six-path sage finally defeat his enemies? After defeating his enemies, why didn't he release his mother? Was it because he couldn't do it, or didn't want to? He and his brother fought. Feng resolved Shikamaru's doubts with just one sentence. For Shikamaru was about to ask why when he was interrupted by Feng. Don't ask why. Just assume that they are both out of their minds. As for whether there is a deeper reason, there must be one. In short, misunderstandings arise from lack of communication. Even if they communicated, the two brothers might not agree with Kaguya Otsutsuki's approach, but at least Kaguya Otsutsuki's ending would not be like before, being sealed for 1,000 years. Seeing that Feng was unwilling to say more, everyone did not continue to ask. If they knew something and could tell it, Feng would tell it himself without them asking. On the contrary, if Feng was unwilling to say it, no matter how much they asked, it would be useless. However, just what Feng said was enough for them to digest. Among so many people, Naruto was the most excited. Having been alone since childhood, he knew today that he was not alone and that there was still a relative alive, even if he was an ancestor separated by who knows how many generations. He was so excited that he could hardly control himself. Naruto was jumping up and down with excitement. If Feng hadn't stopped him, he would have run to Kaguya Otsutsuki and asked him all kinds of questions. The second one is Ningsi. He knew that there would be benefits in working for Feng, but he didn't expect the benefits would be so great. He had only not seen him for half a day, but he had already brought trouble to him. This allowed him to free himself from the restrictions of the caged bird and gave him more hope. The liveliness in the living room made Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was on the balcony, couldn't help but smile. After being sealed for so many years, and coupled with her originally cold personality, she was used to enjoying solitude, and thought that there was nothing wrong with being a little lively occasionally. But she was not mentally prepared yet. So she didn't know how to face her descendants. The people who had gathered around Feng dispersed. Everyone was contented, eating hot pot and chatting, while watching Naruto go crazy. Naruto was so happy as if he had eaten zuanmei. He couldn't stop and kept showing off to everyone that he had relatives. Hinata blushed and almost fainted. Finally, Sasuke couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him. Naruto dodged with a big jump, stood not far from Sasuke, and made faces to provoke Sasuke's nerves. A little bit. Sasuke's face was full of black lines. He said childish and ignored this annoying guy. Hey. Feng touched Shikamaru's shoulder and whispered, Shikamaru, when do you think Sasuke will come to his senses? I don't know. Shikamaru shook his head. He reviewed all of Feng's words in his mind and discovered two key problems. Feng mentioned the topic of eyes twice in his narration. One of them is the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, who inherited the ability of the Byakugan from his mother. Later, this ability was inherited by his descendants and evolved into the current Hyuga clan. The second is Naruto's ancestor, Ashura's brother Indra. Feng also said that Indra inherited the ability of his father's eyes. His father is the sage of six paths. It is known that the younger brother of the six-path sage has Byakugan. Since his son can inherit the ability related to eyes from himself, it means that his elder brother, the six-path sage, also inherited the ability related to eyes from his mother. Although Feng did not say it explicitly, Shikamaru made a bold assumption. The Byakugan is very famous in the ninja world, and the only one that can be compared with it, or even vaguely surpass it, is the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in the ninja world. Every ninja knows that bloodline can be inherited, and some unique ninjutsu requires unique bloodline to be performed. This is what the Sharingan is like. Without the blood of the Uchiha family, no matter how hard you try, It is impossible to awaken the Sharingan on your own without external interference. In other words, tracing back in time, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan is most likely. No, it should be said that there is almost no doubt that he is Indra. Shikamaru was shocked by his own assumption, because when he extended it, he made another remarkable discovery. Indra's Sharingan was inherited from his father, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Six Path Sage's eye ability was inherited from his mother. Considering what Feng said, the brothers Hamura and Haguramo both inherited eye abilities from their mother, but they were different. One was the Sharingan and the other was the Byakugan. This means that the brother's mother had both the Byakugan and the Sharingan. This is a remarkable discovery. Since the beginning of records in the ninja world, there has never been anyone who has both the Byakugan and the Sharingan. You have to know that no matter which one, the Byakugan and the Sharingan, are both hard to come by. As for the Byakugan, there is no need to say more. The limitations of a bird in a cage make it almost impossible for the outside world to obtain it. The only contempt that is seen outside is the product of compromise. The same is true for the Sharingan. The abilities of two kinds of eyes, combined in one person, let alone how one could bear it. Just the power of this combination was something Shikamaru couldn't even imagine. He did not tell anyone about his discovery because Feng did not say anything, so he did not say anything either. But since Feng took the initiative to talk, Shikamaru took the initiative and asked for confirmation in a low voice. After seeing Feng nod, Shikamaru felt his heartbeat stop for half a beat. Feng didn't expect that Shikamaru could guess it so quickly. He was even thinking about going to see what Sasuke was doing. However, this does not affect. He was looking forward to the thought of Sasuke's aloof expression getting out of control and jumping up and down like Naruto with a wicked laugh. Feng patted Sasuke's shoulder with ill intention. Sasuke, do you have any money? Chapter 138, Not Lively Enough. What do you want to do? Sasuke was a little alert, and then a little helpless. Uncle, have you forgotten that I gave you all my money in exchange for the railgun? Feng always cheats Naruto of his money, which causes some chain reactions in Sasuke. He gets a little stressed when the topic of money is brought up, but then he remembered that he had no money left, and Sasuke was no longer afraid. Look at my memory, I forgot. Feng slapped his forehead, a little distressed. Today many things happened at the same time, it's all messed up. Sasuke was a little unconvinced. If he could forget other things, how could he forget about money? Uncle, you don't have to remind me. I will bring the money back to you tomorrow. All the money was kept in the place where he used to live. He was the only one in the huge Uchiha clan territory now. The important things had long been looted, and there was not a single ninjutsu scroll left. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tossing and turning, and he only knew a few ninjutsu. There was only money left, but it was just cash. Real estate such as shops were all swallowed up not long after the family was destroyed. Of course, there was compensation, although it was lower than the market price, but Sasuke didn't have the heart to take care of these things at that time, so he didn't pay much attention to it before moving into the convenience store. The reason why Sasuke lived alone in the clan land was that he didn't want to forget the disaster of clan extermination. Only when he saw the prosperous past, the withered and empty house now, did Sasuke have the motivation to concentrate on how to improve his own strength. Until he moved into the convenience store, Sasuke also thought about whether to move his things over. However, Feng's personality made him a little worried. Sasuke was worried that he would wake up and find that his money was gone. In the end, he only brought his spare clothes over, and the rest of his things remained at home. If Feng knew that this was how he felt in Sasuke's heart, he would definitely cry out for injustice. It's true that he likes money, but a gentleman should make money in a proper way. When has he ever robbed anyone else's money? Naruto is an exception. Most of the time, it's always number one's fault. Number one, who was working at the cashier downstairs, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Number one muttered, "Really? You didn't even invite me to eat hot pot." He completely forgot who was the person who took advantage of the fact that no one was in the store, took Naruto's dividends from the past few days and ate so much that he couldn't walk. You said that yourself. I didn't rush you, Feng said shamelessly. You said it would be better if you gave me the money earlier. It's not safe to keep it in your house. There's no one to watch over it. What if there's a thief? If I put it here with you, it would be gone long ago. Sasuke thought with disdain in his heart. What thief? Although the Uchiha family is gone, its influence is still there. Which thief dares to steal things from the Uchiha clan? Those who are brave enough will be caught by the Konoha and be guarding the periphery, and maybe even people from the root. There was no way. The Uchiha family had a long history, and some things would not be recorded in public, but would only be passed on by word of mouth. Many people were still unwilling to give up and wanted to know something from him if he had not been the only apparent survivor of the Uchiha clan. Some people would have disregarded their own dignity and resorted to tough measures in order to protect the reputation of the village. Moreover, the existence of his brother Itachi is also a warning to certain people, but Sasuke didn't understand it before. Besides, this guy Sasuke really knows nothing about the family secrets. His family members died so suddenly that they didn't have time to tell him. If your Feng hadn't told him, he wouldn't even know how to upgrade the Sharingan, let alone the defects in the use of the main Gekyo Sharingan. But gratitude is gratitude, and money is money, the two cannot be confused. This is what Sasuke learned from Yi Feng. Yes, Sasuke nodded perfunctorily, so I have figured it out now. Tisk, what in sincere words, as an outsider, Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore. He just came out of the bathroom and heard Yi Feng's shameless words. He thought, isn't this a call to me? If Orochimaru hadn't known that Sasuke's brother was not dead and hadn't found a suitable opportunity before, he would have wanted to visit the Uchiha clan's territory a long time ago. Who knows, he might find some unexpected surprises this time when he came back. He really had such a plan before the plan even started. Orochimaru, who was breathing weakly and almost fainted, would have beat his chest and stamped his feet if he knew what he had just missed. Ignoring Orochimaru, who was leaning against a toilet door and didn't dare to leave, Yi Feng waved to Sasuke, motioning him to come over. Although he didn't understand why, Sasuke still put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked towards Yi Feng. Come here more. Yi Feng, who was lying on the sofa like a useless person and too lazy to move, greeted him when Sasuke was close enough. Yi Feng said, I'm going to tell you something in private. Don't tell anyone else. Sasuke's face twitched. Who could whisper like that? Everyone in the living room could hear it. Sasuke thought Yi Feng was going crazy, and just as he was about to leave, Yi Feng grabbed his arm. Why are you panicking? Don't you want to know the ultimate goal of the Sharingan? Didn't you say that it's not the right time yet? Sasuke said while winking at Yi Feng. He didn't want the secret of the Sharingan to be exposed in public. In Sasuke's heart, the 12 ninjas were barely friends. They were still a long way from being partners who could rely on each other for life and death, and there were also two outsiders involved. Orochimaru counts as one, and so does Kaguya Otsutsuki, a member of the Hyuga clan, and Naruto's ancestor. If only Naruto and Sakura were there, Sasuke would have just said it. He believed that they would not tell anyone. Although Naruto was usually unreliable, Sasuke was still trustworthy in this regard, not to mention Sakura's Frizabusa and Haku in the storage room. Sasuke didn't even think about them. Even though they lived in the same place, they never came out except to eat and go to the toilet. Sometimes even Yi Feng would forget about them, otherwise he wouldn't have almost hit them before. Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Feng said unhappily. I won't tell you the basis of your existence directly, but I can point out the direction for you in advance, so that you can avoid many detours. Did you see this silly Naruto? It has something to do with him. How could that be? Sasuke couldn't believe it. He didn't see anything different about Naruto, except that he had a little more chakra, crossed out, a lot more, and other than his amazing background, he couldn't understand how Naruto could help him except when we fight side by side. How come he won't? Don't forget his last name, Uzumaki. Sasuke was confused. What does this have to do with anything? Hearing her last name, Karin glanced over cautiously, and seeing Yi Feng looking at her, she quickly lowered her head like a frightened deer. Hinata, who was sitting next to her, picked up a piece of shabu-shabu meat and after hesitating for a long time, put it in Karin's bowl and comforted her. Don't be afraid, the uncle is a very nice person. Karin lowered her head, afraid that others would see her panicked look. She whispered thank you and that was all. It doesn't seem to matter. Yi Feng straightened his expression and said seriously, don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. I asked because you said it was related. Sasuke felt aggrieved, but he didn't say it. Well, what was I going to say? Yi Feng forgot what he was going to say when Sasuke interrupted him. He reorganized his thoughts and continued, now there are two paths in front of you. One is to build a good relationship with Naruto. He is the key to whether your Sharingan can be upgraded to the highest level. The second is to build a good relationship with Sister Wei. She can directly upgrade your Sharingan to the highest level. I can't do it. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had been eavesdropping, denied it when she heard Yi Feng praising her like that. She didn't want to mislead the young people. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who hadn't even educated her own son well, had no confidence in teaching her descendants. Have some confidence in yourself, Sister Wei. It's not that you can't do it, you just don't know how to do it. I'll teach you later. What a joke. Even the six-path sage can help Sasuke open the Rinnegan. How could Kaguya Otsutsuki not be able to do it? Kaguya Otsutsuki's understanding of her own power is too shallow. In Yi Feng's opinion, her use of power is still at the elementary stage. She has all the strength but cannot use it, but it's not her fault. Not long after her strength skyrocketed, she was sealed by her own son and fell into deep sleep. She had no time to develop her abilities. Glancing at Naruto, who was still jumping up and down, Yi Feng turned around and said to Sasuke, who was so excited that his Sharingan appeared, "Look at you, you even showed your Sharingan when you were excited. What does this mean?" "It means that you can't control your power perfectly. If you can't even control the 3 Mogatama Sharingan, how can you control the more powerful Sharingan?" Orochimaru curled his lips silently at the toilet door. "What's the matter? In your eyes, is the 3 Mogatama Sharingan so easy to control?" Even when the Uchiha clan was all there were not many people who could open the 3 Mogatama Sharingan at this age. Except for geniuses, everyone had been immersed in ninjutsu for many years. It is undeniable that Sasuke is indeed a genius, but compared to the others who opened the main Gekyo Sharingan at his age, he is not that genius. Sometimes Yi Feng wondered, if Sasuke was not the reincarnation of Indra, would he have achieved such great success? But thoughts are thoughts and facts are facts. After all, the ninja world is a world that values blood. Without blood inheritance, the highest achievement an ordinary ninja can achieve is probably that of Emperor Kai. "You're talking about Uncle." Sasuke had no intention of refutation. He also knew his own shortcomings. His strength had increased too quickly recently. Once the 3 Mogatama Sharingan was opened, his strength soared from Ajin to John, and his surging strength always made him unable to control it. After calming down his excitement, Sasuke said calmly, "Uncle, if you have anything else, just say it." He knew that Yi Feng's words were beating around the bush, and it definitely wouldn't be that simple. If he had finished, he would have been watching a show. "Oh, you asked me to tell you that?" Yi Feng chuckled and confessed everything in one go. "Your Uchiha clan is the descendant of Indra, which means that Sister Wei is also your ancestor. It's hard, the fist is hard." Sasuke clenched his fists, and his 3 Mogatama Sharingan appeared again. He exuded a terrifying aura, and it was obvious that he was drunk again. Sasuke was a little devastated. "I have lost my family and all my clansmen are dead, and now you tell me that I still have an ancestor. What the hell is going on with this special code?" The crazy Naruto suddenly came up with some cleverness. He jumped to Sasuke's side, hugged Sasuke's neck, and shouted, "Sasuke, did you hear me? We have the same ancestor, which means we are relatives." For Naruto, who has longed for family affection since childhood, this is good news. He also feels a lot closer to Sasuke, whom he always disliked. Sasuke, who was worried about where to vent his anger, faced Naruto, who came to him, and he grabbed his throat and hit Naruto's head with his hands, saying, "You loser, who are your relatives?" "I don't have any relatives, and I don't need any. Even if I have relatives, it won't be with you. I would rather be with Neji than with you." "What are you talking about?" Neji's face was dark. "What do you mean by follow me? Why are you telling me this? Speak clearly, otherwise people will misunderstand you." "Uncle, don't look at me. I know what you are thinking. You know Sasuke didn't mean that. I also know you know Sasuke didn't mean that, but can you please not look at me with that look? This look of yours obviously misinterpreted Sasuke's meaning." Neji was also a little panicked. After all, the two major families of Konoha used to dislike each other, but who would have thought that they had the same ancestor? If they knew this, when the Uchiha clan was destroyed, the Hyuga clan would definitely help, but it's too late to say anything now. "I can only hope that our ancestors won't pursue this matter. Uncle, help me." Naruto struggled for a long time, but his strength was not as good as Sasuke's, so he couldn't break free at all. He had no choice but to ask Yi Feng for help. He was also out of his mind. He knew clearly that Yi Feng just liked to watch the fun and would not help, and was lucky enough not to add insult to injury, but he still dared to ask Yi Feng for help. All I can say is that Yi Feng doesn't mind adding fuel to the fire for no reason. The Kurama sealed in Naruto's stomach felt a chill. "Don't mess with me, don't mess with me." Jiu Lama, who had already changed a little, hid in the corner of the seal, praying that Yi Feng would not think of him at this time. "Hey, little Naruto, I have more exciting news. Do you know why I want you to bring this girl back?" The 12 little strong men who already knew about it remained silent. They didn't want to bring bad luck to Yi Feng at this time. If Yi Feng is not allowed to watch the fun, then next time, maybe Yi Feng will be the one watching their fun. Hinata held the hand of the somewhat uneasy Karin and whispered to comfort her, "It's okay, Uncle just likes to watch the fun, nothing will happen." Why?" Naruto didn't realize the seriousness of the problem, but Sasuke's heart skipped a beat and he wanted to pull back, but it was too late, because she's your sister. Roar. With a beast roar, a huge amount of chakra suddenly burst out from Naruto's body. Chapter 139 Abnormal Stimulation Method. I knew it. Lying on the ground, Sasuke wailed. Naruto's sudden burst of chakra sent him flying. There was a wave in the living room without any wind. The airflow brought by the chakra made the curtains rustle, and the ingredients for the hot pot were blown directly to the ground. Feng just raised his hand lightly, and the strange phenomenon in the living room disappeared. Only Naruto's changes have not stopped. Chakra seemed endless, erupting from Naruto's body and forming a layer of chakra coat on his body surface, very similar to the method Feng used when he brought Orochimaru into space. It's just that one is intentionally controlled and the other is emitted unintentionally. The beast-shaped chakra coat covered Naruto's body. If viewed from a distance, he looked like a fox. The nine tails in Naruto's body started cursing loudly, saying all kinds of nasty things. It knew that Feng had no good intentions. Knowing that Naruto shouldn't get too excited, he still kept provoking him. Now, Naruto has lost control. Kurama is not worried that Naruto will lose control in the store and something unexpected will happen. What it is worried about is itself. Although it has never seen Kaguya Otsutsuki, it has heard about her from the Sage of Six Paths. If Kaguya Otsutsuki noticed its existence, it would not be as simple as being split in two. The entire fox might even be lost. So when it saw Kaguya Otsutsuki for the first time, it tried hard to restrain its breath, for fear of being sensed by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Fortunately, Naruto's seal was very strong. It not only blocked its aura, but also blocked others from detecting it. There is just one bad thing. The seal in Naruto's body will drain his chakra all the time. In the past, Kurama had never cared about it. It was a good thing for it. The more chakra it extracted, the weaker the seal would be, and the greater the hope of it getting out. But now, Lama just wants to say, fuck you, this is going to kill him. It cannot control the chakra scattered outside the seal, and this is the culprit that caused Naruto to go berserk. This chakra comes from Kurama, and usually it will only slowly mix with Naruto's own chakra. When Naruto is still awake, there will naturally be no unusual movement of the chakra. After all, it is also part of his body. But as long as Naruto loses his mind or becomes extremely excited, the nine tails chakra that is unconsciously controlled by Naruto will completely become ownerless. Then, bang, it rushed out. This will cause Naruto to become what he is now, a ruthless beast who only acts on instincts and squanders his huge chakra recklessly. Naruto was fixed in place by Feng, unable to move. After losing his mind, he seemed to have forgotten how to speak and just kept roaring, "It's okay. Didn't you say that the uncle is very powerful? I believe he won't watch Naruto get into trouble." Originally it was Hinata who comforted Karin, but now it's the other way around, Karin comforting Hinata. Hinata's face turned pale, and she felt heartbroken when she saw Naruto's ferocious face. Naruto-kun, four tails. Feng looked at the four tails behind Naruto and muttered to himself, if there are only four tails, Naruto should be able to handle it by himself. Kurama, you, roll. Just as I was about to ask Kurama how much chakra had been drawn out, I was interrupted by a curse. The corner of Feng's mouth twitched. It was true. Where had the usually arrogant Lama gone? He had even learned to curse people. I don't know who he learned it from. Why are you so angry? Get out of here, uncle. Isn't it just that I didn't give you the snacks I promised you last time? I'll double the amount for you, okay? The last time in the Wave Country, Feng had forgotten if it was the Wave Country. Anyway, he remembered bargaining with Lama and said he wanted to give Lama snacks, but later, he was busy practicing physical skills with Akai, and he forgot about it. Feng, who thought Lama was angry about this, quickly promised to make up for the snacks, or even double the amount. I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. Damn it, you haven't given me the snacks yet. Although it eats a lot normally, Lama will not complain about having too many snacks. Isn't it because of this? Lama's attitude surprised Feng. Isn't it because of this that you are angry? What bullshit are you talking about? Lama cursed. Are you stupid? Don't tell me you don't know about my relationship with that woman. If the snacks are gone, they're gone. If that woman notices me, I'll be the one who's gone. Are you talking about me? The encrypted conversation between two people was suddenly intercepted, and a third party appeared. Kaguya Otsutsuki's voice made Kurama instantly explode. Sister Wei, don't scare it. It's timid. Feng spoke appropriately, which made Lama feel disdainful, but he did not dare to refute it this time. This is a joke. Who is it? It is Kurama, the most powerful of the tailed beasts. How can you say it is cowardly? It was a tailed beast that dared to fight against the god of ninja world, Hoshirama Senju. Although it was easily grasped, it was controlled. If it was not controlled, it would definitely be able to hold out for a few more moves, not to mention that it still had its ultimate move to use. Why do I feel a familiar aura from it? The aura on Kurama's body is somewhat mixed. It has its own unique aura, as well as the auras of other tailed beasts. In addition, the 9 tailed beasts, when combined, have the aura of the 10 tails, as well as the aura of the 6-path sage. People leave their names behind, just like wild geese leave their voices behind. As 2 tailed beasts that were once one and the same, Feng was not surprised that Kurama had the aura of other tailed beasts, so he explained to Kaguya Otsutsuki, Kurama is the tailed beast, and the tailed beast was separated from the 10 tails by Higuramo. But what? But Kurama is a little special. Its strength is the strongest among the 9 tailed beasts. The other 8 tailed beasts combined may not be able to defeat Kurama. It's not that it's not certain, it's certain. It's not that Kurama looks down on the other tailed beasts, but that he has the capital to look down on them. Then, when distributing power to the tailed beasts, because of her doting on Kurama, Higuramo divided it like this: 1 portion for the other tailed beasts, 1 portion for Kurama, 1 portion for the other tailed beasts, and 1 portion for Kurama. That's it. The other tailed beasts only got 1 share, but Kurama got 9. Can you not beat up the other tailed beasts? Interesting, Kaguya Otsutsuki laughed. That's right. Higuramo treats Kurama better than her own son. If it weren't for the fact that the Sharingan was naturally able to restrain the tailed beasts, Feng would have doubted whether Indra, the son of the 6-path sage, could defeat Kurama. If we simply compare the amount of chakra, 1 man and 1 tailed beast are probably about the same. Seeing the 2 of them chatting, Kurama became invisible. It didn't dare to talk, as it was afraid that Kaguya Otsutsuki would become interested and eat it again. By the way, what are you doing? Kaguya Otsutsuki was a little puzzled by Feng's actions. Why did he just watch Naruto go berserk without stopping him? Even she could easily make Naruto regain his sanity. She didn't believe that Feng, who was stronger than her, could not do it. Let him get familiar with his own strength in advance. Feng said lightly. Sasuke can't even control the power of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Then there is a power in Naruto's body that is several times more powerful than the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Once it is released, no one will be able to stop it. Although Feng has established a good relationship with Kurama, even if Kurama's seal fails and comes out one day, it will not do anything to Naruto. But Kurama's power is still too strong for Naruto. With Naruto's current strength, even if Kurama intentionally cooperates and uses the tailed beast mode, Naruto will not be able to exert the full power of the tailed beast mode because his own strength is too weak. What's more, Naruto can't even use his own chakra perfectly, let alone use the tailed beast mode. He can create thousands of shadow clones, but he can't even defeat a tiny Zabuza. It really makes Feng at a loss for words. Zabuza, then I am really sorry. Naruto? No, I'm the one who should say sorry. That's why Feng came up with this idea. Naruto's body not only contains his own chakra, but also the chakra of the tailed beast that was sealed and extracted from Kurama into his body. The reason why Naruto was able to master the tailed beast mode so quickly when he first used it was because the chakra in his body had already intersected with the chakra of the tailed beast. It was his first time, but his chakra had been used countless times before it became a natural thing. What Feng needs to do is to speed up this process. Although he can do it in the outside world, isn't it safer in a convenience store? It will also allow Naruto to suffer less. As long as Naruto can get through it with his own willpower, it means he succeeded. If not, just try a few more times. In just a few words, the chakra tails behind Naruto had increased to 6, and signs of beast transformation appeared on his body. The teeth became sharp, the palms bent like beasts, the feet swelled up, and the straps on the shoes left marks on the flesh on the insteps. Roar! Naruto roared at Feng. He instinctively felt that the person in front of him posed the greatest threat to him. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki on the balcony, it was not that he didn't feel it, but Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't make any movements. Unlike Feng, she didn't make faces in front of him and kept making provocative gestures. Not enough, only 6 tails. With a turn of his eyes, Feng came up with another idea. He moved. From Naruto's perspective, Feng moved. Feng stood up from the sofa, came to Karin, grabbed Karin's neck and lifted her up from the stool. Karin's face turned red because she couldn't breathe. She wanted to shout, but she couldn't make a sound because her neck was strangled. She looked at Feng with horror, but unexpectedly Feng didn't even look at her. Instead, he said to Naruto, who had lost his mind, "Naruto, you know, I never tell lies." This is because Naruto is unconscious now, otherwise he would definitely refute. "Yes, yes, yes, you are not lying. Then who cheated me of my money?" I said, "She is your sister, she is your sister. You know I know who your parents are, and you also know that many people in the village know who your parents are, but you didn't ask them, you only asked me." Naruto is not a fool, on the contrary, he is very smart, but he is used to using the appearance of a fool to cover up his inner sadness. Number 1 once told Feng that his original form had long guessed that Feng would know about his parents. After all, Feng knew so many things, it made no sense for him not to know who his parents were. As for the people in the village, they kept calling him the son of a fox demon, the son of a fox demon. After hearing it so many times, no matter how stupid he was, he knew the information about his parents. It was not a secret in the village at all. Maybe ordinary villagers don't know, but how could the village leaders not know? He is the son of a fox demon. What about the fox demon? Who is the fox demon? A fox demon wouldn't just appear and disappear for no reason, right? Naruto once struggled with whether he should ask seriously, not just jokingly or casually. Later, he gave up. What good would it be even if he knew? The villagers will not change their approval of him just like that. He pretended that he knew nothing until he met Feng, a person with whom he could be completely open, who could play around with him and who didn't look at him strangely. The person appeared in front of him, bringing color to his dark world and making his life no longer monotonous, but full of laughter. These are what number 1 said, not what Naruto said, but number 1 and Naruto are one, so what number 1 said is naturally what Naruto thinks. In order to avoid awkwardness when they met, number 1 asked Feng to hide this memory for him to prevent Naruto from noticing it when he returned to his original form. Anyway, this is not the first time I have done this, and Feng pretended that he knew nothing. If Naruto asks, he will tell. If Naruto doesn't ask, he won't tell. Naruto did ask, but when Feng was about to say it, Naruto changed his mind and said that he was not mentally prepared yet and asked Feng to wait for him for a while, so Feng gave up. The reason why the old matter is brought up again now is to stimulate Naruto, and it is also a coincidence that Karin happens to be here. Her name is Uzumaki Karin, and your name is Uzumaki Naruto. You have your mother's last name, and she is the daughter of your mother's clan. Remember what I once told you, loss is more difficult to accept than never having it. Your mother's situation is similar to Sasuke's. Both of them lost their families and are alone. But Sasuke at least has a target for revenge, while your mother doesn't even know who her enemy is. Too many people involved. When your mother was alive, she always wanted to have a tribe member of the same age. This way, after you were born, you wouldn't be like her, alone and helpless. Now, what your mother longed for has appeared. She, Uzumaki Karin, is about your age and is your sister. Your sister is also alone. She is even more miserable than you. She watched her mother die in front of her. She doesn't have the power to stop the tragedy from happening. What about you? You have the power. But are you going to watch your sister Uzumaki Karin die in front of you? Roar. The nine-tailed beast chakra tails swayed behind Naruto. Chapter 140. I am curious about changing the target. You can only bark? Why don't you go ahead? What's the point of barking? Do you expect that if you scream twice, the enemy will let you go? Look, look, she is your sister, your half-sister, she's dying, and you're doing nothing. Through words, Feng constantly stimulated Naruto's nerves. Even though Naruto was irrational now, he could still feel a sense of brutality rising from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to tear apart everything in front of him, but he couldn't break free of the invisible shackles on his body. He could only watch Karin's face turn from red to blue, and feel Karin's breathing getting weaker and weaker. Naruto struggled desperately. It's not enough, try harder, Feng thought with a frown. He put shackles on Naruto. In his estimation, as long as Naruto could burst out all his strength, it would be no problem for him to break free from the shackles. But now, Naruto has all 9 tails out, and the chakra of the tailed beasts that were sealed and extracted has been released, but he still can't break free, which makes Feng a little confused. However, he underestimated his position in Naruto's heart. Even if he lost his mind and even if he used Karin as a threat, in the deepest part of Naruto's memory, he was unwilling to believe that Feng would do such a thing in Naruto's heart. Feng is the most important person to him and the person he trusts the most. He can give everything to Feng without reservation. It was no problem for him to play around as he pleased. Although he had been cheated out of a lot of money, except for the money used by number 1, a large part of it was spent on himself. The clothes and snacks that he was reluctant to buy were all bought by Feng. There are many, Many beautiful memories, all brought to him by Feng. This made Naruto regard Feng as the most important person to him, so he didn't believe from the bottom of his heart that Feng would do anything to let him down. Even if Sasuke defected one day, Feng would never harm him. Well, I'm already delirious, but I still remember Sasuke. Naruto believed that Feng must have had his own reasons for using Karin to threaten him. Who is it? It's you. Naruto's eyes instantly locked onto Orochimaru, who was standing at the door of the toilet. In his memory, Feng and Orochimaru had a fight and Feng was seriously injured and vomiting blood. His confused mind made his memory confused. He had no idea that he had been seriously injured before Feng appeared, and he had not fought with Orochimaru. But influenced by the confused memories, Naruto has already determined that Orochimaru was the one who caused Feng to be injured. In his mind, what happened next had already appeared. In order to protect the safety of other companions, the injured Feng had no choice but to use his sister, Karin, to threaten him. The purpose of Orochimaru doing this was just to watch them kill each other. Yes, that's right, otherwise there is no way to explain why the enemy Orochimaru would be standing not far away, looking at them with a smile. That smile looks perverted. Huh? Orochimaru, who was leaning against the wall watching the fun, was startled and his hair stood on end. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Naruto stared at him straight, which made Orochimaru a little scared. If he was in good condition, he wouldn't mind exchanging a few moves with Naruto at this moment, but now, his stomach was rumbling, and he was afraid that if he made a move, he really wouldn't be able to control himself and would fly all over the sky. It has nothing to do with me. Feng, who was lying on the sofa, was also surprised. He didn't know why Naruto would shift his target to Orochimaru in the illusion he created. No one else appeared at first, only him, Naruto and Karin. Seeing that Naruto's 9 tails had come out and he hadn't yet broken free from the shackles, he decided to add more ingredients, so he prepared to use everyone in the living room. It had just been constructed and Naruto was already going crazy. No, he was already crazy. The irrational Naruto broke free from the shackles in an instant, got on all fours, and pounced on Orochimaru like a wild beast. Feng did not stop him, but snapped his fingers and said, Orochimaru, play with Naruto. Sister Wei and I can't do anything. If the two of them take action, the battle will be over in an instant. Facing Naruto at this time, the 12 ninjas have no power to fight back at all. Only Orochimaru has the strength to fight Naruto at this time. The entire living room expanded infinitely with Feng's snap of fingers. The ceiling disappeared and turned into blue sky and white clouds. The surrounding walls also turned into towering trees. Without having time to observe this miraculous change, Orochimaru was running around in a hurry, being chased by Naruto. Don't look at it naked, eat while you look, Feng greeted the 12 stunned little strong men. If they were not already full, he really wanted to find something else to fill his stomach. The melon-eating crowd. The melon-eating crowd. Without melons, what kind of melon-eating crowd are they, uncle? Is this what you told Naruto about, helping him to activate the cheat? Sasuke was envious. He thought that with his 3 Magatama Sharingan, he was already at the top among his peers, but compared to Naruto, his 3 Magatama Sharingan seems nothing. At least when facing Orochimaru, he could only run away and he would definitely lose the fight. But now Naruto was able to chase Orochimaru. Even though Orochimaru was not in good condition at the moment, he was still not someone he could deal with. I didn't help him cheat. This was a father helping his son, Feng denied, shaking his finger. He was born with it. It can't be considered cheating. What I did was just to eliminate the risk he took when cheating. In the original work, it would take several years for Kurama and Naruto to reconcile. What Feng did was to shorten this process. Kurama itself has no hostility towards Naruto. What it hates is Naruto's father Minato. Not only did it split him into 2, it also sealed it into Naruto's body. Going back to the past, Obito, who forcibly controlled it, and Madara were the ones it truly hated. And with the addition of Oshirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, these 2 brothers, I don't know which wicked person came up with a Jinchuriki mode by sealing the tailed beast in the human body. The power of the tailed beast can be forcibly used. The tailed beasts have lived peacefully in the ninja world for more than 1,000 years, freely and without any incident. But when the Jinchuriki mode came out, well, they became treasures and everyone wanted to get involved. The reason why Kurama has always been unhappy with Naruto is not only because Naruto is Minato's son, but also because he is sealed in Naruto's body and cannot get out. He doesn't even have anyone to talk to. It would be strange for him to like Naruto. Anyone who is locked up in a dark environment for more than 10 years will feel unhappy. Is this what it looks like after it's been erased? Sakura was a little worried. Although she looked down on Naruto before, and she still looks down on him now, with Feng's mediation, Her relationship with Naruto has improved a lot, and she actually regards Naruto as her good friend. No, Feng explained, the biggest risk has been eliminated, but some minor problems left behind need to be overcome by Naruto himself. As you know, Naruto has a lot of chakra. His shadow clones can be divided into dozens or hundreds. But what you don't know is that the chakra Naruto has revealed before is only a tiny part of his chakra. His true power has never been revealed, a tiny, insignificant part. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched fiercely. It's really true that comparing yourself with others makes you feel nauseous. That tiny, insignificant part is the peak that many ninjas can never reach in their entire lives. As if seeing what Sasuke was thinking, Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "Why, are you envious? Who wouldn't be envious?" Sasuke was speechless. He turned his grief and anger into appetite and stuffed food into his mouth. There's no point in being envious. This is someone's talent, a power inherited from their bloodline. You also have the Sharingan, so aren't you also the object of others' envy? Hiss. As he was speaking, Feng seemed to have thought of something and took a deep breath. What happened again? This meal is destined to be a mess, as it is full of surprises. Tell me, if I charge you money and give you a chance to experience the Sharingan, would you be willing to give it a try? Not only that, you can also experience Byakugan, Keki Genkai, and all kinds of special powers that only people with special bloodlines can use. Before anyone could say anything, Orochimaru, who was being chased by Naruto and was jumping up and down, shouted, "Give me a pair of Sharingan. How much is it? I want to experience it." His original intention was to see Sasuke's Sharingan, but with Feng's intervention, he no longer had the chance. However, it was still great to be able to experience it briefly. At least it would help him avoid many detours when doing experiments in the future. It's just money. Orochimaru said he has plenty of money, and if he doesn't have enough, he will go out and rob. No, Sasuke slammed the table to stop him. This is the eye of our family. I will never allow outsiders to get it. Fake ones are not okay. Feng was a little unwilling. If this was possible, how much money could he make? No, Sasuke remained silent. What fake? In the convenience store, it is real and has all the functions it should have. If others have experienced it, then their family's Sharingan will no longer have any secrets. Right, then how can he use the Sharingan as a trump card? If you want to experience it, let someone else experience it. Sasuke tried to divert Feng's attention to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was not inferior to their family's Sharingan. Do you want to fight? Neji was unhappy. Why did they bring up their family again? Uncle, I think Sharingan is better. Sharingan is much better than our Byakugan. No, your Byakugan is better. It's too troublesome to open the Sharingan. It's not like your Byakugan, which you have since birth. No way. Although we have the Byakugan since birth, it is basically fixed. In the later stages, it is not as good as your Sharingan. In order to make Feng change his mind, Ningxi didn't bother to discredit himself, although he didn't think the Sharingan was much more powerful than the Byakugan. In order to prevent Feng from having any ideas about their family's eyes, the two of them praised their rival's eyes with all their might. The 12 little strongmen were a little worried at first, but when they saw the sly smile on Feng's lips, they knew that Feng was making fun of them again. Come to think of it, with Feng's personality, although he likes to joke, he has never done anything bad. Whether it is the Sharingan or the Byakugan, they are the foundation of the two families. Given their relationship with Feng, it is impossible for Feng to really let outsiders know the secret. Well, although the Uchiha clan is gone, Sasuke is still here, and so is his brother. If the two of them are capable, they might be able to rebuild the Uchiha clan in the future. You two don't need to fight anymore. How about this? I'll let you experience it first. Need not. Humph. Feng didn't care about the two of them. He snapped his fingers again, and a mirror appeared in front of each of them. In the mirror, two people's strange eyes were reflected, one white eye without pupil, and one normal eye. Uncle, Sasuke was a little angry and turned his head away from the mirror. Change my eyes back, just give it a try. Feng was unmoved. It is said that the blood of the Uchiha clan, combined with the blood of the Senju clan, can advance the Sharingan, just like Uchiha Madara, who used the blood of Senju Hashirama to successfully evolve the Rinnegan. But Feng, who knew the inside story, knew that it was not the same thing at all. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Without the latter prerequisite, even if Uchiha Madara ate Senju Hashirama, he would not be able to evolve his Sharingan. But there is no smoke without fire. Out of curiosity, simply curiosity, Feng wanted to give it a try. If the descendants of Ashura didn't work, Then what about the descendants of Hamura? The Hyuga clan is the descendant of Hamura. Although the Hyuga clan has the Byakugan, the combination of the two may lead to a reversion to their ancestral form and a situation where they have both the Byakugan and the Rinnegan, just like Kaguya Otsutsuki, but the result disappointed Feng. Sasuke did not move. Nisi tried it, and the Byakugan could be opened normally, and the Sharingan could also be opened, but the opening of the latter was not under Nisi's control at all. It opened automatically. "Uncle, I can't close it," Ninji said with a frown. He felt the chakra in his body rapidly dissipating and flowing uncontrollably into the Sharingan to keep it open. He could not control or stop this process, but his white eyes could be turned off and on normally. Pucci, Inuzuka Kiba laughed, and when he laughed, everyone else followed suit. "What are you laughing at?" Niji didn't look in the mirror, so he didn't know how weird he looked. There were blue veins around his open Byakugan, but there was nothing around his open Sharingan. Niji's entire face seemed to be split into two, one half normal and the other half disfigured. Hinata also temporarily forgot about Naruto. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Normally she didn't think there was anything strange about her Byakugan, but if she lost an eye, it would look awkward no matter how she looked at it. Hearing others laughing, Sasuke turned his head curiously. Ha ha ha, he laughed louder than anyone else, completely forgetting that he was laughing too. Chapter 141. The sea is all water. The experiment failed, and Feng guessed that it might be because the blood of the two people was not pure enough. Of course, Sasuke's blood purity is definitely enough. After all, this guy is the reincarnation of Indra. In contrast, Niji's blood purity is a little bit worse, or maybe neither of them is strong enough to withstand the combined power of the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Haven't you seen how Kakashi has become with only one Sharingan? Sometimes, the original things are better with another snap of the fingers. The two men's eyes returned to normal. There was nothing to watch while eating, and with nothing to do, Feng turned his gaze to Naruto. After changing the living room environment into a scene in the Death Forest, Naruto became more certain that Orochimaru was the culprit who forced Feng to threaten him with Karin, and he chased Orochimaru even more vigorously. Naruto, who had lost his mind, never thought about why the environment suddenly changed and why Feng and Karin suddenly disappeared. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to catch up with Orochimaru and tear him to pieces. Orochimaru didn't even confront Naruto head-on. Just from the chakra emanating from Naruto, he knew that he was definitely no match for him. Others may not know what the tailed beast transformation or Jinchuriki is, but he knows it clearly, not to mention that he used to be a member of Konoha. Konoha's tailed beast Kurama is the most powerful of all the tailed beasts. It is said that after he rebelled against Konoha, he briefly joined an organization. The organization's goal is to capture the tailed beasts, and here, he learned a lot of information about the tailed beasts. Tailed beast transformation is called partial tailed beast transformation and full body tailed beast transformation. It is also easy to understand. It is just the literal meaning. Partial transformation to tailed beast means changing a part of your body, such as an arm or a leg, into the appearance of a tailed beast in order to enhance the power or speed of that part. The disadvantage is that the enhancement is limited. But the advantage is that control will not be lost. Transforming the whole body into a tailed beast means releasing the tailed beast sealed in one's body and letting the tailed beast take control of one's body. The disadvantages are obvious. The tailed beasts will not listen to you obediently. They will not come out when you tell them to, and they will go back when you tell them to. What if their whole body is transformed into a tailed beast and they are unwilling to go back? Then they are doomed. So generally speaking, no one would use the tailed beast transformation unless they were desperate. However, if you have a good relationship with the tailed beast, and the tailed beast is willing to let you use its power and even actively cooperate with you, then congratulations, you will gain the powerful power of the tailed beast and you will be able to enter the perfect Jinchuriki mode, tailed beast mode. The tailed beast mode is different from the tailed beast transformation. The latter has the risk of getting out of control, while the former does not. Naruto's appearance at this moment is different from when he turned into a tailed beast. Although Naruto already has some signs of turning into a tailed beast, with claws and fangs appearing, he has lost all rationality. His current appearance should be between partial tailed beast transformation and full tailed beast transformation, a terrible state. He is so strong even in this state, Orochimaru couldn't even imagine how powerful Naruto would be if he entered the tailed beast mode. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, were struggling in this endless space. If it weren't for the tall trees serving as cover, Orochimaru would have been caught up long ago. Unlike Orochimaru, who was dodging and hiding, Naruto almost rushed forward without any intention of beating around the bush. If he encountered anything that was in the way, he would just strike it with one claw. Nothing could remain intact under his claws. Big trees were broken in half, huge rocks were shattered, and he directly waded through the weeds to create a path. Everything Yi Feng transformed in the living room was real, with a real feel and real obstacle experience, which was different from the virtual environment in the room except that you cannot take things out of the convenience store. The things that are transformed are no different from those in the outside world. After a long time, the 12 little strongmen were full, but Naruto still did not stop and kept chasing Orochimaru around. "Why didn't you use this trick earlier?" Orochimaru complained. God knows how hard it was for him to be chased. Not only did he have to guard against being caught up by Naruto, but he also had to guard against flying all over the sky while he was running and jumping. His buttocks never loosened. If he could not hold them still at last, he would have taken off his pants without a care. He is still being chased now. Yi Feng used an illusory dummy to replace Orochimaru and rescued him. After going to the toilet, Orochimaru also became a member of the spectators. Faced with Orochimaru's complaints, Yi Feng did not feel embarrassed, but instead spoke ill of Orochimaru. "You are one of the 3 ninjas after all. The other 2 are so powerful, why can you only run?" The focus is different. Orochimaru shrugged. Ever since he understood the meaning of life, the purpose of his practicing ninjutsu was no longer to improve his strength, but to increase his means of preserving his life, no matter whether it is good or bad. As long as it can increase his means of saving his life, he will practice it without hesitation, even if it is a forbidden technique or a sorcery. So after such a long time, his strength has already fallen far behind the other 3 ninjas. "Didn't you join the Akatsuki organization before? Haven't you studied Kakuzu and Hidden?" Yi Feng was a little curious. Kakuzu and Hidden, one had several lives, and the other was simply immortal. With Orochimaru's desire for life, he didn't believe that Orochimaru would not be curious about these 2 people. "I did want to." Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. Even though he had quit Akatsuki, he still missed Kakuzu and Hidden, but they refused to cooperate. It would be a miracle if he could cooperate. Who would want to be sliced and studied? It was common knowledge that Orochimaru had impure motives when he joined the Akatsuki organization, and everyone was on guard against him. After studying all the projects that could be researched within the Akatsuki organization and reading all the information that could be read, Orochimaru found it boring and quit the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization is no longer useful to him, and the people inside don't want to let him research the things he really wants to study. The process of leaving the organization was not all smooth sailing, but Orochimaru dared to say that he was the best in the ninja world when it came to escaping ability. The organization's several pursuits were unsuccessful in the end. "We just pretended that everything was fine. If you don't interfere with my business, I won't cause trouble for you. As long as you don't appear in front of me, you can do whatever you want. By the way, are you still in contact with the people from Akatsuki?" Yi Feng touched Orochimaru's shoulder and asked in a low voice. Orochimaru didn't understand why Yi Feng was speaking so quietly even though everyone could hear him, so he asked back, "Don't you know where the Akatsuki organization is?" Although Orochimaru had never been to the headquarters of Akatsuki, after so many years of investigation, he was almost certain where the headquarters of Akatsuki was. He knew it all, so there was no reason why Yi Feng, who acted omniscient in front of him, would not know it. "I know, but I'm just too lazy to go," Yi Feng continued in a low voice that everyone could hear. "If you can contact someone from Akatsuki, please help me place an order for Angle. I want to order a few sets of Akatsuki uniforms." "Are you crazy?" A big question mark appeared on Orochimaru's head. "You already know the uniforms of Akatsuki. Why don't you find someone to make them for you? Also, why do you want to customize the uniforms of the Akatsuki organization?" How could he not know what was so special about Akatsuki's uniform? He had worn it before. "Don't you think the Akatsuki uniforms are really cool?" Who has watched Naruto has not imagined himself wearing the Akatsuki uniform. Yi Feng is no exception. "The reason why I don't make it myself is that I feel that it is not from the Akatsuki organization and has no soul. The reason why we look for Kakuzu is because only Kakuzu dares to take such an order. As long as the money is enough, Yi Feng will find a way to get it for you. If you ask for Konan's uniform, that's it." Orochimaru was speechless. He didn't think so. "What kind of aesthetics do you have?" Yi Feng was unhappy. "Akatsuki is the top ninja organization. Everyone is extremely powerful. I seriously suspect that you left Akatsuki because they look down on you." Yes, whatever a powerful person says is right." Orochimaru is too lazy to refute the crazy Yi Feng. "Still the first group. What the hell is the number 1 group?" He now has some doubts about whether Yi Feng knows about the Zio organization and what it is. Orochimaru does not deny that the people of Akatsuki are strong. The minimum requirement for those who can join Akatsuki is to have the strength of a cage, which means that on the surface, they have to be comparable to the cages of the 5 major ninja villages. To be able to become the cage of the 5 major ninja villages, first of all, strength is a hard condition. You must have the strength of a cage, and then other things can be considered. Ninjas with cage level strength are not common. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the weakest Sans village only has 2 or 3 tailed beasts. Yet it can be ranked among the 5 major ninja villages. It is conceivable how powerful the Akatsuki organization would be with more than 10 cage-level figures. This is also the reason why the Akatsuki organization has been able to exist for so many years. Just tell me whether you can do it, Yi Feng said impatiently. Of course I can, but what's in it for me? It is very easy to contact the Akatsuki organization. Just find a black market and post a mission. Kakuzu will come to you immediately if he smells the scent. It's just a small thing, and you want to benefit. Yi Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this something that can be done easily? If you think it's a small matter, you can do it yourself, or Orochimaru bargained. I don't want anything else, just allow me to watch when you teach Naruto the moves. The scene where Yi Feng destroyed a planet with a single Kigen wave in space was something Orochimaru could never forget. He also wanted to try whether he could learn it, although he prefers to do research. He is also envious of such a powerful move. Besides, after learning this move, it will not hinder his research. How do you know I want to teach Naruto? He only said before that he wanted to exchange moves with Kaguya Otsutsuki, but he never said that he wanted to teach Naruto. I guessed, Orochimaru said lightly before. In the Death Forest examination room, Yi Feng said that he wanted to teach Sasuke how to use the railgun. Naruto also wanted to learn it, but Yi Feng said that it was not suitable for him and that he would teach him other moves, and it just so happened that the trick Yi Feng used in space was very suitable to teach Naruto. Kigen waves do not have so many complicated theories and do not require any attributes. As long as you have ki in your body, you can use Kigen waves. Although Naruto has no ki in his body, he has chakra. Chakra is also a kind of energy. It is energy that can be released with the right method. It is just a matter of output power. Okay, after all, teaching one person is the same as teaching 2 people, so Yi Feng simply waved his hand and said, "You little guys, come and report tomorrow. If you can learn it, then learn it. If you can't, I will teach you other moves." "Uncle, how much is it?" "You're sensible." Yi Feng was happy. Before he could say anything, someone asked, "It's all a token of my appreciation. You can give as much as you like." "Uncle, do I have to participate too?" Zio Li asked this question a little frustrated. He had no chakra and only knew physical skills. If Yi Feng taught him moves like the railgun that required chakra coordination, he would undoubtedly not be able to learn it. It's just that all the other kids have learned it, but I haven't. Isn't it a bit? He didn't want the gap between him and his friends to grow bigger. "You are lucky. I have just hired a new clerk." Thinking of Sun Wukong, Yi Feng laughed. With Sun Wukong's abilities, he could reach the sky in one step. That clerk doesn't know how to use chakra. "You saw how badly I was injured this afternoon. It was because of him beating me up. I tell you, he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Although you don't have chakra, I can teach you his training method." "Really?" After seeing Yi Feng nod, Zio Li jumped 3 feet high. After landing, he hugged Yi Feng and cried, "Uncle, you are the best to me. Don't do that. If your teacher Kai hears it, he will definitely come after me." Kai, who raised Zio Li as his son, is the best person to Zio Li. Without Kai's encouragement and help, Zio Li would not have the strength he has today. Little Li, crying with snot and tears, raised his head and sobbed, "But I don't have any money." "Go aside." Yi Feng's expression changed instantly, causing everyone to laugh. "Hoochie. Hoochie." Naruto was breathing heavily, his eyes regained clarity, and the beastly part of his body retreated, but the tailed beast's chakra coat still covered his body. Feeling the power in his body, Naruto's eyes were full of disbelief. He felt that he was now terribly strong and no one could be his opponent. He turning his head to look at the place where the laughter came from, Naruto disappeared in a flash. "Uncle." Naruto clenched his fists and yelled, "Take my punch. Let you play tricks on me, I will make you pay." "What to eat? I'm full and can't eat anymore." Looking at Yi Feng, who blocked his attack with just one finger, the excited expression on Naruto's face collapsed. "Really? It's so boring. Can't you just let me go? Give me a break. You want to hit me. Why should I give you a break?" Yi Feng pretended to be sad as he sent Naruto flying with a blow to his head. "I was thinking of teaching you a powerful move, and this is how you repay me." Chapter 142. The sea becomes an ocean. Really? Naruto's expression changed instantly. He hugged Yifeng's arm and rubbed his face against it. I knew you were the best to me, uncle, get out of my way. He rubbed you and then he rubbed you again, pushing Naruto away with disdain. Yifeng said seriously, you should know how powerful the power in your body is now. Let me tell you. Just as he was about to give some instructions, Naruto rushed in and said, I know, uncle. I will never use my power to do evil. My goal is to become the Hokage. Yifeng knocked Naruto on the head with a bang. He said angrily, stupid, that's what I meant. Why did you rush to answer? Covering his head, Naruto cried out in pain, Uncle, you are getting harder and harder, stop talking nonsense and listen carefully. I'm not saying this just for you. Yifeng looked around and restored the living room to its original state. He then looked at the 12 little warriors, all sitting leisurely, and said, I'm saying this for all of you. As a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. When you have no power, it is not shameful to keep your tail between your legs. After you have power, besides being happy, do something you like. This is the basic principle of being a human being, uncle. Didn't you say before that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility? Naruto retorted, hiding behind Hinata and using Hinata as a cover. He saw clearly that Yifeng had beaten everyone present, except Hinata, feeling the warm breath beside her ears. Hiss, like the sound of boiling water. Hinata's body softened, her face flushed, and she fell into Karin's arms. The culprit, Naruto, has been hung up by Yifeng. A rope passed through Naruto's armpit, and the other end of the rope disappeared into the ceiling. The unmanned board slapped Naruto's butt. Why are you so talkative? Just hang on. Can you take seriously what he says when he's pretending to be cool? Really, that is used to restrain heroes. Obviously, Yifeng does not think of himself as a hero, nor does he want anyone he knows to be a hero. Most heroes are saintly bitches. You can be a saint, but you can't be a bitch. The difference of one word represents different meanings. When the Virgin Mary encounters danger, she can charge into battle and use her own methods, whether it is verbal persuasion or physical means, to influence the enemy. She will not show mercy to those who are stubborn and restless. The virgin bitch hides behind everyone and commands everyone. No matter right or wrong, as long as it does not go to its liking, it will stand on the moral high ground and point fingers at you, completely ignoring the fact that this matter has nothing to do with you. Yifeng can allow himself to have a saintly woman around him, but he will not allow himself to have a saintly bitch around him. You cannot impose your own standards on a stranger, regardless of whether the other person is willing or not. Ignore Naruto's wailing in pain. He knows what he did. Even though Naruto screams loudly, it actually doesn't hurt at all when he is hit by the stick. It's just a little embarrassing at most. After all, it happened in front of so many people. Little guys, I won't tell you so many big truths. I hate those myself. What I want to say is very simple. Be happy. Being happy is the most important thing. After you have the strength, if you encounter something unpleasant, I will help you if you want to, and I will leave you if you want to. Don't pay attention to those nonsense words, such as you are cold-blooded and you have no conscience. Such accusations are pure bullshit. If he doesn't like it, let him do it himself. Do you understand? Hiss, don't be like someone's father, who committed suicide because he couldn't stand the criticism from others. Orochimaru smiled. He knew who that someone was. He was from the same period as him and almost became the Hokage. However, due to a failed mission, someone else instigated rumors in the village. Finally, he couldn't stand the pointing of the villagers and committed suicide. If it were me, I wouldn't care what people said behind my back, and I wouldn't listen. But if someone said it to my face, I would make him speechless for the rest of his life. Uncle, Neji raised his hand. Say, I don't accept it. Naruto, who was hanging up, danced with joy. Why can Neji say it but I can't? If you don't agree, just keep it to yourself. My fists are big, so what? Yifeng glared at Naruto, then turned to Nisi and adopted a different attitude. Ningxi, what do you want to ask? Covering your mouth and laughing every day. The difference is too big, uncle. But what should we do if we are in a high position? Just let it sit cold. What else can I do? Yifeng said with his hands spread out. You don't give yourself status, it is given by others. Only when others recognize it, your position is worthy of the title. If others don't recognize it, even if you call yourself an immortal, others will just treat you as a piece of shit when you sit in that position and enjoy the benefits it brings. It is only right that you bear due responsibilities. Kakashi's father, White Feng. So what if he failed in his mission? Accusation. His teammates and their families can blame him, his boss can blame him, but you, a villager, what can you blame? What does it have to do with you? Did any of your family and friends die because of him, or because you gave him money? You haven't paid anything. What right do you have to blame you? When White Fang becomes the Hawkeye, it won't matter if you point your finger at him and scold him, because he is your boss and he has the responsibility to listen to your opinions, but is he? He is not. Therefore, Yi Feng will not be merciful to those who accuse him. I have not enjoyed any benefits brought by you, so why should I let you scold me? If you dare to scold me, I dare to fight back. What matters is that you have a clear mind. As for you, when you get a job, you can just do things according to the law. Follow the rules. If you don't like it, you can appeal. If it's unreasonable, ask the people who made the rules to change it. Whether they change it or not is none of your business. Remember, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Don't always think you are so powerful. Of course, while you follow the rules, you also need to judge what is reasonable based on the facts. As for the standard of measurement, it's up to you to figure it out. After these words, everyone fell into deep thought in the silence. Sakura touched Xianshan's arm. Xianshan, what did you give the uncle to drink just now? Why is he talking so much nonsense today? Nothing much, just the one in the fridge. The one in the fridge. Sakura's expression changed drastically. Is it the one with a transparent glass bottle filled with colorful liquids? Yeah, what's wrong? Xianshan asked carefully. There was a label on the bottle, and she could see clearly that it said beverage. It's not a big problem. Seeing Yi Feng's condition, Xiaoying waved her hand and said, that glass bottle is from the past. It doesn't contain a drink, but wine. Number 1 suddenly had an idea and wanted to see how powerful different liquors would be when mixed together, so he poured a little of all the liquor in the store into that bottle. Don't be fooled by the colorful appearance. Once poured out, it turns black. Uncle didn't dare drink it. It's been kept in the refrigerator. As a result, I don't know. Xianshan panicked. Nothing unexpected will happen, right? Looking at the uncle's expression, I know he's fine. Well, I think so. Sakura was not sure either. Yi Feng also realized that something was wrong with his condition. He came here to watch the fun, so why was he suddenly talking about moral principles? After reviewing what happened in his mind, he realized that Xianshan had made a mistake. Fortunately, it was a minor matter, and Yi Feng had no intention of blaming Xianshan after all. Xianshan didn't know, and it was his own fault. He was just curious. By utilizing the magic of the convenience store, Yi Feng cleared away his negative emotions, and his entire spirit returned to its best. He clapped his hands and put Naruto down. The rope and board turned into nothingness and disappeared in the living room. In the next few days, you will maintain the same posture in the store. When you can control yourself, you will be qualified. If Naruto can't even control his transformation into the tailed beast, how can he control it? Even with Kurima's cooperation, it requires Naruto's own determination, otherwise there is still a risk of losing control. Oh, Naruto nodded. When it comes to improving his own strength, Naruto has never been vague on this point. Sasuke, you should first get familiar with your 3 Magatama Sharingan. When you are proficient in using it, you can consider upgrading the Sharingan. Yeah, Sasuke also nodded. He already knew what to do next. He just had to proceed steadily and step by step. Okay, that's all for today. Let's adjourn the meeting. Uncle, where does Karin live? Sakura asked. They all had their own place to go, but Karin, an outsider, didn't have one. She can stay in your room. You won't be staying in the hotel anyway. Just write her name after yours. Yi Feng made the arrangement casually. Although he sympathizes with Karin's situation, he has no intention of giving her any special care. Karin has suffered a lot since childhood and is extremely sensitive. If you give her special care, it will make her panic. Just be normal and treat Karin the same way you treat others. Karin will find that there is nothing special about herself, and she will adjust herself over time. Sakura runs to the store all day long, so she knows the magic of the bedroom. She has never lived in the store before and has never written her name on it, but only store employees have staff dormitories. As Sakura wrote her name, her staff dormitory quietly appeared behind the door. She wrote Karin's name after her own name, and then Sakura pushed the door open and entered with Karin. From today on, this is your room. In the living room, Naruto was stunned by the mess on the table. Karin got up at dawn. To be precise, she didn't sleep the whole night lying on the soft big bed. She tossed and turned. The unfamiliar environment made it impossible for her to fall asleep. She was afraid that she was dreaming. Once she closed her eyes and woke up again, everything would disappear. She would still be in that hell, with people lining up every day to suck her blood in the dark environment. Day after day, Year after year, someone was watching her 24 hours a day to prevent her from escaping, but what can she run to? She has no family or friends, and all she has is the consciousness of being a tool. Under long-term oppression, she has lost the will to resist. Even though she knew her own strength, she could defeat many people. He opened the door and walked out. The living room was still in the same state. There was no food left, but the pots and pans were not washed. Naruto, who walked last, had escaped the bill. Naruto, his own younger brother, Karin couldn't describe her mood. She felt surprised, scared, and uneasy. It was very complicated. She couldn't explain it clearly and didn't know how to face it. You're awake, why don't you sleep a little longer? Bang! The dishes and chopsticks fell to the ground. Karin knelt down hurriedly and picked up the dishes one by one, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to wash them. The more anxious she became, the more speechless she became. The more speechless she became, the more anxious she became. She had thought she had become numb and would no longer cry, but the tears still flowed uncontrollably. It doesn't matter, it's not broken anyway. If it breaks, just let Naruto buy it. The voice was very gentle, and the person who spoke was helping Karin clean up. Aren't you Naruto? Even though her eyes were red from crying, Karin could still recognize who the person was. She forced herself to remember the appearance of every person in the living room last night. This was the first time in her life that she felt kindness from a stranger. Even though no one had ever spoken to her, Karin was content. At least, no one disliked her. The little girl Hinata was the one she remembered most clearly and who always comforted her. Naruto is me, but I am not Naruto. It may be a little confusing, as long as you understand what I mean. The person who spoke shook Karin's hand. Let me introduce myself. I am number 1, Naruto's shadow clone. Karin subconsciously raised her arm and put it to number 1's mouth. Number 1 tilted his head in confusion. Is this a new handshake? I've never seen it before. Oh, I'm sorry. Karin suddenly realized that she was no longer in hell and quickly put her arms down. She was used to it. In the past, when someone pulled her hand, they wanted to bite her arm. So when number 1 touched her, she would reflexively put her arm to number 1's mouth. Because she is slow, she will be beaten. What's there to be sorry about? Number 1 didn't care and continued to wash the dishes in his hands. I heard from my uncle that you suffered a lot in the past. Forget about it. Here, no one will bully you, and no one dares to bully you. If anyone bullies you, just tell Naruto, or you can tell me. Although I can't fight, after all, I am a shadow clone, and I am fragile. If the attack of others is too strong, I will not be able to withstand it and will dissipate, but I can get someone to come. I can get the uncle to come. Let me tell you, the uncle is amazing. Don't be fooled by his lazy and talkative appearance. He is even more talkative than Naruto. But, Karin listened to number 1's chatter, and she started to laugh, and then she started to cry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Sending Money Under the Pretend of a Flower Job. Why are you crying again? I am happy. Karin quickly wiped her tears and said sobbingly, Oh, you're crying over this. Won't you cry more often in the future? Number 1 said angrily, Look, I'm a shadow clone. Other shadow clones are used for fighting, but my real body always treats me as a tool. Uncle, you didn't treat me as a shadow clone. How can you let a shadow clone run a store? By the way, when you came here yesterday, you saw the receptionist at the door, right? Let me tell you, that was also a shadow clone, created from the real body. This guy, he's obviously a clerk, but I've never seen him work a single day, and he keeps yelling about being a Hokage. I just wonder, what's so good about being a Hokage? It's exhausting, guarding the small office every day, and I can't leave the village at will. If the main character really becomes Hokage, he will regret it sooner or later. The gap between him and the uncle will become wider and wider, even though number 1 is just a clone. To be honest, he has spent much more time with Feng than the original Naruto. There are many things that Naruto, the original body, doesn't know, but he, number 1, knows them clearly. Although the memory will return to the original body after the shadow clone is removed, due to the special environment of the convenience store and number 1's deliberate concealment, Naruto often doesn't know what his clone has done, except for some insignificant things. Number 1 didn't have to conceal it deliberately. There were just some things that were not suitable for Naruto to know now. For example, Feng had told him about the Otsutsuki clan originally. I thought it was a story made up by Feng, but the moment Kaguya Otsutsuki came out, number one knew that what Feng said was true. Kaguya Otsutsuki is known as the ancestor of chakra, but her status in the Otsutsuki clan is just a servant. If this were to be made public, I wonder how many people would be shocked. It is a good thing to have a goal to pursue, but when the goal is too far away, motivation may turn into pressure, which is not a good thing. Therefore, there are some things that number one knows, but he feels that there is no need for the original body to know them, at least not for the time being. Look at me, I'm just talking about myself. Don't be surprised. I'm usually quite bored when I'm alone. Number one felt a little embarrassed and talked too much. What are your plans for the future? Plans? Karen was confused and shook her head. No one had ever asked for her opinion, and she was used to following other people's advice. To be honest, even Karen herself found it incredible that she had never had any thoughts of suicide after living in that hell before. Even if she couldn't see tomorrow, even if she couldn't see hope, she always felt that she should wait a little longer. As for what she was waiting for, she herself didn't know. So when number one asked her about her plans for the future, she was confused. If you don't have any plans, just stay here for now, number one advised. You have nowhere else to go anyway, so why not just stay here for a while? When you have thought it through, it won't be too late to go out for a walk. But I can't do anything. Karen was a little nervous. She liked the environment here. Although she was only staying for one night, no one here would look at her differently. And no one would bite her arm in the middle of the night. She likes it here and would like to stay here forever if she could. I'll teach you. I didn't know anything at first. Now you see. Number one was very skillful and the greasy bowls became shiny clean in his hands. With my current skills, I can easily find a job as a dishwasher in any restaurant. Also, I can cook. When I have the chance, I'll cook for you. Come to think of it, my cooking skills were taught by my uncle. Ah, Karen exclaimed. The food cooked by the uncle seemed to be poisonous. 2 people were poisoned last night. The expression on Karen's face was so easy to understand that number one knew without having to guess. Uncle is poisonous. He's not really poisonous, but he's just weird when it comes to cooking. Same steps, same ingredients, no problem for others to make it, but when this uncle makes it, he eats it and it's fine, but if others eat it, they're guaranteed to have diarrhea. Karen finally understood why the others were so calm when they saw Naruto and Orochimaru having diarrhea last night. It seemed like they had seen it before. Number one warned worriedly, so in the future, if the uncle gives you something to eat, you should ask in advance if it was made by him. If it wasn't made by him, then it's fine. Then what should I learn first? In order to stay in the store, Karen said she was willing to learn anything. What should I learn first? Number one scratched his head. This question really stumped him. As for what there was to learn in the store, there really wasn't anything. Ninjutsu? No need. If the main body knows it, he will know it naturally. Cooking? Same thing. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything else to learn. After thinking for a while, number one said, why don't you follow me to work as the cashier? The business in the store has been good these days, and I can't handle it alone. He has to take care of the business in the store while managing the cashier outside the store. If it were an ordinary person, he would be too busy to handle it, but number one is a shadow clone. He can do everything that Naruto can do. When he is too busy, number one will also create a shadow clone to help himself. The reason why he said he was too busy was to find something for Karen to do so that she wouldn't have to worry about anything. Is there anything else I need to do? Karen was worried that she would be kicked out if she didn't do enough, so she wanted to find something else to do. Stop being introverted, sister. Number one had a sad face. He felt that working as a cashier was not tiring, but it would take up a lot of his time. He didn't even have time to go shopping. I'm sorry, Karen apologized hurriedly again. She had no idea what involution was and thought she had said something wrong, which made number one's expression change. You don't have to apologize, sister. Here, you don't need to say the 3 words I'm sorry, number one explained to prevent Karen from further misunderstanding. We are a convenience store here. Our main job is to buy and sell goods. There's nothing else to do. You can cook your own meals or go out to eat. I recommend going to the ramen shop across the street. Their noodles are amazing. As for wages, only those who go to work can get them. In addition to the basic salary for the day, there are also dividends after the turnover is counted that night. You have to pay special attention to this. The uncle doesn't care much about the turnover. If I hadn't insisted on opening the store, it's not certain whether the uncle could open the store. With the uncle's half-hearted business attitude, the money he earns is not even enough for his own food. So, as the only, no, now the only two, cashiers in the store, we can do some operations. Number one was rubbing his fingers together. The implication was obvious enough, but he was completely unaware that Karen, who was standing next to him, was a little stiff standing behind number one. Feng gestured to keep quiet, and Karen naturally didn't dare to remind number one, "You are Naruto's sister, which means you are my sister." Number one was still talking non-stop. "If we work together, no one will find out unless you and I tell them. How are you going to spend the money you embezzled? What do you mean by greedy? Sister, you are wrong. I have always been fair and honest, and I have never done anything sneaky. The uncle can hand over the store to me, which means he is confident in me and trusts me. Uncle is so good to me, how could I possibly make him sad? Hey, uncle, when did you come?" Turning around, number one seemed to have just discovered Feng and asked respectfully, "Uncle, why did you get up so early today? Have you eaten? I'll go buy you some food." "If you didn't get up so early, how would I know that there was a thief in the house?" Feng looked at number one with a smile. "The thief? Who is it?" "Is it Naruto?" Number one said indignantly. "I knew Naruto is unreliable. Don't worry, uncle. I will go back to the room and beat him up so that he will remember this lesson." Feng just smiled and said nothing. Number one touched his forehead and his voice became quieter and quieter. "Isn't it Naruto? Is it Sasuke?" Feng still didn't speak. "Neither is Sasuke. That's Kakashi-sensei. It can't be Sakura. Sakura doesn't even live in the store." In the uneasy atmosphere, Feng finally spoke. "You seem to have a lot of sweat on your head. It's too hot." Number one wiped the sweat off his face with his hands. "The temperature in the store is constant all year round. There is no such thing as overcooling or overheating. If you can't find a suitable excuse, I'm going to take action." Feng crackled his fingers. Karen stood nearby, not daring to move. She was extremely scared. "Uncle, I don't understand what you are talking about." Number one pretended to be confused in order to get away with it. "I just went out for a run, and the heat from my body hasn't dissipated yet, so it's normal to have some sweat on my face." "Hey, this excuse is much more reliable." Feng nodded with relief. It was okay. This excuse sounded quite plausible. "I'm telling the truth." Number one swore to the sky. "If I tell even a lie, let me get struck by lightning when I leave." "You want to be struck by lightning when you go out, right? I'll let you be struck by lightning now." Feng was furious. He stretched out his arms and bent them again, and then restrained number one's neck, making his head explode with a bang. "You think I'm stupid, don't you? You're a shadow clone. Even if you're struck by lightning, you can be resurrected with full health in the next second. Your oath is useless. How dare you covet my money? Don't you know that I love money like my life? You are so bold that you even dare to take my money. Do you want me to invest and open a store for you so that you can expand and become stronger and create greater glory? Really? Okay, I'm wrong, uncle. Where did you go wrong? I'll take out all the money now." He took out a wad of money from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into Karen's hand. "Sister, this money is all yours. Don't let Naruto see it, and don't let the uncle see it." Feng was silent. "Should he see it or not, you idiot? I asked you to give Karen some money for living expenses, but you couldn't just give it to her directly. Instead, you insisted on putting on some fancy moves. Do you think I'm blind?" "Oh, my eyes are blinded. My eyes are blinded. Number one, please help me take a look." "Hey, uncle, why are you so careless? I have eye drops in my room. Come on, I'll help you take a look." Number one supported Feng, and the two of them moved quickly, opened the door of the staff bedroom and went in. After a while, number one came out with one eye covered. He went to the kitchen, took out an ice pack from the refrigerator, and applied it to his swollen and painful eye. Hiss. The icy cool touch made number one gasp. That was a bit too harsh. It's a complete show. It was he who suggested the fancy moves, so naturally he had to perform it more realistically. In the kitchen, Karen was holding the money and hadn't reacted yet. When she saw number one coming back, she quickly handed the money over. "Are you okay? I'll give you the money back. Don't worry, I didn't touch it." "What money?" Number one turned a blind eye to the money in front of him. "I don't have any money." "Don't talk nonsense. You can't wrongly accuse me, sister, who in this convenience store doesn't know my identity. I'm a shadow clone, and I eat and live in my main body. Why do I need money?" I don't love money and I've never been in touch with money. I'm not interested in money, it has a Jack Ma flavor. If the expression on number one's face could be more natural when he said this, it would be more like him. My money, the money I have saved for so long. Number one was so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. Take it away quickly, out of sight, out of mind. Number one urged Corin to put the money away quickly to avoid him getting worried when he saw it. Then I'll keep it for you first. Seeing that number one was determined not to accept it, Corin had no choice but to say, whenever you need money, I'll give it to you. If others said this, it would probably mean there was no hope, but when Corin said this, number one was quite willing to believe it. Let's go have breakfast. It's your treat. He just said that he was eating and living at number one in the main body, completely unaware that he was slapped in the face by himself. Corin hesitated. Don't we need to wake up Naruto and the others, and the uncle? Don't worry about them, number one said, waving his hand. They almost always get up at a fixed time. Uncle went back to sleep again. He must have been possessed today. He actually got up so early. He usually doesn't get up until noon. Let's go. I saw Uncle Ichiraku's noodle shop is open. Let me tell you, the first bowl of noodles Uncle Ichiraku makes after opening is the most delicious. Oh, okay. Corin followed the previous number and went downstairs. Don't forget your treat, I remember. Corin replied with a smile. There were already signs of people coming and going on the streets, although there were some twists and turns in the second round of the Chunin exam, which resulted in the exam time being shortened and ended early. But what happened in the Death Forest did not affect the business in the village. Business owners got up early and opened their shop doors on the entire street. Yi Feng's convenience store is the last to open. Chapter 144 Demonstration Teaching. After eating and drinking, number one and Corin started their day's work. Naruto hasn't gotten up yet, so don't expect him to create a clone and turn into the receptionist at the door. Number one simply created a shadow clone of himself and took over Naruto's job. Sister, cashiering is very simple. You just need to scan the machine and the price of the product will appear automatically. Inside the cashier counter, number one was holding a scanner gun and teaching Corin things to do. Then click on the total button, and the cash box will open automatically. It will also show how much change you need, said number one, pointing at the display screen. If anyone doesn't want a product anymore, click here, or use the mouse to delete it. And then, number one taught in great detail and Corin learned very seriously. That's basically it. I'm right at the door. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Xiang Phosphorus nodded. A new figure appeared on the recliner at the door. Number one was more enjoyable than Yi Feng. There was a small table next to the recliner, and on the table there were ice drinks. Taking a sip from time to time, he seemed relaxed and comfortable. Ah, exclaimed number one, this is life. Good morning, number one. Morning. Niji was the first to arrive, and needless to say, everyone knew the reason. He felt more comfortable in the store than in his own home. I can recognize number one at a glance thanks to his outfit. Unlike the original character, number one does not wear a forehead protector and does not wear the same clothes. Number one's clothing collection is much richer than Naruto's original form because of the difference in their dress, even though they look exactly the same. It is still easy to tell them apart. Hinata followed Nisi closely. Thanks to Yi Feng, Nisi became much more cheerful and his relationship with Hinata became much more harmonious. Good morning, number one. Even though she knew that number one was not Naruto, they looked exactly the same, so Hinata always unconsciously treated number one as Naruto and was weak and gentle when greeting him. You're good too. There was no fluctuation in his tone, just like his attitude towards Nisi. Hinata liked Naruto, not him, so number one naturally would not have any psychological burden. Besides, he is a shadow clone, half a fake person, and some human love affairs are destined to have nothing to do with him. Number one is still able to recognize this point clearly after greeting number one. Niji and Hinata greeted Corin. Niji understood that since Corin could stand behind the cash register and do the cashiering for number one, it meant Yi Feng's tacit approval. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to touch the cash register. Convenience stores have many secrets, and the cash register on the cash register is one of them. Moreover, Corin is also a relative of his. Even though they are distant relatives who are so distant in generations, their ancestors are still alive, so no matter how distant the relatives are, they are still relatives. Niji naturally wouldn't look down on Corin or anything like that. Even if they weren't relatives, he wouldn't do that. He's not that kind of person. Not to mention Hinata, she is always good-tempered to everyone. After the two of them came, other people also came one after another. After knowing that Yi Feng was going to teach them some moves, Each of them was very excited. Unable to sleep, they simply came to the store early and waited. Even though they knew that Feng would get up very late while waiting, Shikamaru ran up and down, each time holding a pile of snacks. Feng yawned and opened the bedroom door. Sleeping in the storage room was the worst decision he had ever made. Zabuza and Haku practiced ninjutsu until very late and got up very early in the morning. Feng didn't know where they got the energy from. Unable to bear it any longer, he simply hid in Kakashi's bedroom to sleep after acting with number 1. Kakashi had not returned all night, so it was empty anyway. After Feng put the water in the water and was about to take a nap, he turned around and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. "Are you here so early? He hasn't gotten enough sleep yet. It's late, uncle. We've even had lunch." Shianshin rolled his eyes. "Now the only one missing is you." Naruto sat upright, nodding his head continuously. He was too embarrassed to say that he had just woken up. "Is it? I even had lunch, which was great and saved me money for another meal since he wasn't hungry anyway," Feng said. "Okay, then let's officially start studying today." On the first floor, a small screen suddenly appeared on the cash register screen, and the scene played on it was exactly what happened on the second floor of the convenience store. Karen was shocked and thought the cash register was broken. Just as she was about to call out number 1, a line of words that appeared on the screen dispelled her idea. "You can also watch and learn from him. Don't worry about number 1. If Naruto can do it, he will naturally be able to do it too." With a snap of his fingers, the layout of the second floor changed. The endless desolate Gobi Desert revealed an empty and dead silence. There were no animals or corpses, only the scorching sun above. "Uncle, can't we change to a better environment?" Naruto wiped the sweat from his head, a little dissatisfied. "There are so many environments to choose from, but you chose a Gobi Desert under the scorching sun." "Really, uncle? Are you sure you are not retaliating?" Feng, who was not dissatisfied because he could not sleep in, snorted and said, "Why not go back to your room and practice? You can lie on the bed and sleep when you are tired." "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to learn, you can leave." "I didn't say I wouldn't learn," Naruto muttered, noticing the dangerous light flashing in Feng's eyes and shrinking his neck. "Study hard, the task is heavy, we must seize the time." "Why are you up so late?" Naruto complained in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and listened very carefully. "First of all, Sasuke, you've seen the certain scientific railgun that I demonstrated yesterday. Now let me tell you about it." Feng was not very clear about the principles and whatnot. He was not using the original version, but a version he developed himself. Fortunately, it is quite powerful and basically the same as the original version. "Among so many people, I think you are the only one who can use this move. If I remember correctly, you are the only one who has the thunder attribute. Everyone's chakra attributes are basically determined when they are born, and cannot be changed unless they have special bloodline in ninjutsu. I've explained the principle to you. Now it's up to you to practice." Sasuke nodded. He knew the principle and the final result. It was a move that was so suitable for his own. If he couldn't learn it, he would give up being a ninja and go home to start a family. Next is Naruto. "I told you I would teach you a very powerful move. Not only Naruto, but you all should watch out. In theory, you can all learn this move. After the first time, the second time was much easier." He borrowed Sun Wukong's energy, struck a posture, and the energy began to gather in his palms. Then Yuzao fired out a Kamehameha. The azure energy ball, dragging a long energy tail, disappeared into the sky under the stunned gaze of everyone. "Wow, so powerful." Naruto opened his mouth wide in surprise. The destructive energy in the energy ball made his heart palpitate, and he had no intention of resisting at all if this attack was aimed at himself. Naruto had no doubt that he would be beaten to pieces without a trace left. Ulama in the sealed space also widened his eyes. How can this be? It couldn't believe it. It knew that Feng was very strong, but it didn't expect Feng to be this strong. Compared with the energy ball just now, its strongest attack move, the tailed beast cannon, was not worth mentioning at all. Just like ants and humans, there is no comparison at all. Tisk. Feng frowned, not very satisfied. Without a reference, it was impossible to see the effect he imagined. Thinking of the video he asked Orochimaru to record yesterday, Feng moved his fingers, and the mobile phone that Orochimaru had hidden close to his body appeared in Feng's hand. After sliding, he found the video, and with another snap of his fingers, a huge screen appeared in everyone's sight. "This is the video I asked Orochimaru to record yesterday. Without a reference, you may not fully understand the power of the move just now." As he spoke, The screen grew larger and more distorted, as if the boundaries of the screen had disappeared and it was swallowing up the world. Everyone was not panicked by such changes. If there was any danger, Feng would have reminded them long ago. Eventually, the screen swallowed their bodies in the boundless starry sky of the universe. The figures of many people appeared out of thin air. Feng pointed at 3 figures not far away and said, "That's me, Sister Wei, and Orochimaru. This happened yesterday. We are on video now, just watch carefully." No one understood the concept of the starry sky except Shikamaru. Although he had heard of it, he had never seen it. Looking up did not count. But that did not hinder them from marveling at Feng's miraculous skills. I clicked on a very eye-catching triangle, and not far away, 3 motionless figures began to move. Exactly the same posture, exactly the same energy ball. The difference is that with a reference object, everyone's feeling is more intuitive. As the planet exploded, exclamations of "Wow!" and "Oh" rang out one after another. "Wow! Uncle, what is that round ball? It looks so big." Feng exited the video, paused abruptly, and looked confused. He didn't know what was going on. "Why were you screaming so loudly?" "Yeah, Uncle, what was that place just now? It looks so empty." Xiaoying was also confused. If Feng hadn't said that it was recorded yesterday and was real, she would have thought that it was another place changed by Feng. "Ah, you?" Feng scratched his face. "You don't know," nodding and multiplying. No matter how many times, Feng forgot that the ninja world is a world that emphasizes ninjutsu, not a world that emphasizes science. And the people in it have no idea of the concept of the universe and the starry sky. Helplessly, he clicked on the video again. He remembered that there was a scene of the Earth in the video. The boundless screen swallowed up everyone's figures again. Turning his head, a blue planet appeared in Feng's field of vision. "Do you see that planet? That's the ninja world we live in. Inside it's called the ninja world, outside it's called the Earth." "Wow!" Naruto exclaimed again. "What is the Earth? Why is it called the Earth? Who gave it the name? The Earth is so big." Feng felt his heart buzzing and his temples throbbing. He couldn't help but give Naruto a slap and said viciously, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you say one more word, I will throw you into the sun." He doesn't even know the origin of the Earth where he was born. How can he know the origin of the Earth in the ninja world? If we have to talk about the origin, it must be Kishimoto. He drew it. After putting away the phone, the screen on the Gobi Desert disappeared, and Feng made a summary. "You don't need to worry about what a planet is, or the origin of the Earth. You just need to know that a move just now can blow up a planet that is larger than the Earth. That is to say," Shikamaru guessed, "that move just now can destroy the entire ninja world." Shikamaru didn't understand what the Earth was, but he understood the concept of the ninja world. "That's right." After receiving Feng's affirmative answer, Shikamaru took a breath. "Okay, great. Theoretically, every one of you can learn this move, because it doesn't require any attributes. As long as you have energy in your body, you can use it. The essence of Kamehameha is to gather the energy in your body and then release it. Ki is a kind of energy, and chakra is also a kind of energy. Although there are some differences in the names, in essence, they are both energies and there is not much difference between them at this stage. Naruto may not be able to learn it first, but as he has the most chakra, he will undoubtedly be the one who can unleash greater power after learning it. The principle of this move is also very simple. First, then, and then, if you can launch it, it means you succeeded. I understand it and the principle is simple, but simple does not mean easy to do. When they release ninjutsu, they also need to use hand seals. In the entire ninja world, there are not many people who can release ninjutsu with one hand. No matter which of the two moves Feng taught them, neither of them requires hand seals, which makes them very uncomfortable. There's nothing you can do if you're not used to it. In Feng's opinion, except for the special ones, such as immortal reincarnation, the other ninjutsu that require hand seals are rubbish. It's a waste of energy and they may not even hit the target. What's the point of learning them? Besides these two moves, Niji, I don't have much to teach you. If you can get Sister Wei to get rid of your caged bird, I can give you some pointers. The advancement of the Byakugan doesn't seem to be an advancement, but a mutation. The power of the mutated Byakugan is comparable to that of the Rinnegan. What? Sasuke was shocked. The Rinnegan is known as the eyes of the sage. He never thought that the mutated Byakugan could be comparable to the eyes of the sage. Niji was even more excited. Good news, absolutely good news. Two pieces of good news came one after another. Making him dizzy, Niji felt that meeting Feng was the greatest luck in his life. Not only did he have the chance to free himself from the cage, But he also learned the secret about the Byakugan that was not even recorded in his family. It was the first time he had heard of the concept of mutated white eyes, and also the first time he knew that white eyes could mutate. Chapter 145 Small Classroom starts. As for the others, don't be discouraged, especially you, Xiaoli. Although your chakra is so little that it can be ignored, it can still be regarded as an inducement. Rock Lee has chakra in his body, otherwise he would not be able to learn the 8 gates. The 8 gates is not a simple physical technique, but an ninjutsu that requires the coordination of chakra to unleash its powerful power. However, compared to other pure ninjutsu, the 8 gates ninjutsu is difficult to learn and master. Other ninjas not only look down on it, but also cannot learn it if it were really that easy to learn. As Guy's student, Yi Feng didn't think that Ningxi and Ted hadn't learned it with Niji's talent. He still hasn't learned it, so you can imagine what others can do. Of course, it is also possible that Niji is not focused enough. If you were to study the 8 gates like Rock Lee, he might be able to learn it. Plum. When Yi Feng called Xiaoli's name, he stood up suddenly and shouted, "Here!" Very good, very energetic. Yi Feng praised him, saying that he liked young people like Xiaoli who were energetic and easy to fool. Ahem. Well, do you want to see the true power of the 8 gates, Miss Yu? Xiaoli's answer was still very loud. Xiaoli, who has learned the 8 gates of ninjutsu, only knows that the 8 gates of ninjutsu is very powerful. Every time a gate is opened, the strength will almost double. It is not a simple 1 + 1 + 1, but 1 + 1 + 2 theoretically. After opening all 8 gates, the strength will increase by more than 100 times on the original basis. This is just a theory. No one has ever reached this level. There are many reasons for this, and the biggest one is that the body can't bear it. Kai, who is currently the most proficient in using the 8 gates, can only increase his strength by dozens of times after opening the 8 gates. That alone is astonishing enough. A Jonin can become able to fight against a 6th level strongman in a short leap. Although he can't maintain this ability for long, but at least he can exchange a few moves with a 6th level strongman. Others don't even have the chance to fight. What I am going to show you next is the Might Guy that you are all familiar with. I would like to call Guy's Taijutsu the strongest. Yi Feng was faintly excited. This was the first time he used the 8 gates ninjutsu, and he also wanted to see how powerful the 8 gates ninjutsu he used could be. But in this case, I can't perform it in the living room. The problem is still the same. There is no reference. Sister Wei, please help me. Yi Feng knew that Kaguya Otsutsuki had been watching him the whole time. As long as Yi Feng wanted, he could know everything that happened in the convenience store. What do you need me to do? Kaguya Otsutsuki showed up, her eyes filled with curiosity. I'm going to space. Please help me look after them. Only in space can Yi Feng be free from worries. Okay, Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded. Then he waved his hand, and a black space door appeared in front of everyone. Wait for me. Orochimaru's voice came from a distance. He is not a person who likes to watch the fun, but if it is Yi Feng's fun, he says he can't get enough of it. Yi Feng is really too mysterious, so mysterious that he doesn't seem like a person from this world at all. The living room turned into a desert. The space was infinite. Orochimaru ran until he was out of breath. But the distance did not shorten, seeing that almost everyone was leaving and Yi Feng had no intention of stopping to wait for him. Orochimaru took another deep breath and suddenly increased his pace. In the end, Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't stand it anymore and opened a space door in front of Orochimaru, which allowed Orochimaru to avoid being detained by Yi Feng after they left. The screen at the cashier counter on the first floor returned to normal. As for that, it's just that I didn't sleep last night. Orochimaru panted heavily, with his tongue hanging out, like a dog after intense exercise. Whether you sleep or not is none of my business, Yi Feng snorted. What he couldn't stand was that Orochimaru didn't sleep, and his eyes were staring at him, making him feel uneasy. After the warning, Orochimaru, who still did not change his bad habits, would not be able to stay calm for long and would continue to stare at him after he fell asleep. He didn't sleep well the whole night, and he got up early in the morning because of Zabuza and Haku. It would be strange if he had a good face when he saw Orochimaru. I'll pay for the custom uniforms. You should have said it earlier, Brother Snake. Yi Feng's expression turned from gloomy to bright. The speed was so fast that Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, but the 12 ninjas were used to it. It was because they had seen it so many times. Well, let's start now. Yi Feng walked out. Kaguya Otsutsuki used her own chakra to open up a small space where everyone can move normally. For a short time he stretched his hands and feet and warmed up his body, and then his whole aura changed. It became full of oppression and it was impossible to look directly at him. 8-gate Dunjia formation, pressing his fingers on his heart, Feeling its beating, feeling the energy in his body gathering towards his heart, Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His physical strength is not as high as Kai's, but his chakra is much higher than Kai's. "Uncle, are you okay?" Naruto shouted anxiously. "I don't want to see you anymore, uncle. Let's go back, this is not for showing you." After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Feng waved his hand without looking back. The opening of the 8 gates should only take a moment, but in order to pursue the greatest power, Feng wants to wait until all the energy is gathered before opening the 8 gates. Red airwaves began to appear around him. Even in the windless space, everyone could still see the distorted space around Feng. The extremely concentrated and compressed chakra caused changes in Feng. The hair on his body turned deep red, especially his hair, which was the most conspicuous. If he continues like this, he might die. Kaguya Otsutsuki was a little confused. It was just a demonstration. Was it necessary to go to this extent? She saw clearly that all the energy in Feng's body was gathered in his heart. His heart alone could not withstand such a huge amount of energy. The best result would be that his heart would explode, and the out-of-control energy would instantly wash over Feng's entire body. Under the high temperature, Feng would turn into a pile of charcoal from the inside out. If this is the case, Kaguya Otsutsuki is confident that she can save Feng's life, and after recuperation, Feng will be fine. She was afraid that it would be too late, and that the out-of-control energy would instantly burst Feng's body. Just when she was thinking about whether to stop Feng felt that the time was ripe. If he didn't vent the energy in his body, his heart would burst. Death door, open. The target is another planet with no signs of life. Kai. Using Akai's moves, Feng kicked forward. The red chakra mixed with burning ki and blood turned into a giant red dragon with bared fangs and claws, wrapping around Feng's whole body. The dragon's mouth opened wide, and with a silent roar, it crossed the long distance and hit the innocent planet. The planet said that it was still young, had not had time to give birth to life, and did not want to die yet, but no one spoke up for it. There was no wailing, only huge rocks shattered into pieces. Perhaps after a long time, the boulders will turn into meteors and fly across the sky of the ninja world. Or perhaps, they will just lie here quietly, waiting to hitch a ride from a passing planet. After the blow, Feng felt as if his whole body was hollowed out. He felt limp all over and couldn't muster any strength. There were cracks all over his body, in some places, so deep that the bones could be seen. Although he was in pain all over, Feng felt refreshed, cool. If he could open his mouth, he would really want to yell thanks to his vigorous vitality. Naruto's physique kept him alive, but his injuries were too severe and Naruto's physique could do nothing. He borrowed his chakra to wrap himself up so that he would not be unable to breathe in the space. Just like that, Feng floated to the side of the crowd. Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't waste any words, and Yomi Hirasaka was unleashed, creating a black space gate that enveloped everyone inside. The next moment, everyone returned to the convenience store. Still in the living room, at the cash register on the first floor, a small screen was split out again. Before Karen could see what was on the screen clearly, she heard Feng's laughter. Haha, cool. Feng laughed loudly and jumped up from the ground. The injuries on his body healed instantly. Otsutsuki Kaguya was about to raise her hand, but then put it down again. How about it? Is the 8 gates of ninjutsu awesome? Feng opened his hands excitedly, waiting for everyone's praise. In the end, all I got was, what? Teacher Kai has already said that if you open the 8 gates, you will die? Shianshin pouted and complained, Uncle, you are really stupid. You knew that you would die if you opened the 8 gates, but you still opened them. You made us worry for so long. She also learned the 8 gates, but unfortunately it was too difficult to learn and she didn't master it. She thought that Feng was only going to demonstrate the first few doors. If it was just the first few doors, with Feng's strength, there wouldn't be any danger. Coupled with the unspeakable magic of the convenience store, maybe he would be full of energy and nothing would happen to him before the next day. Who would have thought that Feng would open 8 gates right away? Her heart almost stopped at that moment, fearing that Feng would not be able to use the magic of the convenience store in time to save her life. That's right, Uncle, you too. What should I do if you die? Naruto had tears in his eyes. If Kaguya Otsutsuki hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed out to stop Feng. Hey, don't talk so cheesy. Feng shuddered. Feeling a little disgusted. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he wouldn't open the 8 gates. He is not a fool. It's better for you to die, then you don't have to pay me, Sasuke said coldly, with his hands inserted. It would be more convincing if his Sharingan wasn't always open. You can't do this. You agreed to pay me. Opening a store is not as easy as robbing one. He works so hard and shows off all kinds of skills, just to make some pocket money from a dozen little guys. How can the fool number 1 make money as fast as him? Number 1, who was called a fool, sneezed, rubbed his nose, turned over, and fell asleep again. Seeing that others wanted to say something, Feng quickly raised his hand to stop them. Alright, stop talking. I know I was wrong. I will pay more attention next time. What I'm going to talk about next is the key point. Feng changed the subject to avoid becoming the target of public criticism. You all know that I have hired a new clerk. Next, I will pass on the key he cultivated to you. Well, irrelevant personnel, please step aside. Orochimaru looked around and didn't see any unrelated people. He had also seen Zabuza and Haku in the storage room, but they didn't come out. Feng was speechless. Orochimaru, stop looking left and right. I'm talking about you. You just called me Brother Snake, and now you're calling me by my name. Orochimaru, who understood Feng's character, said directly, I'll pay. Money is not everything. Give me lots of money. It's absolutely impossible to do without money. Feng changed his words in time. I have no money. Kaguya Otsutsuki said that she was penniless and had just come out of the seal not long ago, but she also wanted to learn. Feng, who had something to ask of Kaguya Otsutsuki, waved his hand and waved her bill directly. Sister Wei, you don't have to pay. Just learn if you want. I'm afraid the difference is quite big. Orochimaru complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Whether it was Feng or Kaguya Otsutsuki, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. There are no more irrelevant people, and teacher Feng has started his lecture. My new clerk is called Sun Wukong. His world is different from the chakra we use. They use a kind of energy called ki. Before understanding ki, we must first understand what chakra is. Only when we understand chakra better can we better understand ki. I won't talk about the more basic questions about chakra, but we'll talk about other things. The amount of chakra depends largely on talent. If your talent is strong, your chakra will naturally increase as you grow up. If your talent is weak, it will be useless even if you grow old. So the amount of chakra you have is still the amount you should have. This thing is doomed from birth. Your acquired efforts are only tapping into the talents you already have. Although chakra can increase through training, the increase is limited. You may train for a year, but it still cannot be as fast as others can increase in a breath. Kaguya Otsutsuki nodded. This was the case with their clan. Although they had a long lifespan, the improvement in strength could only be described as negligible. If they wanted to increase their strength quickly, they could only obtain it by devouring the fruit of the sacred tree. Without the fruit of the sacred tree, it would be useless even for another 1,000 years, let alone 1,000 years, but chi is different. There is almost no upper limit to the improvement of strength by ki. As long as you work hard, you can feel the difference every day. The source of ki is similar to chakra, but the difference is that ki has no threshold and does not require seeds or no seeds. In other words, if you want to practice, everyone can practice. Ki comes from the individual. The fluctuations of emotions, the fluctuations of breathing, your every move can generate ki. Everything, as long as it breathes and has a thinking life, will generate ki. Ki is everywhere and is the most basic energy in living things. Chapter 146 Ki Training Dispute Success. Feng explained the question about the source of ki in Sun Wukong's memory without reservation in a way that everyone could understand. The way to cultivate ki is different from your way of cultivating chakra. First of all, you must have a good body. If your body is too weak, it cannot withstand the strong ki. So, if you continue to practice in your current way, Xiao Li will definitely catch up and surpass all of you. Xiao Li follows Kai all day long and undergoes abnormal training, day after day, year after year, and never slacks off. In terms of physical strength alone, Xiao Li is definitely the strongest among the 12 little strong men. Maybe there's more to it than that, or Orochimaru might not even be as physically strong as Li is. For Kaguya Otsutsuki, she has transcended the circle of mortals and is called a god. But in the same way, I'm afraid that when Kaguya Otsutsuki practices ki, she can surpass everyone in the early stages, but it's hard to say about the later stages, because her identity as a god limits her development. Kaguya Otsutsuki, who has become accustomed to not dying no matter how much she is injured, will probably find it difficult to adapt to moving large stones and strengthening her body. Of course, it is not necessary to move stones. Feng just gave this example. There were sparkling tears in Xiao Li's eyes, showing both happiness and distress. Fortunately, his persistence was not a dead end. The power of the 8 gates ninjutsu demonstrated by Feng was beyond his imagination. When he thought that he would be able to do the same thing one day in the future, Xiao Li trembled with excitement. What troubled him was that Feng's recognition made him feel pressured. It was so hard for someone to recognize him, and he was afraid that he would not be able to achieve Feng's goals. He was afraid that he would disappoint Feng. Xiao Li's constantly changing expressions made Feng laugh secretly. He could tell what Xiao Li was thinking at a glance. Xiao Li, don't be afraid. No one can predict what the future will be like. Feng comforted him. Don't feel any psychological burden. Just do what you need to do. I taught you how to cultivate your ki, but I didn't set any goals for you. Don't feel pressured, and don't think you have to surpass anyone. Remember what I said yesterday. Being happy is the most important thing. Yes, uncle. Xiao Li burst into tears. I will definitely live up to your expectations. I want to surpass everyone and protect my companions. Xiao Li silently cheered himself up. For it, Feng was speechless. He felt that his words had no effect. His original intention was to tell Xiao Li not to think so much, but it seemed to have aroused Xiao Li's fighting spirit. Forget it, as long as Xiao Li is happy. I glanced out the window and it felt like an eternity had passed, but not a lot of time had passed after all. You can't save money on a meal if you're hungry. I'm going to go out and eat something first. You guys should digest what I said first. When I come back, we can formally learn how to practice ki. Knowing the principles is one thing, but formally practicing is another. Since the money has been collected, although it has not yet arrived in the account, Feng said that he has a good service attitude and it is okay to pay. After learning it strolling down the stairs, Cargan was busy collecting money and did not notice Feng. Looking at Cargan, who was in the mood, Feng nodded with satisfaction. Very good, this is the kind of employee he wants. During working hours, they should work seriously. Feng quietly took out the money for lunch from the pocket of the sleeping number one, and happily ran to Yao's shop. Pay the money first to avoid number one asking for it when he wakes up. The boss Yao also smiled. He was not surprised when Feng was sleeping at the door. Number one did something similar after finishing his noodles. Feng chatted with the boss for a while and then strolled back. How's it going? Did you find anything? The atmosphere in the Hokage building was a bit depressing. The third Hokage sat behind the desk with a frown on his face. It was during the Chunin exams, and a strange strong man suddenly appeared in the village and entered the examination room. The third generation was a little worried, wondering if it was another conspiracy against the village. No, although he had some guesses in his mind, Kakashi considered it again and again and still did not tell Feng's information in the room. Not only Kakashi was there, but also the leaders of the 12 little strong men, and everyone else was there originally. They were all at the end of the examination room, waiting for their students, but something unexpected happened in the examination room and the second exam ended hastily. After they followed the Anbu people and searched the entire examination room, they did not gain nothing. A candidate was missing and his body could not be found. After the third generation learned about it, he did not make it public. Perhaps they were spies planted by other ninja villages. They came to the village to gather intelligence during the Chunin exams, and left on their own after seeing what had happened, or they are just unlucky and get caught up in the misfortune. Since no one from other ninja villages came to look for him, the third generation just pretended that these missing people did not exist. The third generation personally went to see the place where the accident happened in the examination room. A smooth and straight artificial passage almost ran through half of the death forest. He knew that he couldn't do it, and neither could his apprentice Orochimaru. Yes, all around him, he saw traces of Orochimaru's presence. He is a teacher after all, and he is very familiar with Orochimaru's moves. There are also footprints around, which indicate that Orochimaru had a fight with someone here. It was very easy for him to determine a person's general identity by his footprints. If he could leave the Hokage building for too long, he would be able to investigate the matter almost completely by himself. Unfortunately, after sitting on the throne of Hokage for too long, Sarutobi Hiruzen also began to value his life. He left his people in the Anbu to investigate, while he returned to the Hokage building to wait for news. At this moment, there were only a few of them in the room, and the secret guards had also been sent away by him. There are only a few of us here. Are you still going to hide this from me? The third generation knocked on the table angrily. The footprints nearby are from your students. Don't tell me that your students don't know about the extra pair of footprints. Aren't those extra footprints Orochimaru's? As the examiner of the second exam and Orochimaru's student, Mitarashi Anko had been tracking Orochimaru and recognized his signature ninjutsu at a glance. Coupled with her restlessness over the past few days, she subconsciously linked the changes in the examination room to Orochimaru. Anko, Mitarashi is not here now. so you don't have to worry about what she thinks." The third generation looked at Kakashi, who was speaking, and a hint of guess flashed through his mind. He knew that Kakashi had moved recently, and he also knew that the 12 young warriors had all been to Kakashi's place one after another. However, his crystal ball, which could detect the village, had great limitations, and he could not see some places where formations were set up. I never paid attention to it in the past. The places where the formations were set up were either the clan lands of the major families, or important locations in the village, such as prisons and the bases of the Anbuan route. There was no need for him to check these places, but now, a little-known convenience store could actually block his peeping, which made him feel a little unbelievable. It was okay in the past. The name of Thousand Hands was still very intimidating. If Naruto wants to go, then go. People from the Senju clan will never betray the village. Sasuke, a little guy who only has the Uchiha name but not the Uchiha's deterrent power, can't cause any waves. The third generation, who held Uchiha Itachi as his card, was not very concerned about Sasuke Sakura, slightly. In addition, Kakashi himself had established a relationship with the owner of the convenience store, but the third generation still did not take any action because he knew that anyone with the surname Senju would not pose a threat to him. But, one after another, the 12 young warriors came, and Sarutobi could no longer sit still. Kakashi's team, including himself, are all people without background. Unlike them, the other 12 little strongmen are either heirs of their respective families or geniuses in the clan. The only one, Rock Lee, is a special case, as his teacher, Kai, is unfathomable in strength. Asian, after opening the 8 gates, can kill several people when facing the siege of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kai's normal strength is that of a Jonin, but his strength after opening the 8 gates is beyond the imagination of the third generation. With so many people going to the convenience store, the third generation would inevitably think too much. If it weren't for the sudden changes in the examination room, the third generation planned to personally meet the convenience store owner Feng after the Chunin exam, but now, he had to face it in advance. "Is it Lord Jiraiya who has returned?" Kakashi said stiffly, cursing the other people in his heart, calling them unreliable guys. "We had agreed in advance to give a unified testimony, but now I'm the only one speaking." Kai lowered his head and said nothing, as if there was something on the floor that particularly attracted him. Asuma Sarutobi opened his mouth to say something, but Kurani squeezed his hand tightly, forcing him to hold back his words. "Dad, don't blame me." Fearing that he might let the cat out of the bag, Feng was so angry that he stopped trying to stop Orochimaru. Sarutobi Asuma simply stood against the wall, lowered his head, and imitated Kai, keeping silent. Kurani, he didn't even look at Kakashi's gaze asking for help. "Oh," Sarutobi sighed. Jiraiya was about to come back. How could he not know? He went to the women's bathhouse several times every day and had never seen Jiraiya. He didn't try to expose Kakashi's lies. What else could he do? It was obvious that they were speaking with the same tone and were unwilling to speak. Could he really punish them? One is his son, who used to be rebellious and finally returned to the village to work, and the other is his daughter-in-law. These two people cannot be beaten or scolded. Kai cannot be provoked. If he is really provoked, he will not be able to bury Kakashi. "Forget it, I've let the other 3 go, so this last one doesn't matter. You guys go." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand tiredly. It was as if these few words had drained away his energy and spirit, and his body suddenly hunched over. "Yes." Kai looked down at the end, became alert, and walked quickly towards the door. Asuma felt a little reluctant, but he finally endured it. The sight of the 4 of them walking together made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was watching, couldn't help but sigh. "Remember, I can be in trouble, but the village cannot be in trouble." The 4 people who walked to the door paused, said nothing, and left without looking back. As soon as the 4 people left, Danzo pushed the door and walked in. "Sarutobi, why should we let them leave?" "Leave them to me and I will make them confess everything," Danzo asked angrily. He received news that 4 students had stayed at the exam accident site for quite some time as their teacher. Danzo didn't believe that Kakashi and the others didn't know any inside information. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent it, took a very tough attitude when facing his old friend. "Danzo, I am the Hokage. I don't need to give you an explanation for anything I do." Surprised that Sarutobi spoke to him in this tone, Danzo also got angry. "Sarutobi, this village is not yours alone. I will capture them now and prove to you that I am right." "That's enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and said angrily, "If you still want the route to continue to exist, don't do these little tricks. There's nothing wrong with the 4 of them, I say." Danzo's face turned ugly. Although he was the one who had the final say in the route, it did not exist in the open. With one order from the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the entire village and all the ninjas would become his enemies. People from the big families, due to his status and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him, usually turn a blind eye to the existence of the root. Without the support of Sarutobi Hiruzen, those big families would ignore him. Moreover, without the financial support of the village, his capital chain would not last long. After thinking it over again and again, Danzo's face darkened and he left a harsh message. Sarutobi, you will regret it. Oh, the innocent door became his punching bag. Under Danzo's great strength, the entire door flew out with a whoosh sound, shattering the glass. Uncle, I did it. Haha, I did it. As soon as Kai entered the second floor, he heard his apprentice shouting excitedly. What? You did it? Kai hugged Xiao Li excitedly, crying so hard that his nose was running. Li, you finally did it. I'm so happy. Your efforts were not in vain, and your youth was not wasted. Passion, I feel the passion. Li, let's cheer. Cheer for your success. Let's go celebrate. Today's goal is to run 500 laps around the village. Do you have the confidence? Answer me, do you have a confidence? Yes. Xiao Li's eyes were also filled with tears. Teacher Kai, I think 500 laps are not enough. I want to run 5,000 laps. Yoshi, Li, you've grown up. Remember, youth is sweat, and sweat is youth. Kai raised his thumb and showed his iconic teeth. The two people were filled with passion, and walked towards the stairs hand in hand, regardless of the strange looks from everyone. Li, I forgot to ask, what did you succeed in? I've developed my ki. Wow, that's amazing. What is chi? Angry. Angry is, what is it? Hey, the two passionate young men are back. Yi Feng's teasing made Xiao Li blush. After all, he was still a young man and couldn't be as shameless as Kai. Ha ha ha. Kai laughed as if nothing had happened. Yi, can I practice the ki that Li is talking about? Chapter 147 Paying for Teaching Successfully. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but just rubbed his fingers. Everyone understood what he meant, but someone pretended to be confused. I understand. Your hands are itching, right? Kai stretched his body. Wait for me for a moment. I'll be ready soon. I'll practice with you today. Practice, you big head ghost. Yi Feng sat up from the recliner. Kai, stop playing dumb. Money, you know? Pay the tuition. No money. How can you say these two words with such a righteous attitude? Yi Feng collapsed weakly on the recliner. What was the point of talking if he had no money? What is our relationship? Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Kai came to Yi Feng and pinched his shoulder flatteringly. Yi, you know me well. I have always regarded you as my best friend. Isn't Kakashi your best friend? Hey, that was in the past, Kai said with disdain. He's such a weakling. I don't even have the interest to fight him. Kakashi looked up at the sky in silence. He didn't know who it was before, but he would always challenge him to a duel whenever he had nothing to do. Now that the old has been replaced by the new, their feelings have finally faded. Kai kept talking. Since the first time I saw you, I knew you were the one for me. Sure enough, my feeling was right. The passion of youth binds us together. Under the setting sun, we gallop on horseback and shed the sweat of youth together. Don't use idioms indiscriminately. Yi Feng wailed in his heart. Is this how the idiom is used? Don't you find it awkward? If Kai felt awkward, he wouldn't have said it. Kai, who didn't realize at all, was trying to use the power of words to make Yi Feng teach him how to practice ki for free. Xiao Li told him that Yi Feng demonstrated the full power of the 8 gates in space and kicked a planet to pieces with one kick. Kai was fascinated by what he heard. Although he knew the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he could only open 7 gates at most. Even so, he couldn't even get out of bed for 10 days or half a month afterwards. As for Yi Feng, he saw that he was alive and well and nothing happened to him at all. He has experienced and seen the magic of convenience stores. This endless desolate gobi dessert, what else could it be but a miracle? Kai doesn't care about this. What Kai cares about is the anger in Xiao Li's mouth. Xiao Li said that ki is a kind of energy that is simpler to condense than chakra, but is full of infinite possibilities. You can directly use ki to replace chakra and release various ninjutsu, although the latter item has not been confirmed, but based on Xiao Li's own perception, he dares to say that it is definitely possible. That is to say, he does not know ninjutsu now. Otherwise he would be demonstrated to him on the spot. Xiao Li's perception was not wrong. Yi Feng also had this feeling. The deeper his understanding of ki, the more he felt that ki could completely replace chakra. To put it simply, chakra is the power inherent in the human body, and ki is also the power inherent in the human body. They are all power, and they are powers with the same origin. So why can't we use ki to release ninjutsu? Just because no one has tried it before or has the conditions to try it doesn't mean it's impossible. After Xiao Li said that, Kai's heart started beating like a motor, wildly and abnormally. In the ninja world, ninjutsu is still the mainstream. After all, just ask yourself, which ninja has not imagined using water jutsu in the left hand and fire jutsu in the right hand, stepping on wind jutsu with thunder on the head? Kai had thought about it too. He also wanted to release some fancy ninjutsu. Yi, my dear Yi, Kai said in a deep voice with a hint of reminiscence, do you still remember the scene when we first met? We hit it off right away and couldn't wait to have a drink and chat happily. We talked about everything and expressed our own ideals. How can I have it? After thinking for a long time, Yi Feng still couldn't find the scene that Kai described in his memory the first time he and Kai met. Everything was normal. At most he flattered Kai and tried to get closer to him. How could they have talked about anything, not to mention expressing ideals? I don't have any ideals. My ideal is to not work and still have money to spend, and it would be best if I could have the power to protect myself. I have achieved everything now. What about you? You tell me that talking about money hurts feelings. No, 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 times have changed. I am no longer the person I used to be. Now, relationships cost me money. How much? Kakashi asked with interest. Kakashi felt that the key that Kai mentioned must be something extraordinary, as it could make Kai's temperament change drastically, and he would rack his brains to say such disgusting words. Although Kakashi looks lively and eloquent, if you ask him to repeat what Kai said when he is not on a mission, sorry, he can't do it. It was so embarrassing that he felt like his toes were tapping the ground just listening to it. So, he directly brought up the topic that Yi Feng was most interested in. Sure enough, when the topic of money was mentioned, Yi Feng instantly shifted his target. Hey, Kakashi. You're here too. I've been here for half a day. You didn't even tell me when you came. Sit down. With a wave of his hand, another recliner appeared next to Yi Feng's recliner. Kakashi was too lazy to explain and sat down on the recliner. As soon as he sat down, he felt comfortable all over. He has not had any rest since yesterday morning. Till now. Kakashi forced his eyelids open and asked again, how much does it cost to learn ki? Hey, what's the point of talking about money? What's our relationship? Talking about money hurts our relationship. Could you please stop rubbing your fingers while you say this? From the first time I saw you, I knew you were the one for me. We felt like old friends right away. I couldn't wait to have a drink with you. What a familiar word, you shameless person. You told another person what someone said in front of him. The onlookers were speechless. Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't hear anything, and he continued to massage Yi Feng's shoulders. But, although it was late, I knew there would be a turning point. Yi Feng cleared his throat. Huh? After spitting out a mouthful of saliva, Yi Feng felt his throat was much better. He can't put so much lemon next time, it's a bit sour. Yi Feng thought with a frown. In line with the principle of not wasting, Yi Feng drank the remaining half cup of lemonade in one gulp. It was so sour that his facial features were distorted, but Yi Feng put down the cup and continued, if you insist on giving me something, I won't give you face if I don't accept it. So, I'll take less and you can give as much as you want. Any amount is a token of my love. Then do you feel my feelings? Kai laughed. What nonsense are you talking about, Kai? What is our relationship? We hit it off right away and we can't wait to have a drink together, Yi Feng said with a bitter face, but you should at least give me a little as my hard work fee. Those little guys have already paid, and as a teacher, you have to set an example. Feeling the force on his shoulders weakening, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief without making a sound. My God, you used too much force and almost broke my shoulder. In the convenience store, Yi Feng, who was used to experiencing life with the physical fitness of an ordinary person, really couldn't stand Kai's strong massage. Fortunately, Kai knew his limits and knew Yi Feng's habits, so he didn't really use too much force. He was just playing a big joke on Yi Feng. They're both used to it, they're bad friends. Kai doesn't really want to get it for free, he has to pay for it. It can replace chakra, and the threshold is lower than chakra, with almost no threshold for ki. If it gets out, it is no exaggeration to say that it can even change the existing pattern of the entire ninja world. The six-path sage was able to use chakra to found the ninja sect, so Yi Feng might be able to use ki to found a new school. Kai was a little hesitant about how much to give. If he gave too little, he would feel that it was not good enough and not worthy of Yi Feng's teaching. If he gave too much, he would not be able to give it. Although he was a jonin and received high rewards for carrying out missions, the money he had saved over the years was limited. After all, he was a physical ninja, and no one who practiced physical techniques was unfamiliar with hospitals. He is also a frequent visitor to the hospital, going there every 2 or 3 days. Most of the money he earned went into the hospital's pocket. Kai hesitated and said, "Give me some time, I will save up some money." "No problem, you can give it to me anytime." Feng agreed immediately. It's not that he doesn't teach for free, but even if he did, these people wouldn't want to learn, and might not even bother to learn after all, whether it is the information revealed by Feng, or the various ninjutsu he taught, or the key he is teaching now. Which one would not cause a sensation if taken out? Simply asking for things is not what friends do. Since Feng likes money, then everyone should cater to his preferences and give him money. Those who have money should give more, and those who don't should give less. A little more or less is a gesture, isn't it? It's a tacit understanding. Every time Feng said he would collect money, he didn't specify a specific amount, nor did he say that he would make things difficult for you if you gave too little. That's how it was settled. After dealing with the Kai, Feng naturally had one more recliner next to him at this time. Kurna Yuhi and Asuma Saratobi, who had seen what happened, also came over. Asuma Saratobi was in a difficult position to speak, but Kurna Yuhi asked openly, "I wonder if we can learn it." The two of them are not Feng's friends. They have only met him once and don't know Feng's personality. However, judging from Kakashi and Kai's attitudes, Yuhi Kurna judged that Feng should be a very easy to talk to person. A friend of a friend is also a friend. Just pay the money. Feng had no objection. In Konoha village, there were only a few people he admired. Kurna Yuhi and Asuma Saratobi were two of them, of course. Zihong nodded, and with a smile the wife followed the husband's lead, and so 2 more recliners were added. Zio Li is the first among the 12 little strong men to feel the key, and the first to refine the key. All things are difficult at the beginning. He has successfully taken the first step. The rest depends on his own efforts. The rest of the people were trying hard to feel the existence of chi, and some of them had some idea of it. After all, they all had the basics, so naturally they were faster than those people in the Dragon Ball world who had never come into contact with Chikagu Otsutsuki and Orochimaru are a bit difficult. The former doesn't even know what chakra is. When she was sealed, there was no concept of chakra. She doesn't even know what the energy she uses is called. Although Orochimaru is a science madman and is very open to new things, he has, after all, practiced chakra for decades and has become accustomed to it. If he is asked to change his mind suddenly, he cannot do so. The two of them stood too high, and it was not as easy for them to learn as the 12 little strong men. While they were feeling the key, Feng took the time to explain the concept of key to Kakashi and the others who had just arrived. After listening to it, they also encountered the same problem as Kaguya Otsutsuki and Orochimaru. The concept of chakra was too deeply rooted. However, as expected, Kai was the first among the 4 of them to feel the chi. "Haha, Li, I did it. I did it." Feeling the energy in his body that was different from chakra, Kai excitedly turned around in circles. "Don't get excited yet. While others haven't felt the energy yet, try to see if you can use the energy to release some ninjutsu or something." Feng reminded, "Why doesn't he try it himself? Just look at what others are doing and you will know what he is doing." In one word, lazy. Yes, 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 Kai nodded hurriedly. If he could really release the ninjutsu, it would mean that it was successful. Kai bit his finger and was about to use the summoning technique. As one of the few ninjutsu he knew how to use, the summoning technique was the ninjutsu he used the most. Psychicism. Kai pressed his bloody fingers to the ground and his expression changed drastically. It's over. My spiritual power is useless." There was no response when the spiritualism was performed. "Fool." Feng slapped his forehead and couldn't help but said, "In my shop, any summoning spells cannot be used." Change 1. Oh. Kai reacted and realized that Feng had told him about this before. What are the hand seals for the clone technique? First like this, then like this. It has been a long time since Kai used ninjutsu, and he almost forgot the hand seals for the most basic clone technique. After stumbling through the seals, he subconsciously wanted to mobilize the chakra in his body. Suddenly he remembered the purpose of the seals, and then forcibly stopped the flow of chakra and mobilized another force in his body, ki, clone technique, with a bang, accompanied by special effects. White smoke, a figure exactly like Kai appeared in front of Kai. The same green vest, the same watermelon-shaped haircut, even the light that flashed from the teeth when smiling was exactly the same. The two Kais looked at each other in silence, then they hugged each other and cried bitterly, "Woo-woo-are-woo-woo, I succeeded, I really succeeded." After disbanding the clone technique, Kai rushed over like a whirlwind, hugged Yifeng, and spun like a top. Yifeng couldn't stop dry heaving. His ordinary body couldn't withstand such a rotation. The sky is turning, the earth is turning, everything is turning. Yifeng felt dizzy from spinning and couldn't help but vomit. Kai was quick-witted and quick-handed, and threw Yifeng out. Yifeng, who was still in the air, turned into a human fountain, and his vomit formed a perfect parabola. Fortunately, he didn't vomit on me. I just changed into new clothes. Kai patted his chest with lingering fear. Kai, I'm going to kill you, Yifeng roared in grief and anger after landing. It was embarrassing at best, but he not only wasted his lunch money, but also vomited it out before he could digest it. Chapter 148, The concerns of the travel plan disappear. Take my kick. Yifeng somersaulted up from the ground and kicked Kai. Yi Kai. Kai was stunned. Isn't this my move? This was the ultimate move he had anticipated after opening the 8 gates, but he had never used it before, and yet it was used by an outsider. Well, Xiao Li told him before that after Yifeng opened the 8 gates, a giant red dragon appeared. He said it sounded so familiar, and it turned out to be his move. Well, Yu Yi, are you going to use my ultimate move against me? Kai also got excited. I want to see, is it your Yi Kai Qiang or my Yi Kai Qiang? Yi Kai? He also kicked out. The two people shouted so loudly that Kakashi, who was closing his eyes to comprehend the energy, couldn't help but open his eyes. But after just a quick look, he closed them again. Two childish ghosts. They were just shouting. No one was serious. Not even chakra was used. It was just an ordinary flying kick. Ahaha, you've been fooled. Look at my Leo flying kick. Seeing Kai also kicked out, Yifeng smiled with a look of success. It is said that shouting out the name of a move before taking action is a foolish act, and Yifeng deeply agrees with this, so he secretly shouted the name of a move, but actually used Leo's flying kick. If you asked me what the difference is between these two moves, well, there isn't much difference. They're both flying kicks, otherwise how can you say it's childish? What? It's Leo's flying kick. Despicable. Kai also cooperated. Although he didn't know what Leo's flying kick was, the 2 feet collided in the air. Using the physical fitness of an ordinary person to block a kick from Kai, who exercises regularly, the result can be imagined. Yifeng lay on the ground, helplessly reaching out to grab something, but just like Xiao Meng, he failed. Yifeng, who was beaten back to his original form, rolled back and forth on the ground holding his feet. Pain. Ha ha ha. Kai put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. You pirated guy, after all, are no match for me, the original. Admit it, you can't beat me. Yifeng dragged his kicked foot and limped back to his recliner. Don't be so proud, next time I will ban you too. He just didn't believe that even if he raised Kai's physical fitness to the same level as his own, Kai could still defeat him easily. You should have done this a long time ago. Kai was not worried but happy. He could feel that his body had reached a certain limit. No matter how much he exercised, it would not achieve the desired effect except damaging his body. He has been stuck at his limit for a long time. Ever since he was able to rival a Jonin in terms of physical skills alone, his strength has almost stagnated. Before meeting Yifeng, Kai had already made up his mind that if he didn't make any progress, he would start taking missions crazily. Only by taking missions would he have the chance to meet various powerful people. He wants to experience the great terror between life and death. He wants to use the fear of life and death to try to break through his limits. Success is success, failure is death. Unexpectedly, after all the difficulties, I met Yifeng. Although Kai thought the other magical functions of Yifeng convenience store were magical, he only thought they were magical. There was only one thing that Kai was very envious of. Just like Yifeng, he has already refined the chakra and now has converted all of the chakra into ki with the existence of ki. Even if he doesn't exercise deliberately, Ki will improve Yifeng's physical fitness and make him stronger and faster than ordinary people. However, Yifeng just likes to experience life with the physical fitness of an ordinary person, so outside the convenience store, Yifeng is a strong man with physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. In the convenience store, Yifeng is just an ordinary person who is no different from ordinary people in every aspect. This is what Kai coveted. His physical fitness has reached a bottleneck, so outside, in the store, he can exercise and learn again with the physical fitness of an ordinary person. In this way, his so-called bottleneck is no longer a bottleneck. Unfortunately, Yifeng never let him try it. You didn't tell me either. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, I thought I was the only one who liked this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? How would I know if you didn't tell me? Huh? Didn't I say that? Kai scratched his head. When did you say that? Yi Feng was also surprised. A physical training master like Kai must know what unexpected results would be achieved if he trained again with the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Kai didn't say anything, so Yi Feng didn't ask. He thought Kai didn't think it was the right time yet. It looked like this. Did you forget? Kai thought he asked, but in fact he didn't ask at all. Hey. It seems so, Kai chuckled. I was just saying that given our relationship, if I told you, there's no way you wouldn't agree. What if I want it but you don't agree? Yi Feng snorted. Want to get it for free? Impossible, don't worry. Kai smiled flatteringly again and stepped forward to give Yi Feng a massage. You can ask for any conditions you have. After thinking for a moment, he added, besides money, that's okay. Yi Feng, who was about to stand up excitedly, stretched and lay down again. By the way, what are your plans for the third exam? Why, do you have any plans? Kai asked curiously. There is no special arrangement. I just plan to go on a long trip after the Chunin exam, Yi Feng said casually. It was normal to go out, so Kai didn't think much about it and replied, the third exam will be the same as usual. As usual. Yi Feng lit a cigarette and smoked. So, still in a month? Yeah, Kai nodded. Seeing that Yi Feng was talking about business, he stopped massaging and lay on his recliner, with his hands behind his head, enjoying the rare leisure. Although there were some unexpected events during the second exam, Hokage-sama has decided to stick with the original plan. That's fine. It's a good time to go out for a stroll this month. Yi Feng planned to use this month to fulfill the agreement he made with his shadow clones, and promised to take them out to relax. Didn't you say you were going on a long trip? Kai was puzzled. Going on a long trip and going out for a walk don't conflict with each other. Yi Feng was very surprised. Why do you think that if I go on a long trip, I can't go out for a walk? I thought you had something to sort out. Kai smiled awkwardly. He thought that Yi Feng was going on a long trip and wanted to take the opportunity to resolve something. The reason he waited until a month was that the time was not right yet. Then when he heard that Yi Feng was going out for a walk, he couldn't figure it out for a while. Not really. Yi Feng shrugged and said, I'm not sure when I can come back if I go away. I'm just going out for a walk. If you have nothing to do, why don't you go out and play? Well, I'm not sure if I have the time, Kai said hesitantly. If you're just wandering around the village, I can. He is the village's jonin. Except during missions, he usually has to stay in the village. Although it can be considered as a rest, he cannot leave the village if he is away for a long time. He needs to report it, but it may not be approved. That's easy, Yi Feng suggested. Seeing that Kai was a little moved, I can issue a mission and ask you to protect me. Aren't you the team leader now? After you accept the mission, Niji and the others can go out with you. But Orochimaru, Kai was still hesitant. He remembered Yi Feng said that Orochimaru was planning to cause trouble during the Chunin exam, and that Orochimaru had already appeared in the second exam. What if they are not here and Orochimaru comes out again? You said Orochimaru. It's already been done. When? Sarutobi Asuma, who was sensing the energy nearby, suddenly opened his eyes. Did you build the artificial passage in the Death Forest? Originally, they had only guessed that it was related to Yi Feng, and they had not dared to say it in the Hokage's office. But now, Asuma Sarutobi can almost conclude that it was Yi Feng who did it. As predicted, if you're talking about the straight road in the Death Forest that runs almost halfway through and is several meters wide, it was built by me. Yi Feng admitted it. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. It was indeed built by him. How is Orochimaru injured? Asuma Sarutobi asked hurriedly. If Orochimaru was seriously injured, perhaps what Yi Feng said would not have happened. I'm not hurt. Yi Feng shook his head. Orochimaru was very lively. He had diarrhea all afternoon and still had the energy to stay awake at night. He would stare at him with wide eyes whenever he had nothing to do. He was more energetic than Yi Feng. Seeing Asuma's confusion, Yi Feng explained, there was no fight. I used one move to destroy the snake he summoned, and then demonstrated a new move I had figured out, which is the artificial passage you mentioned. Then Orochimaru admitted defeat and ran away. If it were me, I would run too. Asuma Sarutobi shuddered when he thought of the artificial passage in the Forest of Death. In all his years of life, he had never seen such a powerful ninjutsu. The attack range was several kilometers, and except for the passage, even the flowers, plants and trees nearby were not affected at all. It was obvious that there was spare power, otherwise the range of the ninjutsu would not be so precise. He was not very familiar with Yi Feng and had no idea that Yi Feng could not use ninjutsu. Asuma Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Orochimaru had left. In his opinion, knowing that there were strong people in Konoha that he could not deal with, or Orochimaru would not come in the short term. The third round of the Chunin exam might be held safely, and normally putting his worries aside, he smiled and said to Kai, "Since everything is fine, it's okay to go out for a walk. Don't exercise all the time. How long has it been since you last relaxed properly? There have been so many changes outside, you should go out and take a look." He had been to many places when he was young, and he didn't intend to interfere with Yi Feng's travel plans. Asuma said so. Kai thought about it and nodded, saying, "Okay, when are you leaving? Tell me in advance so I can prepare. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be within these 2 days." Yi Feng also planned to prepare some things in advance, mainly because he had not asked Otsutsuki Kaguya yet. If Otsutsuki Kaguya was also going, he could prepare less. If he needed anything, he could just go back and get Yomi Hirasaka at any time. If Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't go, he would prepare more to avoid the trouble of running back and forth. In the desolate Gobi Desert, under a huge rock, in the shade, a dozen people sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, following Yi Feng's method, to feel their own ki, the ki of the natural world, and the ki emitted by any object. This kind of sitting meditation, which Yi Feng called meditation, was a bit uncomfortable after sitting cross-legged for too long. After several hours, they didn't feel anything. If it weren't for Xiaoli's successful example, they might not have been able to persevere. Even so, Naruto was scratching his head and cheeks, and so was Inuzuka Kiba, with a ferocious look of anxiety, probably because Izakamaru was meditating like a human and persisted better than him. Lee, our Kakashi-sensei and the others here. Naruto couldn't stand it anymore, and moved to Lee's side. "I just heard Kakashi-sensei's voice." Lee returned to meditate under the shade of the boulder and opened his eyes, which were full of tears. "Huh?" Naruto was startled. "Why are you crying? Is there something wrong?" "No." Lee wiped her tears and sobbed. "Teacher Kai also succeeded." "What?" There was a burst of surprise. They had been sitting here for several hours and felt nothing. Why did a latecomer succeed before them? Naruto couldn't help but ask. "Lee, if you have any tricks, tell me and I'll treat you to ramen." Naruto thinks that eating ramen is the best way to treat a guest. Besides hot pot, there is no trick. "I meditate just like you do." "Impossible." Naruto waved his hands and said firmly, "You and Teacher Kai must have something in common that we don't know about. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only the two of you to succeed. Teacher Kai and I both practice physical skills." Lee guessed and suggested a possibility. Shikamaru couldn't help but interrupt and said, "There should be more than just this reason. Uncle did say that if you want to practice ki, you must have a good body, but Uncle also said that a good body is not the only condition. Could it be the 8 gates of ninjutsu?" Inuzuka Kiba couldn't hold it in any longer. If he didn't speak, he would die. "Don't Lee and Teacher Kai know the 8 gates of ninjutsu?" "It's unlikely," Shikamaru said, judging. 8 gates ninjutsu is also a ninjutsu after all. What does the way of practicing ki have to do with ninjutsu? Is it possible that it's chakra? The lively discussion caught Orochimaru's attention, and he pointed out the ki issue directly after licking the edge of his mouth with his long tongue. Orochimaru said, "We are all used to using chakra, but Lee and Kai use physical skills and rely less on chakra. Their understanding of chakra is not as deep as ours, so they can sense the ki first. I don't want to rely on you, but I can't rely on you." Lee had also thought about learning ninjutsu, but since the day he extracted chakra, his chakra amount has never increased. He couldn't even release the simplest ninjutsu. So he had no choice but to learn taijutsu. Although he later fell in love with this kind of training, everyone has a dream of unleashing ninjutsu. Chapter 149, Abduction and Beating. By the way, can animals also learn to be angry? Someone asked this question, and everyone's attention was involuntarily turned to Akamaru, who looked like a human being, next to Inuzuka Kiba. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Akamaru couldn't help but bark. "What did it say?" Naruto asked curiously. "He said, the uncle said, as long as there is an intelligent creature, it can learn it," Inuzuka Kiba translated. "He does not think that is Akamaru, is it?" In his opinion, Akamaru is his most important partner, a partner who is no different from ordinary people. Naruto was surprised. How do you understand dog language? In fact, what he wanted to ask was, how did Inuzuka Kiba answer the word wolf with such a long sentence? Is that the point? Inuzuka Kiba was speechless. The idiot is indeed an idiot. Have you forgotten what my family does? In the family that Inuzuka Kiba belongs to, every member of the family has to start training their own ninja dogs when they are very young, almost since they can remember. Regardless of whether they have ninja talent or not, and whether they will become ninjas in the future, they must choose their own by living together day and night and using the family's secret techniques. Everyone in their clan has the ability to communicate with ninja dogs. What does your family do? How would I know what your family does? Naruto was confused. You idiot. Inuzuka Kiba didn't bother to pay attention to Naruto. They had known each other for so long, but he didn't even know what his family did. Not knowing why Inuzuka Kiba scolded him, Naruto immediately responded, "You are the idiot. Wait and see. I will definitely be the second, no, third, I will definitely be the third person to practice ki." HMPH, Sasuke snorted disdainfully, his eyes full of annoyance. Sasuke, who has always been strong, thought he was the first to practice ki, but he was surpassed by Rock Lee and then Kai. He didn't expect that, but he also admitted that if it came to perseverance, he was no match for Rock Lee, let alone Kai. He was surpassed by both of them, and Sasuke was convinced. "But, you are the last one in the class, and it is impossible for you to surpass me." "It is absolutely impossible. I, Sasuke, am the third person to practice ki." Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. What was there to argue about? It was only a matter of time before one could cultivate ki. Rock Lee and Kai could both succeed. Orochimaru didn't believe that he couldn't do it with his own intelligence. There is no point in fighting, only by cultivating and venting one's anger can it be meaningful. Just now, the uncle asked Teacher Kai to use ki to release ninjutsu. Teacher Kai tried it and it didn't affect him at all. Xiaoli's eyes were full of longing. It didn't matter that he couldn't refine chakra. He could practice ki and use ki to release various ninjutsu. What? Orochimaru suddenly opened his eyes and asked sharply, "Are you serious?" "Yes," Xiaoli nodded, "I saw it with my own eyes. There is no difference between the ninjutsu released with ki and the ninjutsu released with chakra. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Xiaoli feels that releasing ninjutsu with ki seems to be faster than releasing ninjutsu with chakra." Hesitantly, he shared his discovery, "But I'm not sure. Teacher Kai only demonstrated it once. Maybe I saw it wrong. Is it faster to use ki to release ninjutsu?" Orochimaru became excited. When masters fight, it's all about time difference. Whoever is faster, even just by 1 second, can cause an imbalance in the battle. Whoever is faster has a greater chance of winning. Third must be mine." Orochimaru was so excited that he completely forgot what he had thought before. He couldn't wait to think about what kind of breakthrough his experiment would bring after he learned ki. Having made up his mind, Orochimaru closed his eyes, turned a deaf ear to the outside world, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the perception of ki. Not only was he excited, all the 12 little strongmen were excited. Originally, they were worried that after learning ki, they would no longer be able to use their own ninjutsu. After all, they were two different training systems, so it was not surprising that there would be conflicts. I didn't expect that. Not only did it have no effect at all, it also enhanced the effect of ninjutsu. It can shorten the release time of ninjutsu. If this isn't an enhancement, then what is it? Everyone became excited and wished they could learn it right away. After a brief burst of noise, only tranquility remained. Xiaoli touched his head, smiled, and closed his eyes. Feng asked him to say all those words just now, just to add fuel to the fire. After completing the task perfectly, Xiaoli retired and continued to comprehend his own ki in Naruto's sealed space. Kurama sat cross-legged. It also wanted to try if it could learn ki. It was looking forward to seeing its other half being shocked after seeing its appearance change drastically. "Would you like to go out for a walk?" Yi Feng's voice penetrated the ceiling and was not detected by Naruto. Jailama didn't even open his eyes, and said firmly, "I won't go out, not to mention that Kaguya Otsutsuki is here. Even if she isn't here, with so many people outside, she wouldn't want to show up. It's very difficult to sense the ki in a sealed space." Yi Feng guided him, "It's different outside. Look, there have been 2 successful cases, maybe there will be a third one soon. You are Kurama, the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. You don't want to be surpassed by a few juniors one after another, right?" The method of inducement and provocation made Jailama somewhat tempted, but he still said stubbornly, "It's better than that. I won't argue with a few juniors. If it weren't for Hashirama and Madara decades ago, the tailed beasts could have been happy and would have never had any interaction with humans. Without human interference, they have been living like this for more than 1,000 years without any problems. But some people just think that he is dangerous, so they arrest him. And that's not enough, they lock him up too. How could this not make the tailed beasts angry? Among them, the 9-tailed fox was the worst off. The other tailed beasts could occasionally come out and jump around, but the 9-tailed fox had been locked up all the time. The few times it came out, It was always controlled by someone. It would be locked back up before it could even wake up for a moment. If you ask me if it has any good feelings towards humans, the answer is no, still a junior. You see, if Feng wasn't there, and things had developed as they were, if Jiu Lama had been released at this time, would it have killed without hesitation those youngsters it was talking about? If you don't want to compete with the younger generation, what about the older generation? Feng asked with a smile. Otsutsuki Kaguya is here. If she learns to be angry first, you will never be able to turn things around. Think about it, if you can learn ki first, do you still need to worry about Kaguya Otsutsuki devouring you? Kurama was fascinated by what he heard. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, okay, I can go out, but you have to promise that before I learn ki, you will ensure my safety and not let Kaguya Otsutsuki hurt me. No problem, Feng agreed immediately. Even if Jiu Lama didn't say it, he would not see this happen. Jiu Lama is so cute. Silently, Kurama disappeared from Naruto's sealed space. The seal didn't move at all, and the partial consciousness left by Minato and Kushina didn't awaken either. Hey, stop joking, change me back, Jiu Lama said angrily. As soon as Jiu Lama came out, he found that his body size was getting smaller and smaller. It would have been fine if it was just getting smaller, as he usually moved around in a reduced size in the convenience store. Moreover, these tailed beasts are energy bodies, and there is no difference in size. It's just that after they become bigger, they can move more freely. Unlike when they were small, they have a sense of restraint. But, what the hell is this? Why did I become like when I was a kid? I won't. Feng held the little Jiu Lama tightly and refused to let go. He had been fooling around for so long, just for this moment. Although he can also call out Jiu Lama without Jiu Lama's consent, this is what makes it interesting. When Jiu Lama was a child, he didn't look at all like the fierce one he has when he grows up. He had big eyes, big ears, and 9 furry tails. He spoke in a cute and fierce voice. His cute appearance must have captured the hearts of countless girls. Jiu Lama was so angry that he bit Feng's hand and said incoherently, change me back quickly, or I will bite you to death. If you bite me to death, no one will give you food. Feng used his other hand to touch the fur on Jiu Lama's body. I still owe you snacks from last time. Let's go and pay your debt. Jiu Lama's hair stood on end. You pervert. I am a male. I am a male. Don't fool me. Feng didn't believe it. Your tailed beasts are all energy bodies. How can there be a difference between male and female? Can't you hear the sound of my voice? I heard it. Very fierce and aggressive. I'm so mad. I'm going to bite you to death. I'm going to bite you to death. Holding Jiu Lama, Feng strolled down the stairs. It was so boring staying upstairs for several hours. Others were trying to comprehend the key. Kainzioli, who had already succeeded, were also meditating to deepen their understanding of the key. Feng doesn't need it. He has already slept on it. The snacks and drinks he got were all Jiu Lama's favorites. When passing by the cashier counter, Feng greeted Karin. Hey, are you busy? It's okay, I'll just stroll. Who asked you? Jiu Lama was speechless. The girl didn't say anything. We're having dinner tonight. I'll ask number 1 to take you shopping for some clothes later. Karin thought Feng disliked her dirty clothes, so she said carefully, I will wash the clothes after get off work. Don't worry, uncle, it will definitely not affect the image of the store. What image? Starting tomorrow, the store will be temporarily closed. We are going out to play. Take advantage of the activities in the village now and buy some clothes to save the expensive ones outside. Because of the huge flow of people brought by the Chunin exam, no merchant in the village dared to take the opportunity to raise prices. They are all locals and cannot disrupt the local market. Only some foreign merchants took the opportunity to raise prices and make a fortune after being warned. They all behaved themselves and restored prices to normal. Business is so good in the store, how about we go out in a few days? Number 1 popped up from nowhere and suggested the better the convenience store business is, the more money he can get. After the Chunin exam is over, it will not be easy to earn that much. Number 1 still remembers how deserted the convenience store used to be. I don't care. I will definitely go out, Feng said indifferently. If you don't want to go, you can stay at home and look after the store. However, after the Chunin exam is over, I will go on a long trip and I don't know when I will be back. Didn't I say before that I would take Naruto's shadow clone out to play? Now is the only time I have time. How about this? You go back and discuss with your shadow clones and tell them that you don't want to go and that the promise is void. Uncle, don't worry about it. I'll negotiate with number 1. Before number 1 could say anything, He was dragged away by the shadow clones who had transformed into the girls waiting at the door. Brothers, I was wrong, don't hit me in the face, we are from the same roots, uncle, help me. In the toilet, there were the wailing and cries for help from number one, but the strange thing was that the customers in the convenience store seemed not to hear anything soon. Number one, who had been taught a lesson, came out of the toilet with a bruised face. Several shadow clones who had entertained the young girl returned to their posts as if nothing had happened, greeting the guests with a big smile on their faces. Uncle, it shouldn't be that necessary. I didn't say I disagree. Do you really want to ban us? Number one covered his face with his hands, full of resentment. He was still thinking that if he took a hard punch, he would disappear. Who would have thought that Feng had sealed their state, so that when he was hit, his energy would not dissipate due to the heavy blow. I'm saving you. If you return to your original body, you will have to face more than just these few people, Feng said with a raised eyebrow. Then I should thank you. Although he knew that what Feng said was true, number one was still unhappy. At least let him explain it. Really, you don't even give him a chance to speak. No need to thank me. Just create another shadow clone and stay at the cashier. You can take Karin to the street to buy some clothes. Feng said generously that there was no need to thank me, uncle, I'm a boy. It's so inconvenient for me to accompany Karin to buy clothes, number one said with tears in his eyes. He was definitely not feeling sorry for his wallet. With a turn of his eyes, number one came up with an idea. How about this? Let Hinata accompany sister Karin. Hinata is socially anxious. If you ask her to buy clothes, she won't bargain. Feng felt that it was inappropriate. Hinata was too naive and could be easily cheated. Then let Sakura go? Sakura is even worse. Sakura has a problem with her aesthetic taste. I think so too. Number one nodded frantically, agreeing very much. How come Sakura fell in love with Sasuke, who has that expressionless face? Let Ino and Tenten go. Both of them own shops. They know how to bargain and have good taste. I think it's okay. The two of them chatted back and forth, without asking the opinions of the parties involved, and made the arrangements. What can Karin do? She can only accept it. Number one went upstairs to inform Ino and Xianshan. Feng went to the door, lay on the recliner, watched the sunset, and fed Kurama. Jayulama was lying on the table next to the recliner, eating snacks, biting a straw, and taking a sip of a drink from time to time. It breathes the free air, but always feels something is wrong. I always feel like you're treating me like a pet. Chapter 150. The monster is not a monster. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me again, I will kill you with a tailed beast cannon. Kurama, who was eating snacks and drinking beverages and remained within a 1-meter range around the convenience store and would not disappear, said viciously, "Be good, you can't beat me." Feng used his own energy to transform into an invisible big hand and brushed over Jayulama's head. The furry touch made him unable to let go. Did someone touch me? He looked up and saw Feng lying obediently on the recliner like a salted fish. Jayulama thought it was his illusion. He glared at Feng fiercely and then lowered his head again. Damn it, you all deserve to die. Garo walked on the street, looking at every passerby who passed by him with unfriendly eyes. The desire to kill in my heart is about to burst out. The passersby were frightened by the young man with dark circles under his eyes and carrying a large gourd on his back. After cursing him as a lunatic, they quickened their pace, trying to stay away from the young man. Temri and Kankuro walked behind Gara in fear, afraid that the villagers would be dissatisfied with Gara's behavior and come up to blame him, or that Gara would not be able to bear the blame and start a killing spree. Why do you want to go shopping out of the blue? Temri smiled bitterly in her heart. Her younger brother had been murderous since he was young. Whenever he was dissatisfied, he would kill someone to vent his anger. What she couldn't understand was that Gara usually had no interest in shopping, but today he was weird and had to go out shopping for some reason. Sister, we have to find a way to get Gara back, Kankuro said in a low voice. It's really because Gara is too conspicuous. This street has a large flow of people to begin with, and now in this special period, it is even more crowded. Gara walked in the middle of the street without dodging or avoiding, and passers-by were quite dissatisfied with him. Kankuro also knew his brother's condition. The more crowded he was, the more likely he was to lose control. Although Gara's purpose in coming to Konoha village is to cause destruction, the time is not right yet. If Gara loses control in advance, their village's plan is likely to fail. What can we do? Gara doesn't want to go back. Can you force him to go away? Temuri's face was bitter. She also wanted to do that, but if she had a way, she would never let Gara come out. Come on, take a look, snacks and drinks are on sale, don't miss it if you pass by. We have delicious snacks and drinks here. It's a must-have when visiting relatives and friends, drinks to quench thirst, snacks to stave off hunger, and a must-have for ninjas on missions. Is it necessary to work so hard for a convenience store? Temari said this with envy. Their village has never been so lively, not to mention their village. Their entire country is in a state of extreme poverty, surrounded by yellow sand and extremely inconvenient transportation. Almost all supplies have to be purchased from outside. Not only are they very expensive, but they are also in short supply and out of stock every other day. If not for this, they wouldn't have set their sights on Konoha. Sister, it would be nice if our village was like Konoha, Kankuro said with longing. Even if it's not Konoha, it would be nice to have more trees and grass. The number of trees he saw in the death examination hall alone was more than Kankuro had seen in his entire life. The green plant coverage rate of Konoha village is what Kankuro envies the most. Unlike their sand village, Kaktaira, the brother and sister, were stunned by the bustle around them and did not notice that Gaara, who was walking in front of them, had stopped. Caught off guard, the brother and sister bumped into Gaara. Oops. The brother and sister's faces changed drastically. They knew how terrible their younger brother was. Anyone who provoked him would be seriously injured at best. Even the two of them would not be much better off. Gaara slowly turned around, murderous intent rising in his eyes. The brother and sister were so nervous that they didn't notice Gaara's body stiffening. Hey, little brother, what do you want to buy? I'll kill you, you bastard. I'll kill you. Gaara's veins popped and he roared at Shukaku in the sealed space. It is this monster in front of him that has turned him into neither a human nor a ghost, leaving him without relatives or friends. Normally, Shukaku wouldn't mind arguing with Gaara since it was quite bored staying in the sealed space anyway, but now, it just wanted to laugh. Ha ha ha. While laughing, Shukaku patted his thigh. What did he see? The childhood Kirima. At first it thought it had seen it wrong, but the aura of Jiu Lama could not be false. It was very sure that the fat monster with 9 tails buried in the pile of snacks in front of it was Jiu Lama. The more it looked at it, the more it wanted to laugh, and it laughed so hard that it rolled back and forth in the sealed space. Little brother, Naruto's shadow clone, who is number 0, plays the role of her big sister very seriously, waving her hand in front of Gaara's eyes. The elder sister's shadow clone asked caringly, "What's wrong, little brother? Are you hot? I see that you are sweating a lot on your head. We have a rest area in our store. You can go to our store to rest." Gaara frowned and clenched his fists, unable to control himself. His body was forcibly controlled by Shukaku, so he couldn't move and could only stand there stupidly boundless. Fear and anger filled his heart. This was the first time such a situation had happened, but what he couldn't figure out was why. Why did Shukaku laugh for no reason? Why would Shukaku prefer to be attacked by the seal in order to control him by force? Shut up, you stupid raccoon cat. Ha ha ha, ha. Shukaku got excited when he heard that. He hated when people called him a raccoon cat, especially a stinky fox with 9 tails. Stinky fox, do you want to fight, huh? Jiu Lama was full of disdain. You overestimate your abilities. I'll give you 8 tails. Feng, who was taking a nap, opened his eyes unhappily. Little ghost, stand aside. You are blocking me. The sun was about to set, but you were still standing in front of me, blocking the little sunlight that was left. You had no eyesight at all. The elder sister's shadow clone looked around and saw that the little ghost was still several steps away from you. She reminded him, "Uncle, take off your blindfold." Feng took off his blindfold and muttered, "I was wondering why it was so dark. Hey, isn't this Gaara? I couldn't tell from the sound alone. It's him. I don't know what's going on. He's standing in front of me and won't move." The elder sister's shadow clone naturally knew Gaara. If the original had seen him, he would have seen him too. "Uncle, move him away. He's affecting my business." Gaara stood in front of the stall he was in charge of, neither speaking nor moving, which seriously affected his performance. "Okay, just do your thing and don't worry about him." Feng waved his hand, stood up and moved the wooden Gaara to the side of his recliner. He also waved to the stunned Temari siblings. "Hey, you two, is there anything going on? If nothing, come and look after him. If something is going on, go do your thing." Temari and her brother were stunned. It was the first time someone touched Gaara's body, and Gaara didn't react. And no one died. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The brother and sister came to their senses and hurriedly ran to Gaara. They wanted to reach out and touch him to see if he had been replaced, but they didn't dare to. "What are you afraid of? He can still bite you too, so what?" Feng took Gaara's hand, put it next to his eyes, and made the classic V gesture for taking photos. "Look, Isn't he much cuter like this? What is he doing? Bastard, I'm going to kill him. Garo was furious. If he could move, he would have torn Yi Feng into pieces. No one had ever dared to tease him like this. Kankuro covered his chest with his hands. Yi Feng's action frightened him so much that his heart almost stopped for a beat. Temari was so frightened that she fell to the ground, stammering, "What on earth is going on? Why did Gar become like this?" Yi Feng looked at the photos on his phone, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "What do you mean? If that's why Gar can't move, I can give you an answer. He is controlled by the tailed beast in his body, which is what you call the monster, so he can't move." Temari was horrified. "Do you know the monster inside Gara? No. Then do you know how to deal with the monster in Gara's body?" Temari was full of anticipation. Compared to her plan for Konoha village, she would rather her brother return to normal. I vaguely remember that Gara was not so extreme when he was a child. It was the monster in his body that influenced Gara and made him what he is now. There are two solutions, but Yi Feng changed the subject and rubbed his fingers. "Why should I tell you?" Kenjiro was still in a daze, but Temari, who was quick to react, had already taken out the money she had on her. "Senior, this is all the money I have. Come on, Kenjiro, take out all the money you have on you." Kankuro realized it later. "Senior, this is mine. If it's not enough, I'll go back and get it right away." Although he was afraid of his younger brother, no matter how afraid he was, if he could use money to make Gar return to normal, Kankuro would definitely not hesitate for the slightest. "That's right." Yi Feng took the money and handed it to the newly arrived pharmacist Dao. "Did he say he would pay for it?" Pharmacist Dao pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile, "The master said that he can pay for the clothes, but you need to pay for the new task yourself. Fuck. I taught him so many things without charging him, and he's trying to do this." Yi Feng cursed angrily. "If I wasn't in a hurry, would I have gone to him? My lord said you can go by yourself. I don't know the place." Yi Feng wanted to release a message through the black market to attract black Zetsu. Since he wanted to do one thing at a time, there was no need to bother two people. Orochimaru was going to the black market to post a mission and find Kikuzu. He just wanted Orochimaru to issue another mission. Who would have thought that Orochimaru didn't go himself, but asked Kabuto Yakashi to run errands? Pharmacist Dao smiled but said nothing. He didn't believe that Yi Feng didn't know the location of the black market. Who among the ninja with a little experience wouldn't know this? What's more, Yi Feng is almost omniscient in Orochimaru's words. After receiving the money, Yaoshi Dao did not leave immediately, but asked carefully, "Sir, I wonder if I can practice." "Which one are you talking about?" Yi Feng, who was feeling heartbroken because the money he just got was gone before he could even warm it up, didn't react to what Pharmacist Dao said for a moment. He has spread a lot of things in the past 2 days. Who knows which one Yaoshi Dao is talking about? Angry, Pharmacist Dao said concisely, "Do you understand the rules?" Yi Feng didn't say much, but stretched out his hand. "I understand." Yakashi Kabuto was overjoyed. Although Orochimaru told him about the existence of ki, he did not dare to teach it to others without Yi Feng's permission. He handed the money he had just received, as well as the money he had prepared before coming, to Yi Feng. Yi Feng put it in his pocket without even looking at it. "That big mouth hasn't learned it himself, so I'm telling you." "Okay, go ask him when you're done." "Thank you, sir." Pharmacist Dao left with a smile on his face. After solving one thing, there is still another thing that Temari and her brother are eagerly waiting for. Ahem. As I just said, there are two solutions. One is to solve the problem once and for all, and directly get rid of the monster in Gaara's body. The other is to beat the monster up and make it stay still so as not to affect Gaara. The former is cheap, the latter is expensive. Which one do you choose? Temari and Kankuro were confused. How could it be cheaper to solve the problem once and for all than to give him a beating? Beating him up carries the risk of relapse, so how can it be better than solving the problem once and for all? Seeing the two people's confusion, Yi Feng explained, "I'll give you some extra free information. The monster is bound to Gaara's life. Once the monster leaves Gaara's body, Gaara will die immediately and will not live for even a second longer, except for the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, who have strong vitality and can hold on for a while. The others probably have no hope." Although Gaara could not move in the sealed space, he had not lost his perception of the outside world. He could hear every word Yi Feng said clearly. "Is that so?" Gaara muttered to himself. "Doesn't this mean that he will never be able to get rid of the monster in his body?" As for what Yi Feng said about beating up the monster, he didn't take it seriously. The longer he was in contact with the monster, The more he realized how powerful the monster was and that it was simply beyond human power to resist. Little ghost, I'll give you another piece of information. Jiu Lama's voice echoed in the sealed space. As long as you commit suicide, the monster in your body will die too. You stinky fox, you are a monster, your whole family is a monster. The angry Shukaku even scolded himself. If you really count, the tailed beasts that were created together are considered a family. I am your noble Lord Shukaku. Well, which one do you choose? Outside, Yi Feng was still waiting for the siblings' answers. It's not without reason that the latter is more expensive. If Gaara and the monsters can reach a reconciliation, the monsters can also become Gaara's helpers. Impossible. I will never reconcile with monsters. Gaara's face was grim. He wanted him to reconcile with monsters, unless he died. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.